Hello everyone and welcome to the final round of this year's GRENKE Chess Classic. The outcome is already kind of decided. Dr. Levon Aronian has won the tournament 5 out of 6. Nobody can catch him. But Peter Leko, we have to look for intrigue elsewhere. What games are you looking forward to today?
Well, I still looking forward to Fabiano against Levon because it's a prestige duel, and yeah, Levon has already won the tournament with his brilliant play so far. But Fabiano definitely would like to win this game because then he would say that yeah, okay, maybe I was half a point behind, but I actually has beaten the champion. So and also something that when like Levon, who has already won the tournament, he really wants to finish it in a good note. I mean, just to lose would kind of spoil a little bit his mood. So I think we will see a really big, intense fight today. Another very big game is Vachier-Lagrave versus Magnus Carlsen. So finally, Magnus has the white pieces. I'm really curious about this game because, as we have heard, Vachier-Lagrave was the second, or one of the seconds of Magnus Carlsen in his last World Championship matches. Actually, you have been also involved, yeah. So you
Yes.
maybe know more about it. Nevertheless, for me as a professional sportsman, it's really interesting to see how they're gonna fight against each other.
Yeah, Maxime historically has a horrible score against Magnus. That's the one guy he could never deal with, I believe. 6 losses and 1 win in classical games. And it's gonna be interesting to see how that dynamic has been affected. As for the seconds, though, I was part of the team and we were based in Norway in Kragerø, so not actually on site in New York spending time with Magnus. So I don't think the guys, even though they worked together, it's not like they formed such a close personal relationship because it was more of a distance support. So I don't think it's going to be so strange for them to meet each other over the chessboard. Sometimes it's different if you hang out for like 2 months, but that has not been the case.
Exactly, that's what I wanted to discuss a bit. That usually in the old times, if you had a second, it was basically almost always clear that you have really spent a lot of time together,
Right.
and you get a really close relationship, emotional bonds, and things like this. You got to know him very well as a person. It makes it much harder to play against each other if you just are exchanging notes in certain openings, and that's a completely different relationship.
Right.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. So I don't think, of course, it's always a bit tricky if you work together, you know, he knows this about me and vice versa, to find an opening you can discuss. But Magnus, especially with white, he's always capable of playing anything. So I don't
Exactly.
think it will be such a big issue.
Exactly.
Then we have Arkady Naidic with the black pieces against Hu Yifan, both on 50%. I believe whoever wins this game will feel good about their tournament, and whoever loses will feel not so great.
Yeah, I mean, Hui Fan had a wonderful start, but now in Baden-Baden she has already lost 2 games, so kind of clear that she would like to finish with a victory that would kind of make a really good performance. On the other hand, also Arkady with 50%, maybe he's not feeling that happy because he had opportunities. If he would have beaten Georg Maya from a winning position, then he would have moved on to +2.
He mentioned that yesterday, that, yeah, he felt like he left half point on the table against Meyer. Also, the end game against Aronian. Okay, that was tricky, but apparently there was some way to make it draw. So he sounded a little disappointing. Still, he's always ambitious, but if he finishes strong today, 4 out of 7 is hardly a disaster. He's winning rating points, so it wouldn't be too bad.
Exactly, that would be a very good result.
And for Hu Yifan, the move to Baden-Baden really hasn't done her any good. Great result in Karlsruhe. Not a lot of fun in Baden-Baden. Like Dostoevsky had similar problems.
Okay, she also had some difficult games to face here. She had 2 blacks against Vachier-Lagrave and against Aronian, and those are quite difficult games to survive with black.
Yeah, frankly, she was outclassed. She got a bad position out of the opening and then fought valiantly, but never really got back in the game. And of course, if you give these guys something to work with, it won't be easy. But today she has the white pieces, and Hu Yifan with white is a very different player, much tougher.
Yes.
There we see Maxime with black. It's going to be interesting to see what opening. As mentioned, I won't discuss details, but they know certain things about each other's opening. Everybody knows Maxime likes to play the Najdorf, and it's going to be an interesting dynamic what Magnus will do against him, or what he will do to avoid either theory or at least things they might have exchanged files on, to put it that way.
Yeah, really looking forward to that. And we have the German duel.
Right. The fight for last place or non-last place. Both these guys 1.5 out of 6, which doesn't sound great, but if you look at rating expectations, it's not such a horrible score. They're losing 3 or 4 rating points. And, well, I've been an outsider in these tournaments. I've scored 1.5 out of way more games, so I know it can get very, very tough once they start smelling blood, these tough guys. And yeah, I believe if you can avoid last place, it's a similar situation to the Hui Fan Neidich. Whoever wins this game will feel quite okay about their tournament.
Yes, I think they are both also under enormous pressure because nobody really wants to be lost. And especially when you are fighting with your countrymen, it's always kind of some more prestige duel involved. Yeah,
Extra.
Extra pressure.
I'm keeping close eyes because, I have a similar rating to these guys, so it's it doesn't really matter, but you're always following these things. Else I don't care at all, like who has what rating, but with the German rankings, like who's number 2 or whatnot, like it's interesting to follow.
Probably they care much more, yeah?
I'm not sure I care more than I pretend. And still, Georg Meyer with white normally is a very solid, tough player, very well prepared in his structures, in his Catalans or d4, knight f3, e3 Slav. So we will see this. Oh my god, I'm sorry. There we have Magnus Carlsen, who, I don't know, has he put a wig on top of the hair he sported yesterday? Like, wow. I don't know. It feels like the thing has grown overnight. Is this like... Feels like one of these alien movies where you spot this little alien and then within 2 days it's this huge, scary, out of proportion thing. But yeah, clearly Magnus is going with it. He has mentioned he has a plan about the hair.
But probably only after the tournament.
I don't know. I think he might, like you, he might be a Van Damme fan and he wants to go for this man bun, this early 80s karate style look. And he needs to grow it out a bit in front and then tuck it all back. Like maybe this will be the move.
Well, we will see.
There we see Levon Aronian, impeccably dressed and not sporting a funny shirt, which for him is interesting. Like very solid, understated colors today. No pink shirt, no lime green, nothing.
Yeah, basically business. Signaling that I have already won the tournament, guys, so I don't need any fancy things. Yeah?
Maybe. Or the other way around. He's saying, I've already won the tournament, but I'm still all business. Like, because you've mentioned this, and I think I recall Levon, he once won Vaikanze outright with a round to go, and then the last round he lost to Van Veli with the white pieces. And he still won the tournament, but it must leave sort of a bad taste in your mouth to have that happen.
Exactly, because you also lose rating.
Of course.
Which is quite unpleasant. It always hurts. But I think also against Van Veli he had a really good position.
Yeah,
and he messed it up. Yeah, he messed it up, so that also doesn't help. But today he doesn't have this problem. He's playing with the black pieces, so he knows that he just wants to play good chess and he doesn't really have to focus on the result.
No, but still, of course. I don't think Levon would mind making a quick draw and going home, but I do not believe that's Fabiano's intentions with the white pieces. Fabiano not... What's the score? He has +1, right? 3.5 out of 6? I think he does.
Yeah, he's in the plus score.
Yeah. Not going to be too happy with his result, but still, there is a fight for second place. Magnus also has +1. And in general, if you're a top 5 player, you haven't gotten there by making quick draws with white.
Of course.
E4, E5, what do we expect from Levon? Berlin?
I'm not sure, because usually he plays the Ruy Lopez. I mean, Marshall or some anti-Marshalls, depending on the opponents. But he's capable of playing third move knight f6.
Fabiano's capable of playing third move bishop c4, and that's what he's done. He didn't want to find out if Levon had the Marshall or the Berlin. 2 very solid openings in mind. And we can talk about this more. I've noticed you've also been a part of this Gioco Piano renaissance, playing it with white. Generally, I don't know, 3 years ago people started noticing these Berlins aren't so much fun. Let's play bishop c4, and many more nuances have been discovered in these lines, which, I don't know, 10 years ago, if someone played the Gioco Piano, we thought, okay, he wants to avoid theory, this is a boring equal line. no longer the case, right?
Yes, many new ideas had been discovered, but also the move orders became quite important. Yeah, that we see that usually in old times the white players always started with c3, knight f6, d3. Now this d3, knight f6 castles position appears because it has all these finesses to stop black from playing the d7, d5 line.
Yeah, there's books to be written about all these finesses, but the short version is here. If you start with c3, now d5 is a playable line which Levon has played in the past. Well, if you go castles, castles, here white has other options, and recently they've experimented with h3,
a4.
which, yeah, I think h3 is Kayakin, Levon, and Vaikanze maybe, and a4 has become the main move. In many of these Italian positions, actually, a4 has rejuvenated it. First of all, you have this.
And now we get a very fresh position, very interesting, because I have been always wondering that maybe with a4, a5 included, this bishop g5 makes sense.
I've been to these places. Like here, there's a big discussion. If a6 or a5 is always a question. If you can make d5 work is a different question. But with a4 instead of c3, there's some more troubles here. Rook e1 and, well, at least white has some hope for an opening advantage. And this debate a6 or a5
is a huge debate.
What can we say about it? It depends, as usual.
It depends, yeah. I mean, I'm the a6 guy, Levon is more the a5 guy, so...
a5 is a drawback that it weakens the b5 square, which later could become an issue if you ever go d5, let's say, as bishop goes here. Has the advantage that stops white from ever gaining space with a4, a5.
Exactly, that's the point. And okay, now we see this bishop g5, so let's go to the game because it's very interesting.
Bishop g5, there's typically two possible reactions. One is to go g5 or d6 followed by g5. But that's, of course, extremely double-edged. Once you've castled, you always have to make sure, first of all, this knight g5 doesn't work.
Yeah,
and secondly...
And Levon is the guy who really loves to play this bishop e7, d6 setup, which is completely justified in this position.
Yeah, we've had this in the World Championship match as well, where Carlsen went for something similar without a4, a5 included. And once the bishop is on h4, bishop e7 is always justified. To break the pin, then you want to go d6, knight h5, offer the exchange of bishops, and equalize.
Yeah, but white has this idea that had been played in the game. This bishop g3 and h3 looks at first sight very strange, but the idea is really to avoid this knight h5 exchanges. And black has all kinds of different ways to handle this position. To play knight h7 or go to d7, because usually black wants to move this knight away. And Levon has already played it, knight d7.
Knight d7, yeah, he's going that way.
We always talk about that the chess theory develops so fast and there are already no more new positions. However, I think already here on move 8 we started to have a new position, and after knight d7 that's definitely already a completely new territory.
I've never seen it. And it's important to notice the white pawn is still on c2, so after knight h7 I was wondering it could very well be an option to go knight c3 and knight d5.
That's one of the points of this special move order, not to put the pawn on c3. But so does white have after knight d7, but maybe then black can play with knight b6 and like this control the d5 square.
If only we had somebody in the studio who could explain to us why Fabiano would do all these strange things like bishop g3 and h3. And it just happens that his trainer, second mentor, psychologist, shrink, physiotherapist is with us. Rustem Kazimchanov, welcome. What can you tell us about all this? Because I'm no stranger to these positions, but bishop g3, h3 seems like a fresh idea, more or less, right?
Well, I think Magnus in a similar position, but from Berlin against Karakin in the World Championship match, played h3, bishop g3. And I know this bishop looks stupid, but it has one serious advantage. It gets saved from the exchange. So kind of attempt to get a battle is basically the point of this setup.
Because if you play, whatever, c3, then knight h5 is coming, and without this bishop...
Well, knight h5 maybe runs into knight e5, but maybe it doesn't, I don't...
Normally this...
But now
Queen
bishop
h5,
takes
bishop
c5.
g4, yeah?
But now bishop takes c5.
Bishop e5, yeah.
This works, yeah.
But anyway, h3 is a pretty useful move on the whole, yeah? And who knows, maybe the square c3 will still be useful.
Fair enough. Yeah, that's what we just were talking about, because here you might go for this, maybe.
Now, but clear position like this, black and white has like 10 possible moves at every move, yeah? Knight d7 is maybe not the most natural way to go.
He wants knight c5 and put something on e6?
Or maybe he wants knight b6, king h8 and f5.
Yes.
I saw some game, I think against Tomaszewski, where Levon was playing in the same way.
But with knight h7 in SCHACH Grand.
Then he was playing knight h7, king h8, yeah?
Yes.
I mean, knight d7, b6, I think I saw in some of his games, but looks very unusual, yeah, for the Italian. You rarely see the knight on b6 in the Italian.
Yeah, but many times in this structure, when the knight goes to b6, white gets the bishop to e3. Yeah, now that the white bishop is already forced to g3, it kind of makes sense.
You had to fight yourself not to say misplaced.
Definitely. Yeah, I'm certainly not the guy who believes in this bishop g5 h4 setup. I'm old school and I'm always skeptical, but so I guess the top players only that they already realize that if you don't do this, then you are not able to fight for anything. So you
I think normally the idea is not to get an advantage, but just to get a position with pieces on the board.
I think the first thing is the bishop on g3 does a good job of preventing d5.
That's true.
So at least you make sure that, I mean, you keep some position for a long time, yeah? But also, I don't know if I go like knight c3 now. Knight b6, bishop say b3.
and king h8.
Bishop b3, king h8, maybe knight d5.
No, d4? I'd be
Or maybe d4.
panicking about f5 already.
Maybe d4, yeah.
Why not?
After d4, my bishop doesn't look so stupid anymore.
Exactly, that's the point of bishop g3 actually, that you tend to underestimate it, and when you open up with d4, then you suddenly claim a great bishop, yeah?
Interesting business. Shall we do a quick tour through the other games? In Carlsen MVL, we've discussed this dynamic that MVL was part of Carlsen's team during the World Championship match, but it still seems like they're sticking more or less to their usual preferences, right? MVL plays the Najdorf. Magnus has done many things against the Najdorf, but I've seen him do bishop e2, bishop e3 setups in the past.
Wasn't recently a game played in, where was it? In Zurich, where I think Nepo played queen d3 and bishop d2 against Gelfand in this line.
I don't know, I was in Thailand without internet, I haven't
Yeah.
seen any games.
No, I think they had this position, but with queen d3 and then not bishop e3, but bishop d2 if I'm not mistaken. And then he played knight d5.
And then try to
And
use
then-
the
and
e5 square.
No, then played queen g3 or queen somewhere there. Yeah, it looked very interesting. So when I saw this opening, I thought maybe since there is a connection with Nepo as well, yeah, I thought maybe they worked on this somehow. But no, he's sticking to old theory.
This one we've seen, and Magnus might have done something similar. Anyway, this is an old main line, isn't it? This queen
It's an old
d3 to
main
prepare
line,
knight
yeah.
d5.
You play knight d5, black goes bishop d5, ed, knight c5, queen
No,
d2.
but that's already not what
Knight
black is
c5
doing.
they're not
That
doing
used
anymore.
to be, yeah,
Right,
that
uh-huh.
used to be.
like 20 years ago.
No, like 5 years ago, and it was always said that this black can never be worse, but then suddenly the new engine started to evaluate it as 0.40, 0.50, and people started getting attention that, so if this is 0.40, how much usually I'm fighting to get that? And here it's presented, so black started to play with these castles, rook c8,
always.
knight e8 plans.
And then g6, knight g7.
Yeah, like it
These
was seen in
awkward
the
a5,
Carlsen.
b6, isn't it?
Yeah, Carlsen against Grischuk in Sinquefield Cup. And now I think one of the recent games was Eljanov against Wojtasek in Vaikanze. It was some fascinating game where
Yeah, I've got a good position. No, with some crazy tactics, but it looked like
it
won the
looked like
opening.
he will win the game, but finally it ended in some incredible perpetual check at the end.
Of course, if it was me on the white side, I'd play g4 here, but I believe Magnus is not as aggressive, and he's probably going to castle and try to play on the queen side, right?
Yeah, and I think g4 used to be main theory, yeah?
I'm only half joking.
Yeah.
This is a move. Of course, I'd never ever do it, but I've
No, the
seen
thing
this
is,
idea.
I mean, this used to exist where everybody has castled already, yeah? Like you can get the same position with white and black.
Halifman was doing.
Yeah,
this,
but
and
Halifman
all
was
this-
going like g4 and then castles long, yeah?
Yes.
And that's why maybe it's not castles, but knight c5 right away, but it's full of some details, yeah? Full of...
For starters, maybe you don't allow this with black because Maxime started with castles, which I think is also the normal move order. You're not afraid of this yet, and you're stopping g4.
Yeah, and c4 is met by b5.
Yeah,
This
c4,
is
b5
important.
is a trick, yeah.
How does this work? I'm just saying. Yes.
Yeah, then, because this is theory.
Okay. How does it go though?
Yeah,
Queen b5, rook b8, whatever.
Queen b5, knight e4, yeah?
Yeah, whatever.
A lot of things there. Although rook b8 does win a
Rook
piece.
b8 looked like a decent suggestion.
No, because white usually, I think, after c4, b5 takes cb immediately without knight takes e7. And then ab.
Can't you? Isn't this?
Yeah, or you take, but anyway, it gets to some position and black has great compensation.
Yeah, Maxime took something. I think he took on d5.
Yeah, they're getting the standard structure.
Yeah, takes, and now rook c8, I believe, the latest word. And then Elyanov came up with a new plan. He goes knight 8 immediately.
Actually, is it humanly possible for any hair to grow as fast?
That's what I've been wondering. Because it didn't feel that big 2 days ago.
I
And
know.
he's saying he went to the spa and it messed up his hair, which we don't fully understand because normally water doesn't have the effect on hair to make it grow at
It
super
probably
speed.
has some alien DNA. That
It's
would
funny
explain
because
a lot,
I
no?
mentioned the movie Alien like 2 minutes ago. It's like one of these alien movies where you have this cute little alien and then 2 days later it's this monster destroying everything in its path.
Yeah, I was just thinking, if he had been married to my wife would have carried him to the hairdresser like 1 month ago and just cut it off, you know? So clearly he's a free man, yeah?
I don't know, hasn't it been... It's been headline news that Magnus is officially in a relationship, so maybe it's the other way around, and this is some female influence that the hair needs to get bigger. He mentioned he has a plan. But
For
what
his
that
hair,
plan
yeah?
is, for his hair, yeah. What that plan is, we don't know.
It's interesting. Yeah? Some people don't have a plan for their life, yeah, and this guy has a plan for his hair. Yeah? So, deep guy.
He's got big plans for sure. But yeah, I was wondering about this. Has any world champion ever had crazier hair in chess?
Any world champion?
Because Kramnik had pretty crazy hair in the early 90s, but he
was
wasn't
a
world
kid,
champion
yeah.
then.
He wasn't world champion.
Right.
No. No, I don't think so. I mean, usually, world champion, they used to be very classical guys, yeah.
Saying. Okay. So now that we've established that, let's have a look at... What shall we look at? Who you found? Nidich?
Yeah,
You're a
that's the-
French expert. You're both French experts. Bishop e3, queen b6. Who plays group b1 here?
No, hang on, because it's a6.
It's a6 and queen b6.
It's a completely different.
This is
story.
the Blueman variation.
Ah.
The old Blueman, yeah?
Why the old Blueman?
Because he already switched so many times, new setups. I don't think that this is his latest setup.
This is maybe Blueman 2015 variation.
Yeah, maybe.
Okay. All I know is all these German kids play bishop e7, castles b6, and get horrible
Yeah,
positions.
that
normally.
used to be Blueman 2016.
So later going. Okay.
Until the Kramnik game in Dortmund, yeah? I guess after that he changed again.
Yeah, no, this a6, bishop e3, queen b6. I mean, the main try for white is knight a4.
Check, I'm guessing.
Check and c3.
So you go c4 and you're saying a6 is more useful
No,
than
no, no,
knight
no,
c6?
no, no, no. C4 is horrible.
Okay.
Sorry.
That's okay.
CD is the thing, and the point is that after b4,
Knight d4, b5 is bad news. I'm
knight d4,
assuming.
b5 catches the knight, so you have to go b4, queen c7, and the point is that now if knight takes d4, the b5 kind of...
Better than with a knight on c6.
Exactly, yeah. But you can take queen takes d4, knight c6, queen d2. And, okay, it is what it is, yeah? Some people are happy here, like I think Blueman was in 2015. And I remember I was...
I've seen stuff like this. They go b5, knight b6.
Yeah, they go
and
b5,
then
knight
it goes up to
b6,
some
and
b4.
we could never agree with Blueman on the evaluation of this position.
When did you discuss the evaluation of this position? With
I was a
Blueman?
coach of the German team in 2015.
Ah, okay.
that's why, yeah.
After
Yeah,
my
yeah.
time on the German team.
Yeah, so when I say it's a Blueman variation, I kind of say it with intimate detail of the line, yeah.
I see.
Well, we didn't agree because Rainer, he was like happy. He was like, I'll play this, I'll outplay any opponent.
It looks terrible for black, no?
That's exactly what I kept telling him. I said, right, it doesn't look good, yeah. But he never agreed.
Yeah, but this a6, queen b6 is a very tricky move order because I once faced it in a simultaneous game, 2013, I guess. And I remember suddenly I was so confused. How is this line exactly going? Yeah, because and then all this sticks after knight a4.
But I'm pretty sure it's not rook b1. Yeah, rook b1 is not.
Doesn't feel
Yeah,
principled.
rook b1 is not the main. Yeah, I mean this knight a4 was supposed to be.
Well, your didn't take a lot of time though. Like 1:38 still on the clock. I've been critical of her as a theoretician, but we've also said with white she's much more dangerous. First of all, even if you don't know every detail, she'll still get a normal position. Still rook b1, knight c6, queen d2 is on the board. And it feels like it should hurt white that he can never castle queens anymore, no?
Well, but then it depends on what black does, yeah? Because if black does queen c7 and b5, and I go a3, bishop e2, then I actually don't mind that the rook is on b1. It probably doesn't make any difference because the rook will later join the fight.
And then in fact you were committed with the queen move, which usually you don't do.
Yeah, and for instance, if black goes here, theoretically queen a5, bishop e2, b5, a3, then I'm just a clear tempo up compared to old theory because now b4 doesn't work.
Exactly.
So maybe there is some point to what she's doing. I don't know, maybe she spent like 10 hours analyzing this position. Yeah, we're sitting here. Maybe there is some point.
Come on. What is this?
No, it's definitely prepared because Arkady already played this a6 against Maxime in the first round of the tournament, so it's not something you don't expect.
Ah, he played the same move.
He played the same move. And
yeah, and then
Maxime
Maxime
played
knight e2, yeah.
Ah, okay. No,
which is probably an interesting move, but not the theoretical discussion, yeah, somehow knight e2.
But then Arkady must really believe in his line, yeah, to repeat it. Like, as a one-off, I understand, but to repeat it, he must really trust it.
Yeah.
Well, he usually believes in his lines, yeah.
Must be nice. And then we have Georg Meyer against Matthias Bluebaum.
Georg played e4 for the second time in his life, yeah?
Second time, yeah?
I don't know when was the first, but I assume there was a first.
No, he does this sometimes when he... Because he's always been in front of the Panov. Like my last game against Meyer, for example, went c4, c6, e4. And we got this very position. This is one of the lines he plays. Knight f3 normally, historically, has been considered to be fairly harmless, and they've switched to bishop g5 here, which is also considered fairly harmless.
I'm trying to say the whole Panov is considered fairly harmless.
I think that's not the conclusion, but Georg has been one of the few guys trying to make things happen here with white. After bishop g4, the main line, or in what Georg played against me, is this, which I'm sure Peter had plenty of games in the old days as well, right?
Okay, not really too many games, but it was part of my repertoire, so I
I
knew
already
it.
mixed in the moves, by the way.
Now there are some new developments. Yeah, first of all, there is there are other moves. There is a knight b6. Black doesn't have to go for the endgame, and also white doesn't have to go for the endgame anymore. Yeah.
No.
Yeah, some Grishchuk game, and
I think white found some ways. Yeah, like knight d4, bishop b5, knight b5, queen c6, king e7.
And queen c5
queen c5 check. Yeah, this is the thing. Queen c5
yeah,
check.
that's it. Yeah, it's a piece sacrifice kind of. It's a new computer.
I'm out of touch. What's the point?
No, you can go also knight d6, and this is...
Yeah, knight d6 you can go, but...
But if I go queen d6, what have you gained?
Then knight takes d5 check.
Knight takes d5, ed queen b5.
Ed queen b5.
My queen
something
make it
like
here.
this.
Oh, I see.
There was some. I mean, the guy who played this first or one of the first, he had some tragic accident later, a couple of moves later, and lost with white. Yeah.
In the Grand Prix, no.
Yeah.
It was Ryazantsev lost to Yakovenko by wandering queen h3.
Yeah.
I saw that game. That ended very quickly.
Yeah, and that was this
Black
line.
queen came to h3, bishop came to d6. Yeah. And it was bad news.
Yeah, and there was this Grishchuk Vidit game from the Doha.
Yes.
Blitz or Rapid, I already don't recall. But I think the reason for Maya playing e4 is not the Panov. He was expecting French, because Matthias is a French player himself, and this is the usual story.
There is true, yeah.
Good point.
That's the point, that Georg is a French player himself, so he knows that playing against the French is a dream, you know?
He also knows that in the French you have to go 3d takes e4 if you try any other move, and I believe Matthias is not a...
Yeah, he was knight f6, yeah, he makes the mistake of playing knight f6, and that's it.
I think Matthias is a classical bishop e7 player, yeah?
He plays this line I mentioned, and the line all the German kids are playing, like bishop e7, castles, b6. I don't know, maybe this Kramnik-Bluebaum game has sent all of those into repair mode, but that's what he used to do.
Yeah, but that's a freaky line, yeah? That's one of the lines where Kramnik goes a3 with the black pawn still on b7, yeah? So he goes bishop e3.
No, that's already another one. It's not with no.
It's
b6 immediately.
96 a6, yeah?
Yeah, that's
It's
96
queen d2
a6.
a6, and then Kramnik goes a3, which never really ceases to amaze me. Like, there is nobody there, yeah? Why are you playing a3?
Yeah, and actually, if we already discussed this, then let me show you one of the games of Matthias from the Aeroflot Open, which is now a heavy theoretical discussion. So a3 is by now standard. So castles, d takes c5, knight takes c5, queen f2. This is the Kramnik-Meyer game from the Olympiad. We have also seen Karyakin, Adiban in Vaikanze. Adiban came up with knight d7, that was kind of new. But Bluebaum played b6. This is still what Meyer did. And after b4, Kramnik went on to win a beautiful game after knight d7, bishop d3, and all kinds of mess. But instead of knight d7, f6 is the main line of the supercomputers. And this is what Matthias has done. Yeah, so b takes c5, b takes c5, bishop takes c5, queen a5, bishop d4, knight takes d4, queen takes d4, f takes e5, knight takes e5, rook takes f4,
Oh, I've seen this game.
knight c6,
now that it's here.
and bishop c5. I guess this is the starting position of the
starting
line.
position, yeah?
Starting position, yeah. And then here you can debate how you start to play this line. I believe that black is fine in this line, and so far theory has proven it. Compute engine gives small advantage for white, but usually when you see the line which engine is giving a slightly better, then you just feel like you don't want to play this with white because black is perfectly okay. So this is one of the latest theoretical discussions in this line. It's interesting whether Georg had some idea here or maybe already earlier.
But again, like after
We
queen
will
d2
never know.
a6, white has so many possible moves, yeah?
Yes.
You
Like
can't be forced to play a3,
Yeah, exactly
queen
what
d2,
I
queen
mean,
f2, b4, no?
I mean, there must be other moves, and bishop e2.
Yeah, bishop e2 always exists. But okay, it's kind of, you committed yourself, yeah, not...
dc5 no good? Looks like a move.
dc5 also exists.
Yeah, but that's the point. If you
And
take
even
dc5, then knight c5, long castle, queen a5. Because if you already castled, you can never go for this queen a5 plan, but here that's the point.
Yeah.
You can show knight, this is long castle, queen a5 with the idea of quick... No, not because of h4, but...
No, I was trying to illustrate why you can't go.
Yeah, no, long
A5
castle,
with castle.
and queen a5. The point is that now queen f2 runs into knight e4, because usually queen f2 is very nice way to react against queen a5, because then black doesn't have this b7 b5 play. But now white is just one tempo short, and if you play king b1 first instead of queen f2, then already black plays b5, and that's what he's really looking forward to in this particular move order.
Yeah, now that is the trick, yeah? Because like I recently had a game against Lupulescu,
Yeah.
where he played, instead of a6, he played like castles, and
You took DC.
DC knight c5, castles long, queen a5, king b1, and now the problem is hang on.
It was not a6 line.
No, hang on, we somehow included a6 knight d4, yeah? And he was not in time for b5, because always knight takes d5 was threatening, yeah? And he had to go back queen c7. So the whole point, I think, with delaying the castling is exactly this, yeah? So that he can go queen a5, b5, b4, before I can start taking his pieces, yeah?
Exactly.
And it's a complicated thing, yeah?
This is the most I've ever learned about the French defense in my life.
And
And
the
they
most
didn't even
you
play
will-
it. Yeah, this game started with e4, c6. Just to be clear. So the pawn of bishop g4 and bishop g5. I've noticed they started doing this. Maybe Grishuk as well, or Carlsen. Someone played this recently.
I don't know
Maybe
anything
Levon?
about this.
I think, I forgot what the point was. Maybe e6, cd, ed, queen e2 check. There was some weird idea.
There was something like this, yeah, played by Grishuk.
Yeah,
with
I
white.
think Grishuk. And it looks like bishop g5 took Bluebaum by surprise. So Bluebaum probably tried to surprise Meyer by not playing the French but the Caro-Kann.
But I
But
think
Meyer is
there are-
very ready for the
there are
Caro-Kann
better
as his
openings,
sidelines.
If somebody
E4,
never
E5
plays
is very
E4,
good.
you go E4, C5, yeah.
No, but Georg has played plenty of E4. And E4, C5, he has all these knight
Bishop
f3,
B5
D6,
check.
bishop
Bishop
B5 check
D5,
lines.
yeah.
Like, you can't get him out of books so easily. He knows his way around here. But, yeah, bishop G5 seems to have come as a bit of a surprise for Bluebaum. And, yeah, I looked at this. It wasn't that straightforward how black should play. Like, E6, CD, ED, and check. You get some witness. That might be Krishak Aronian or some
yes,
high-profile
exactly.
game.
Yeah.
They probably got it like from English, yeah.
Yeah, some C4 move order, but they got something. We'll find out, but for now, Bluebaum the first who has to think, which is always a tiny victory, right? If you are the first to get up, get a coffee, walk around while your opponent's sitting there for 20 minutes, it's nice.
Especially if it's even a new system, yeah, because it's very difficult to understand now for Matthias what exactly Georg has in mind, and if he doesn't know the theory, he doesn't know this Grisho game, then he's just wondering what the hell is going on.
And also he's probably thinking that in the French defense I wouldn't have to think on move 7. Yeah.
Starts on move
Certainly.
18. Yeah.
So in Fabiano Levon, exactly the same position appeared that we discussed.
Yes. Logical moves, yeah.
Yeah.
Looks plus equal to me.
Really, yeah? Okay, let's calculate, because I think there are some really fascinating lines. I mean, takes everything on d4, f5, and if you go e5, I might have c5.
Yeah, c5 and then the combination of c4,
c4,
f4.
f4, yeah, you don't see it that often, yeah. No, f4, no.
I should probably go some other square like queen d2 or so. I feel.
Yeah, and then c4, bishop a2. And then a really messy position. I believe that's why also Fabiano spent like 20 minutes before going for it, because you really need to calculate very precisely all this.
I want to show some line with bishop e5 and queen h6, but I can't manufacture.
Well, then go to e3 with the queen instead of d2.
Will be easier to manufacture, yeah?
Yeah.
Surprise!
You know, once you're doing manufacturing, you can just play some other move, and then queen e6 will be just mate in one.
Okay, but
Like
c4 looks
a6.
so natural, no?
Rook a6 also looks natural to some. Or knight d7, I don't know, make some natural move.
Boom. Beautiful. Unlikely to happen, though. Who's taking time? Levon's been blitzing. Fabiano took some time, but also not a lot. You never know with Levon if he is still in book or if he's just blitzing out natural moves to, put some pressure on the opponent.
I can give you my best guess.
What's your best guess?
My best guess is knight d7 is already improv, but made so quickly so as to kind of give the impression of somebody who has deep knowledge of the position. But that's just my best guess.
So you really know him, yeah? Well, it seems.
Well, bishop g3, h3 is not the most common theme in these plays.
No, but
It
at
won't be
this
strange.
moment it's already very natural. And if you open the computer, whenever this bishop e7 happens, computer instantly shows bishop g3, h3 like the only way to get a plus with white. So it's
But I think
normal.
technically it's a novelty. A4,
That's what I'm
a5, bishop
saying,
g5 is technically a novelty.
Yes.
Yeah?
Levon has made a move. Knight takes d4. Which... he's probably going for your stuff, no? Like, you can play other moves here. Bishop
Yeah,
e6,
you can
or
play bishop
f6 or
f6
whatever you
first
want.
and then bishop e6. But f5 is the kind of principal move.
It's interesting though, you should take with a knight, yeah? Because ED he thinks maybe knight d5,
or
knight
knight
somewhere.
d5.
Yeah, knight d4.
Belgrade
maybe
Gambit
clean.
style.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. And knight d4 is cleaner. Nice.
Touch of class.
Touch of sitting at the board, yeah?
Do you think Levon cares a lot about today's game?
We were wondering about this, because he once lost the last round in a similar situation where he had already won Vike. He lost with white against Van Vele, and he still seemed quite happy as far as I can recall. So, I don't know.
But
I would care.
he does look focused, yeah?
Also, it's unpleasant to lose to Fabiano, no? Like, No, in general.
What is that supposed to mean?
No, they're both rivals for the highest spots in the world, and 5 rating points plus or minus will matter to them, no?
Yeah, it will matter, yeah.
But yeah, it doesn't look like he's nonchalant about today's game. I have no idea what that word would.
I have the feeling that even if the tournament situation would be like that, it would be just 1 point between the two players, we would have still seen the same position. I have the feeling.
Most probably, yes.
Yeah.
So they're just playing a normal game, yeah? Maybe they're not thinking too much about anything.
Speaking of normal game, is it normal to allow this exchange of bishops without a fight?
Yeah, but white got a4, a5. This was the Arianov plan also, that you just go quickly a4, a5 and you don't care about bishop g5. But that's what Maxim is trying to get, that then why should I waste this rook c8 tempo? Because previously rook c8 was kind of thematic and then you go knight e8. But if anyway you want to go knight e8, bishop g5, then finally why to waste this tempo?
Also, if white's plan is a4, a5, then rook c8 really doesn't fit it, yeah?
Doesn't make any sense.
c5, yeah, so
and one tempo doesn't matter, because maybe you can go for real counterplay on the queen side, or maybe even if you just play positionally as it happened in the game, because he didn't go with f5 and all these things, because that would further weaken black's structure also. I mean, against f5 white can go f4 and then the knight potentially can get to e6.
But I actually noticed, I remember Grishik was playing a very similar position against Magnus in St. Louis 2015. And he never in this game played f5.
That was just strange, because the computer also kept yelling f5 and black is better. He just didn't want to do
it was just a Magnus effect. Basically, you think f5 is a good move, but if something goes wrong, I don't want to have so many weaknesses in my position, yeah? So basically, I think against Magnus, people try to play even safer than otherwise.
But it's not Maxim's style to hold back, no? And the knight thinks
It
f5 is a good move.
Knight ef6 surprises me, to be honest, but
maybe the
just
plan is
in this position.
Yeah, maybe his plan is just he kept the rook on a8, he wants to go queen c7, rook f b8, b6. Maybe he wants to just play strategical and claim that, in fact, okay, you have been expanding on the queen side, but after we change the dice squared bishops, who will really profit if I'm kind of also ready?
But even then, like g6, knight g7, I know it's a tempo more, but looks like my knight will be coming to f5 in many lines, yeah? So I think I will win this tempo back at some point. I don't know, knight ef6.
Yeah, I mean, it's surprising because also this b6, whenever b6 comes in this position, then white gets a really nice outpost for the knight on a5, which can then reach to c6.
Very hard to get in.
So it's not something you...
So how does it go? Like you go rook c1, for instance, yeah?
I know, but you see, he went rook b8. He went rook b8 immediately without queen c7. So maybe the tempos matter, and then he really wants to go b6 quickly and
but if
some
I go like rook
move
c1?
stuff. I'm surprised.
b6, rook c2, for instance.
Then maybe b5. Can I go b5? Well, that's
Or you could also go b5.
I could.
Knight e5 looks good, yeah?
Yeah, knight c5 looks good. Yeah.
A b knight b3, and you'll be in time with your blockade, yeah? Or will you queen b3 or b6, queen a3?
Yeah, still not clear. b8.
And why not take with the queen on b6?
Maybe queen b6 is safer, yeah?
But am I unhappy here? Not sure I'm unhappy.
No, not. But maybe queen b6 is just easier, no? I mean,
very possible.
Because if you don't change, I will have all kinds of knight e4s.
Yeah, knight e4 is nasty. Yeah, knight
Black
e4
is
knight
fine
e5
here.
is nasty. Yeah.
This works.
Yeah, so probably that's his finesse.
But here we have other moves, no? If I take, what's happening?
Yeah,
Queen
you can
takes?
take.
Queen takes.
Probably queen takes.
Takes, rook takes, and it's awkward for me.
Yeah, and tempos really matter, yeah? It seems like white is one tempo short.
And black can easily get
Five
better,
takes,
yeah?
Yeah. But instead of rook f1, if you go rook a2, just in order to be able to take and go knight a5, maybe that's what you have to do. Prophylactic.
It's not a pretty move to make, though.
Okay, but it's all about this b6 break. Next move I'm gonna go rook c1.
Gotcha.
I'm not saying that I'm so happy about it, but...
Can I go like queen c7, rook c1, knight c5? We'll have another transformation.
Then 92.
And now you can go knight d2 and b4, yeah, start.
Well, what's your next move if I go here, let's say?
Yeah, I don't know yet. Maybe I have to go rook c3 just to avoid tactics.
Right.
Yeah, but if you're going g6, then it's strange, no? And now the knight is really misplaced on f6.
I don't want to go h6.
Okay, but maybe you just say that I also don't have a useful move right now. Maybe I'm gonna go h3 just in case. It's also not a move I want to make, but at least no more back rank tricks. Because I will have to move my knight and try to get b4 in, but then you will.
I was
break me
thinking
with
maybe white
b6.
should go g4, g5, and bishop g4 instead of h3, get some space.
Really, yeah.
Never.
Magnus goes rook fb1. Okay, the same idea to protect the b2 pawn. Makes sense.
And he wants to go knight d2,
Knight d2
b4.
before. Yeah. No, rook fb1 is the move. Yeah.
Yeah, could actually be very sharp. Yeah, either black will get a comfortable position, or maybe he'll be just wiped away
Exactly.
on the
White
queen
gets
side.
this, then he might regret not having played f5
Exactly,
or g6, knight g7, because he never have any counterplay. Huh?
Yeah, he really needs those queenside plans. I mean,
Feels like a very Magnusy position. Like
Feels dangerous.
yeah,
yeah, but it's move per move. I mean, okay, queen c7. Let's analyze
Knight
how
d2?
you're gonna b6 because it's move per move stuff.
Takes.
Yeah, rook b6.
And if b4, you can go a5. Yeah.
Yeah, e5 immediately, but then ba. But
B,
maybe
rook
I
b1,
saw.
knight b1, rook a8. You'll probably somehow win it back, no?
Okay, maybe, but it's only a maybe. You have some knight c6, knight b5 coming fast, and queen a3 protecting. I wanted to go first rook fb8.
Why can't I take?
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
I
what
thought
we
rook
discussed.
b1.
Yeah.
Knight takes?
Knight b1, rook a8.
Queen c3.
I thought maybe I start jumping
No,
knight
queen
e4.
a3, no? Maybe.
Queen a3, maybe.
You need queen a3 and knight e4. You'll have knight c3. Yeah.
Guess.
Kind of still, you can take knight c5.
I can take
you are
a
very
knight c5.
solid.
I have a beautiful position, but you are a pawn up.
I have
Yeah.
a beautiful pawn.
You have a beautiful.
Yeah,
pawn.
but everything is kind of stuck.
Maybe it's stuck. Eh? Maybe this beautiful pawn is in fact a dead pawn. Yeah. Because I'll go knight b7 and I'll win it. Yeah. Next move.
No.
We'll
We'll run.
a6 and knight c5.
Understand. Interesting.
But those are the lines the players are calculating because these are the typical things.
Why not rook f8?
Yeah, rook
here?
f8 is the other move, and then still this a5.
Rook f8 then queen a3, and you cannot go a5 because I'll just take queen a5. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, and queen b7 now.
Queen b7 c5.
Yeah, and it works. There is no back rank because you have bishop f1.
I have bishop f1 pretty much always. Yeah. This little guy is hanging.
Okay, still a bit ugly, but it's a pawn. Yeah?
It's a pawn. Yeah. It's a central pawn.
Pretty
Ugly pawn, yeah.
And Nimzovich said in his books, always take the central pawn, even if it's a little bit ugly. Yeah.
Don't get me started on Nimzovich.
What is your beef with Nimzovich?
First of all, if you look at Nimzovich's game, he blunders a piece every second game. I understand he has these blockade games, but he blundered a piece every other game, like, literally.
I know, but it's very useful to have a blockade after you blunder a piece.
No,
So you can put up some
that's why I was
fight.
trying to close everything so he can't blunder his pieces. And then there's my system. I understand he makes some good points, some bad points, but why this is the Bible to so many people, I will never understand. Like this overprotection is the most ridiculous concept I've ever heard, yeah? Put your pawn on e5 and then you defend it 8,000 times in the French. You go rook e1, rook e2, rook a1, so none of your pieces can do anything.
But have you ever noticed that it actually works?
No,
The
I haven't.
protection actually works
No.
because I thought like if you're talking French structure, like knight on f3 is just a good place, not because it overprotects the pawn, but because it's just good place, and rook on
Yeah.
e1 as well.
But you don't need two rooks on, you don't need to triple on the e file to overprotect your e5 pawn.
You
You
just
could
have-
argue put your pieces on good squares, and if they defend your e5 pawn, so be it. The concept. I don't know. I'm not a big Nimzovich fan. And I'm not sure about Matthias Bluebaum. Bishop f3.
I don't know, maybe he's an
Nimzovich might not approve of this. And I'm surprised. I don't know any theory, but I would think that queen f3 could be a move here. Probably it's not. Anyway, gf blitzed out. Ah, maybe this is the line that we're playing, eh? e6, c, d, e, d, queen e2 check, no?
I'm not sure.
I mean, neither.
Let's try to understand. Queen e7
Oof.
after queen
Okay.
e2.
Takes.
And gf.
Takes.
Knight d5. I cannot go knight d4 here. This is too much.
Symmetric.
Maybe you can.
No, you can't.
I want to see
I
why.
want to find something cute. Should lose somehow.
Tell me how.
I don't know. Takes long castles.
Yeah, takes long castles looks good, yeah.
Yeah, there are many reasons why.
But okay, rook c8
Rook c8
check,
check,
and knight e6, I didn't lose.
Still in
I'm doing
business.
fine.
This has to lose. We all know this has to lose.
You can also play the same, like knight takes e7, knight takes e2, knight d5 back.
Knight d4 back.
Yeah, but then your bishop is on f8, then after long castle you can't run with your king anymore.
I guess knight d5 I can play castle long, yeah.
Yeah, you can play castle long.
Castle long, and if knight f6 I'll start mating you with bishop d4 maybe, yeah.
Yeah, that was my problem actually.
Not bishop d4, but some knight f4 and
But hang on, after
Mate
a long
f4.
castle I go
Okay,
rook d1. No, I go rook d1. I go rook d1, then you go knight f4, knight takes f4, bishop b4, king e2, rook e8 mate, yeah?
nice.
This is beautiful.
Ah, this is
This
what
is
we're talking
beautiful, yeah. This is beautiful stuff.
about. Boom.
No, okay, but this is all nonsense. Of course.
Why?
What?
It's completely lost for like, I mean, it's
Tell me how.
ridiculous. Most ridiculous position I've ever seen. Some puzzle, yeah, in the newspapers, yeah.
Seems to work, yeah?
Yeah, I quite like black here.
Because we are tempi done, yeah. But imagine if you like black, how much you would love to have white, you know.
So this is the dumbest position I've ever seen already. To get this symmetrical position, it's completely insane. It all makes sense. So, what can we do? I don't want a castle because it gives you a tempo.
No, castle is not. No, I mean, knight takes d5 is principled. Otherwise, it's just a draw, no? I mean,
Yeah. Otherwise, why am I worse? Yeah.
yeah, no.
Okay,
Knight
queen
d5
e8
is a
not
winning
protect
move.
against knight d4. Yeah.
Yeah, but if this is not winning, then nothing is winning. Then long castle.
Castles doesn't. No, I've
Then
thought
queen
about this
f6.
earlier.
Yeah,
I couldn't
this
get to
didn't work.
when
Yeah, no,
queen
this
c8,
didn't
queen
work.
f6.
No.
Okay, let's check. Or d7. Where do you go?
d7, I said.
Maybe d7. No, black seems better to me.
Black seems fine. Yeah.
Seems draw, no?
So you know, if black is okay in this position, then you can make some useful move after knight takes d4. Like I don't know what the useful
But
move would be.
all of them are
that's what I was
worse.
wondering. Rook g1.
Rook d1, not
that's
the
hanging,
wrong,
yeah.
yeah. So there's no good moves. Zug 2.
A3 maybe, it could have
A3 also
B4.
maybe weakens some squares. Yeah.
No, it's exactly. Normally, you teach beginners don't copy all your opponent's moves when you're black. Yeah,
Yeah.
but actually, you can do it.
Sometimes, yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna have to cheat. I'm losing patience. No, nothing special.
Oh, nothing special. Wow, this is then one of the most shocking positions ever. Yeah, witnessed.
Yeah, it looks like Georg. I don't know. I have a feeling this bishop f3 was not what they were doing. But that he's also starting to take time. Or it's some mutual bluffing. Neither of the guys is a big expert on this line, and they were trying to surprise each other.
Actually, knight takes e7, yeah, in that line.
Knight
Knight e2,
e7.
knight f5.
Yes, and then.
And the same thing we were trying the other way, knight
You
f5,
mate,
bishop, knight
yeah.
f4, bishop b5, and then maybe white starts kind of mating.
Yeah.
Sorry?
I mean, knight e7, knight takes e2, knight f5,
Knight f5.
forces knight f4 probably. Bishop b5 check, king d8.
Yeah,
This feels nice.
It's not yet over.
Do I have to allow this?
I don't see any other square for my pool
Check
anymore.
2, no good.
Bishop b5, king d8, I guess castle's long. King c7. My king will be absolutely majestic on b6.
Looks far from black.
Was again.
Majestic. This is a little bit of an overstatement, but you at least run away, yeah? You are not getting mated, yeah? Majestic. The bishop on b6 would be majestic, yeah? And king on a7 already chilling there.
Okay, enough. Fabiano Caruana, Levon Aronian. Levon has played the more solid move bishop to f6, targeting this queen, which will go somewhere. And
To d3, no?
let's say
If
here,
it looks normal, yeah.
bishop e6.
Bishop
or
e6,
sometimes you reshuffle, but no.
After bishop e6, I wonder if I can just play like e5
Whoa.
or bishop e6 takes e5.
Yeah,
Oh.
that's
Although probably it will be, I mean, very minimal if it's better. Yeah, take everything.
queen
Some-
e4.
Some stuff you read in my system about this pawns.
Yes.
It looks very classical.
First you blunder central pawn, then you
Well,
start
yeah,
blockading it. Yeah.
Blockaded it, maybe. Then you pretend you're better. Interesting.
Yeah, like queen d4 and then.
Yeah, queen takes b7, yeah?
Oh.
To say goodbye to blockade.
Maybe I can go rook d1. No, I cannot go rook d1 yeah, because my pawns are hanging everywhere.
Yeah, no, I mean, queen b7 is good. I might come back.
Is that what Terminator said? I might come back.
I'm not sure that those words work exactly.
I'll be back, yeah? Yeah,
Hasta
knight
la
d5,
vista.
rook d1.
I might come back.
Might come back. Only might, yeah?
I'm gonna lose. Yeah, some
Yeah,
pressure.
if you are not surviving immediately, then...
But did I have to go for all this aggression? Can't I be passive as usual?
Okay, but then you are suffering.
And even the endgame, you're not happy, yeah?
No, probably I'm not too thrilled.
The king on h8 is really misplaced, yeah? In an endgame.
So how did all this happen? e5. Bishop e5 looked correct. Takes. Queen here.
Okay, you can play knight d5 here, maybe. And queen e5, queen f6. That feels...
Takes?
But you still take him. Yeah, still take.
I'm gonna take here.
Should be enough for a draw, huh?
Doesn't look too scary.
Yeah, no,
Yeah, you're right.
yeah.
We'll find out. In the Huifan Neidich game, I don't know.
I almost came. This is my endgame. This is my endgame, but maybe it's a little bit different than usual.
Looks good for white, no? Doesn't
Yeah,
black have a bad bishop?
Yeah, black does have a bad bishop, but the knight is still not yet on d4, yeah? That's kind of the question.
Yeah, white is not ideally placed to meet this, because ideally I would like to be able to go knight e2 right now, yeah?
Yeah, but then I would really be happy.
Then would you really be happy? Maybe I'm like semi-happy now. Maybe I can take on c5 and start playing like I don't understand, like b4, a4.
Yeah, this makes sense.
At least I push you back a long way.
Or you want to do a5?
I want to do a5, yeah, fix those guys on light squares.
If I do a5, you will say
I will
my
start
knight is too
jumping, yeah.
strong.
That's exactly what I'm going to say. Yeah.
My knight might be too strong.
But okay, it's very direct. Maybe we should see how we got here, yeah?
All right.
Because we haven't been
Queen d2,
following this
queen
closely.
back to c7. But this is where you were saying rook b1 is not a big issue.
Aha, so Arkady switched to this line where normally white castles long, yeah? In this a6, cd, knight d4, bishop c5.
These subtleties.
Hang on, can we just check this? How do we get that endgame? In the famous endgame, I mean, so without a6, if
Well,
knight
this
c6,
one I know, we take everything.
yeah, bishop
e3.
e3, cd, knight d4, bishop c5, queen d2, takes on d4, takes, queen d4, queen b6. And here was a huge debate always that should you play long castle, should you go queen takes b6, even queen d2 appeared
Yeah, and
at some point the gambit.
I once made a DVD on this subject where I was trying to prove queen d2 is the most is the move with the highest level of understanding.
Wow.
No, because queen b2 is a pretty dangerous thing.
It's dangerous,
Yeah,
yeah?
it's pretty dangerous, yeah. And after knight c5, castles long, bishop d7, and queen returns to d4, and this is remarkably unpleasant for black.
No, of course, this is already no surprise. Yeah. Aha, so in fact now, right now you can't even get this slightly unpleasant endgame by force.
Yeah, you cannot get it by force, no.
What happened to chess? We can't even force a bad endgame anymore.
I anyway never understood who is so masochistic to go for such an endgame voluntarily, but...
No, but also if you take these pawns, and this position with a white knight on d6 and a black king on e7 is also pretty tough. As far as masochistic is concerned, you know?
Yeah, definitely. And with some engine running on...
Exactly, yeah. On depth 55, yeah.
So we should take, that's what we concluded, yeah? No rook d1 business.
Okay, you can always go rook d1, then black can take, go knight b8, knight c6. And just regrouping the knight. Try to get g5 in. I mean, black has this play to break this with g5, king e7, f6, the white pawn structure. And then the king on g1 is a little bit tricky.
But is it useful for white to take queen c5 so as to misplace the black knight a little bit? And then maybe go like bishop.
I was also wondering if this is a dumb square, unfortunately, and this feels a little slow as well.
But maybe this is still the classical approach, yeah?
What do you do? King e7 and f6, or you prepare g5?
Okay, knight e2 now, yeah.
Looks like some my system game where white will win because of his good knight.
To me it looks like Leko Gurevich. I studied even more classics than classics.
This was way before my system, yeah, like Leko Gurevich.
that was good.
I don't know. I would guess white is better, no?
I would say, yeah, black still has to prove that he equal.
Exactly.
And in Carlsen MVL, b6 has appeared. Was this the position we talked about with AB? Or what?
Yeah, this is it.
This, yeah.
I mean, this is where this pawn sacrifice with a5 comes, which might be a very important detail if it works.
So, queen takes or rook takes?
Yeah, rook takes. No,
queen takes no good?
Maybe just b4.
b4 immediately, yeah?
Yeah, because queen e3, f3 does not bring very much. Yeah?
Right. No, this actually looks terrible for me.
Yeah, so rook b6 is forced. White is kind of forced to go b4.
Is he?
Yeah, without this move, after rook f8, I will just get a blockade, and then you will never get that running.
Or I could even play a5 with black, if I want to.
Yeah. No, rook f8, then queen h3, we concluded that this was unpleasant. And that's why we're suggesting this a5 brilliancy.
Why did we conclude this was unpleasant?
Because c5.
And then took this pawn on d5, yeah?
I'm still insisting
taking on d5. Then this is also fine, yeah? This was the ugly line, yeah, which I consider ugly line.
Looked ugly, but
the other one was the classy with the a5 pawn sacrifice. No, I mean, if you can sack that pawn like that, then you should do that.
I don't know, like here, for instance, b5, is it a move at all?
Trapping the rook on b6? Yeah?
Well, trying to, but not really trapping, yeah? Because you can even...
Blundering pieces?
Nah, you're probably fine, yeah. Now this rook will come back to life. My structure will never be alive again, yeah.
Exactly.
Yes. So be careful pushing your pawns.
Don't try, you kids don't try this at all.
Never move back.
No.
Maybe someone told Magnus that hair never grows back. That's why he's doing this.
I don't know.
They lied to you.
Wasn't there a biblical story of a guy whose...
Samson,
yeah.
Of course.
Whose strength was in his hair.
Was it?
Yes.
That's why he had all the weird hair. I've seen the movie of Samson with the weird hair.
You had no idea why, yeah?
No, I didn't understand why he had this Carlsen hairdo.
But you didn't know how they killed Samson, yeah?
I don't know. There was some girl called Delilah that seemed like trouble.
Yeah, well, he cut his. She cut his hair.
That's what I'm saying. She's
Yeah.
in trouble.
She cut his hair. Damn.
Wow. So, are we assuming Magnus's rating is in his hair? And he thought that he was 2880 with normal hair, so he's like 4000 with his hair?
4,000. Yeah.
Must be, huh?
That's the number that comes to your mind.
it's more.
3,200 is not enough. Yeah.
No, but look at the hair he has now compared to his normal hair.
Yeah, and it got to be at least 3,000 hair. Yeah, at least.
Also, maybe his plan is to let the hair grow all the way towards the board, so he can move the pieces with his hair. Because it's going there. He can at least reach the third rank.
Yeah, I must confess, I've never seen hairdo like this.
No one ever has.
Like he discovered something that really doesn't exist yet.
This is new territory. Also, I mean, it's hard to tell below all the hair, but he's not wearing glasses today, right? Didn't he say that he needed to wear glasses now?
Yeah, he probably was not too happy with what his glasses were doing for him. Yeah.
He felt the glasses were taking attention away from his hair. Maybe.
But he doesn't look so happy.
How can you tell?
I don't know. He's knight b3 back. Yeah, he disliked these lines finally.
Well, knight b3.
So he spent 2 tempi to provoke b6. Huh? Wow.
Now you put it this way, it just sounds strange, yeah?
It does, not? Because it feels like black wants to go b6 either way.
But maybe white also in this position did run out of useful moves.
Yes.
Yes.
No, actually, it's a really high class. Yeah,
Well, h3 I can go rook fc8, and then you have to find another move. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what we were doing earlier.
Yeah.
This knight d2 b6 knight b3 is quite beautiful.
But isn't there? Aren't you going to run to some knight c5 Blokadovich?
Yeah, we had this position, I think, with rook a2, rook fc1 or something like this.
Something
when
similar.
you guys were claiming knight c5 was
Yeah, but knight
cool.
c5 ab, yeah?
Yeah, knight
Maybe
ab.
not here, yeah?
And rook b6, even knight takes c5, the spawns are pretty weak, yeah?
Do I have to suffer? I'm not sure.
I don't know. I mean, rook a5, and I'm too lazy to think about this.
Okay.
But maybe we'll have to suffer here, yeah? Maybe I just bring my papa to c2, you know, and maybe you'll suffer.
It's possible.
Also, you can get b3, bishop on c2 construction. And
Yeah, and then attack the pawns, yeah?
This dude will trouble. Alright, so what do we do?
It really sounds more like Maxime problem, yeah?
Yeah, it is. BA knight a5 you never want unless something's hanging, no?
Yes.
And if some neutral move, whatever this.
Well, he probably wants to go AB, right? At some point he has to, no?
But I like Magnus when he is looking like this, that it seems that he is tired and so on, and then you don't feel like the danger is looming, and then he comes up with knight d2 b6 knight b3, really brilliant stuff.
Also, how sleepy can the guy be at 4 p.m.? Really?
Okay, but if you look at his face, it doesn't look that fresh.
No, I mean, that's what I'm saying. He looks very sleepy, but given the time, it's hard to believe. Unless, I don't know, I don't think there's... Was it Friday night last night?
I guess so, yeah.
Baden-Baden, Friday night, there's some big city lights, no?
You think so, yeah?
Or no basketball matches in the night, no?
Well, plenty basketball matches in the night, actually.
Because that could explain.
Could be,
Actually, you know, guys, what I read last night? Somewhere in Russia, they made a huge national poll of who was the strongest world champion of all time. And the results surprised me a lot. Because like Magnus, he was not in top 3 according to the Russian chess playing population.
So who would it be? Kasparov, Fischer, and then not Magnus?
No Magnus. And I can tell you one other thing. The list does not start Kasparov Fischer.
Fischer, Kasparov?
According to this poll, Keep trying. I'll tell you when you hit it. Yeah.
Tal over.
No.
For the first place.
For the first place, with a huge gap between, well, not a huge, but a very substantial gap between the first and the second.
Capablanca.
No.
Karpov.
No.
Then Botvinnik.
No.
Well, was that Smyslov?
But you're just gonna name all the world
Steinitz.
champions.
Incredible.
Khalifman.
No. The Russian,
I'm out of world champions.
The Russian chess players are very fond of Alexander Alekhine.
Really, as number one, yeah?
He's number one.
Oh.
Ahead of Kasparov and Karpov and Fischer. And Carlsen is like number 5 on the list.
Okay.
Carlsen is actually, I think, number 6 after Kramnik. Basically, it's a very patriotic list, yeah? Alekhine is like...
So is Alekhine considered to be Russian? Like,
I
why is
think-
it patriotic?
I think nowadays he's considered like a Russian spirit, yeah? The one who did not quite understand the revolution, but still is a Russian champion of sorts.
Okay.
But it's unusual, yeah? I was surprised. Like Alekhine, yeah?
It's a surprise, yeah. Like, I'm not a big fan of these cross-era things, but not to have, Magnus high on the list and not to have Kasparov or Fischer number 1, not Magnus. Surprising. So what would your list have been?
I don't know. I mean, in my list, honestly, Vichy would be a bit higher than he was on that list.
Okay.
I think he deserves this, but I know for me it's difficult to put somebody higher than Fischer.
Okay.
I mean, if we're talking chess skills, yeah, and I'd say, yeah, Fischer, Magnus, Kasparov, Anand, something like this. Maybe the other way around, maybe Fischer, Kasparov.
Question is always, what criteria is there? Is it like most dominant for their era, or least pawns blundered per move, or like what is?
Well, yeah, of course, it's just a
criteria.
matter of taste, yeah. Because if you go like some people, they checked the moves with an engine,
Right.
and they decided that as far as the engine is concerned, like Capablanca was almost flawless. Like Capablanca never made mistakes. But this, of course, also has to do with the fact that he was playing against,
I've read that, but okay,
Tartakover,
yeah.
yeah. It's just he didn't have sharp position, so why would he ever make mistakes? And of course, his positional feeling was good. And like Kasparov and Anand made a lot of mistakes, but clearly they were playing completely different kind of chess, yeah. So you cannot do this.
Well, that's the problem with these criteria. If you play Najdorf every game, you will make more engine mistakes than if you play Berlin every game, but it doesn't necessarily mean you're a weaker chess player, no?
Of course, yeah. No, but also if you play against seriously weaker opposition all the time, it is theoretically possible to play 100 games without a single mistake, yeah? It's quite possible.
It's possible.
It's quite possible.
Sounds like a dream, yeah? 100 moves without a mistake on board 8 in the Bundesliga. Oh, beautiful.
But actually, we got this position. We could have get bishop takes f6.
Oh, they went for this, yeah? Queen 2 check, queen e7. And Meyer did not go for bishop f6.
It's quite interesting, yeah?
And now the moment has passed, yeah? Because now bishop f6 was probably queen f6.
Yeah, the moment has passed. It's still interesting, yeah, because now white can go like bishop h3 check and bishop f4 check and knight b5.
For bishop f4 immediately, it makes no sense.
Well, now I can
Take
take.
bishop
Yeah, you
d6
take
and
bishop
d6.
d6. Yeah, not just bishop f4 on the board. I was shocked.
No, I just saw checkmate. I'm excited.
And knight b5 is a beautiful perpetual check.
Where's the perpetual?
Queen e2, knight e7, and knight a6. And I'll check you until I'm blue in the face.
Where's the perpetual?
Knight a6.
Ah, sorry.
That is called double check.
Double check.
Yeah. It's most unfortunate I don't have queen on f4. Otherwise, I would show you another trick.
I've heard of that trick. Well, you can try anyway, no?
A pray, yeah.
But there's no more than the perpetual, I'm guessing, no?
I would doubt that, yeah.
I mean, in this position, not after 95.
Yeah, but Georg must have something in mind, because otherwise why would he choose this line over the other spectacular and quite promising looking position?
No, but the thing is,
Well,
if
you
bishop
can make
f6,
another move, you know?
I mean, if you would go for the other position, knight d4, I was just messing with you. Yeah, I can just go queen takes e2, and then castle long, knight
Yeah,
f6,
of course,
knight
and that's
d4,
it.
and that's
yeah,
it.
yeah, no, of course.
I
that was
really
it.
don't need any brilliancy there.
Yeah. Of course.
Where
not.
you would like to. Yeah, this is fine.
Of course. Yeah, so long castle basically is the move to make.
Feels like white should have something.
Some degree of pressure, yeah? Bishop h3 feels correct, yeah? King b8 and maybe some queen move like queen
Yeah, that's
d2,
what I was
yeah?
Yeah,
wondering,
something,
queen
yeah.
back, somewhere.
The black queen is awfully awkward, no?
Do you have time for some a6? Not really. Still rook a1.
Yeah, maybe you have to go a6, rook e1, and like queen
Queen b4
or queen c7.
Queen
even.
c7, yeah, this queen c7.
Ah, but I can go bishop
Well,
f4
me, I
check
can
first.
start with check.
Yeah, king a8, rook e1, and queen b4.
Yeah, but this b4 is such an ugly square for the queen, yeah.
Yeah, but also bishop c7 and a3 almost catches the queen. Yeah, but then queen b3. No, we're still alive. Ah, it's the
Almost
rook.
catches the rook, huh?
Yeah, it's a rook I should be worried about. Like, it's just hanging in there. Yeah?
Very dangerous. Is it just hanging in?
Yeah, 95, there will be some queen c4 check. So, yeah, I think he's still
seems
hanging in there. Does look like he should just lose, yeah, this one.
Yeah, doesn't look nice. So bishop h3, king b8, queen d2.
A6 was not forced, of course.
Okay, not forced, but not so. Ah, can I go queens? No, I cannot.
But also, I don't have to push him to b8. He will go himself, no? If I just go like queen d2 here.
Check is not running away.
And now I have moves like rook e1. Also forces queen b4. Looks dangerous, but maybe there's nothing, yeah?
Maybe it
Yeah,
all
but
works.
looks really ugly. I mean, that line with bishop h3 I
Mm-hmm.
liked much more because the rook on
Rook he1, yeah?
the rook on d1 is well placed, protecting the d4 pawn.
Maybe black doesn't need to spend time on a6.
It's difficult to come up with a good move, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, because
b4.
voluntarily queen b4 would be the other move, but doesn't feel right.
Yeah, now we need the check because rook e1, queen c7 is probably
Solid.
safe, yeah, solid.
No, it all looks sensible.
I know, I can play like
Knight a4.
a3 here, yeah?
a3. So scared.
Knight a5. I saw knight h5.
Ah, next move.
One of those.
Maybe knight a5 is too much.
No.
Jumping.
King b1. Queen c2. I'm trying to catch your queen somehow. And then rook e1, bishop e7.
No, I want queen c6.
I want queen c6. That's better.
And bishop c7, bishop takes a3, yeah?
No, that's better, yeah.
Yeah, but bishop takes a3, then you can call it a
I'm
position
gonna
as...
pretend I've planned all this.
Yeah. Now I could have played queen c1 to prevent this.
Do we have time for knight h5?
Knight h5, rook e1,
h4.
bishop g5.
Ooh.
Take your rook.
Yeah,
I'll
it's not
take
ideal.
your rook, and I like it.
Is this the Uzbek version of that
Yes,
one?
it is.
Oh, yeah, I lost a rook somewhere. Still. who
But it's
knows?
just an exchange.
I know.
Maybe you haven't had such a great position.
Yeah, it actually looks like
Yes.
good compensation. Yeah,
Yeah,
suddenly. Yeah. That was an excellent plan. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well prepared. Yeah.
Freestyling, these guys.
Yeah, maybe let's go back to Fabiano, yeah, because...
Yeah, but he's not moving.
Yeah,
I feel like as long as he's not moving...
Yeah, but that's
nothing
what
has
I'm
happened,
wondering.
yeah?
There is some reason why he's not moving. Let's try to find out. What is he thinking about?
Maybe he wants to go like e5.
Yeah, that's what hit me as well. Then. Maybe e5 is a move.
Although it's a speculative move. Yeah? d5
Right.
and queen c5.
Whoa. I don't get it. It's a pawn, no?
It's a pawn, yeah, queen e3, but maybe you have problems with coordinating your pieces.
And then
cares?
knight e4.
Pawn.
Pawn, yeah. No, I thought that e5, d5, just queen takes d8
I'm
was
not,
the
I'm not
idea.
yet dead here, rook d1.
No, you are not dead at all.
Five
f5, bishop
F5,
takes
bishop
e5, thank you.
Your favorite trick,
Yeah.
yeah?
Okay.
f4.
You're still not willing to die?
Not yet. Although, I know, I thought maybe takes and e6 will somehow work, but maybe this is wishful thinking. You had to do this, yeah, to me. Ah, hang on. Rook
Not
f8?
sure.
Yeah,
Bishop
takes,
f8,
takes,
take,
rook d8.
Ah, but then his rook is protected. It's
Bishop e6. Yeah.
It's most unfortunate, yeah.
Oh, but still. You have bishops, no?
Ah, it's... I have bishops. But it's probably about equal, yeah? No.
Yeah, that's...
Knight b6 back.
Yeah, knight b6, b3, and...
Black is not worse.
Okay, yeah. Should be drawn.
But should be drawn, yeah. You can go bishop
Knight
c5 and
d5.
g6, yeah.
But after e5, d5, there is the simple move queen takes d8, which exists also.
Queen d8. Aha, and then just
Not
recapture
giving
the
any
pawn,
pawns.
yeah?
Yeah, but okay, you get bishop f5. That's what hurts me. Otherwise, I would be extremely happy. And now I'm
But
not.
maybe you're still happy.
But why don't you go like knight e4 instead of bishop f7?
That's another.
It's a pawn.
Ah, you and your pawns.
No more pawns for you.
f4, I don't know. I think I have quite some initiative.
Yeah, quite some initiative. I mean, that's why he's thinking, because even this e5 looks interesting. But here, bishop f5, yeah? Maybe.
Bishop f5. I want
Bishop e6.
to play as passively as I can.
And you can play very passively indeed.
I'm known for that.
I don't know. Take knight c5. Looks
Ah, you want the
interesting.
pawn back?
Yeah,
Yeah,
this-
then I have to switch and make one active move.
Rook fc1.
Ooh.
You are really tricky
Who's
because you
passive
already
now?
don't expect any active move from
No, that's how I do it. But I'm done with the active moves now. Yeah.
No, because now you have to show your cards, yeah? Maybe e4.
Now
E4.
before you take.
Yeah, take, yeah? Yeah?
Yeah.
Not
I
so
don't
sure
have any
about this
cards.
one,
Yeah.
Maybe this.
The knight b7.
That one you take.
And then e4, yeah?
Oh, some active move.
And some Gegenspiel. He did play e5.
Gegenspiel,
We're not so
wow.
bad.
Yeah.
We're a bit faster, but...
Ah, so this might, I'm not sure, might either heat up or simplify to nothing.
yeah, or a bit of both, yeah.
Do you feel it works in Fabiano's advantage that Magnus's crazy hair draws all the attention? So he can grow out his... I had to research which term I can use, but apparently white boy afro is okay to use. So he can do that without getting any heat for it because of Magnus.
I've seen much worse than that. I don't know whether I'm, giving out intimate information, but I've seen worse. Like, I have been telling him he should maybe do something about it, but he likes it.
No, I'm not being judgmental. I'm just curious because Magnus said he had a plan for his hair. Maybe Fabiano also has a plan.
I'm not aware of his plan.
Not yet, yeah.
Not yet, yeah.
So you, as a second, you mentioned you also spend a lot of time socially. Does he consider your input on such questions like hairstyles or fashion or partying. Are you involved in non-chess
He does listen.
questions?
He does listen.
Okay.
Whether he actually makes any conclusions after listening to me, I don't know. But
Okay.
he's very polite, so he listens.
Yes. Okay.
And sometimes
And
he
it's
does.
always nice to listen to Rustam. I mean, you have all kinds of
agree.
interesting stuff
Yeah, I can tell you stories about classics, yeah. Nimzovich.
about everything.
About a lot of things, yeah.
Yeah.
No, but he does listen, yeah.
And he has gone for it. D5, Queen D8.
Yeah, he played Queen D8.
Bishop D8 is too sad, no?
Yeah, that feels too
Bishop
passive.
D8,
yeah.
Bishop E5 must be a bit better for white, yeah. Although you go knight D7, C5, I mean, you're not by any means
Dead, no?
dead, yeah.
Okay, Bishop D4,
Bishop D4,
+6.
Rook D1, Rook A D1.
Rook D1 now takes and C6 and Rook knight E4. White is still pressing, yeah, black.
Yeah, and also some Rook E1, Rook E7.
This knight D5 bothers me? Or?
Yeah, no, Knight C5 was kind of expected.
Knight D5 is, what is knight D5?
I'm not sure.
Takes C6, yeah.
I have many moves.
Now, probably with good defense you should be able to hold this, but it's a bit unpleasant.
Yeah, it feels unpleasant.
Yep. So Levon has a decision to make. Yeah, rook takes or bishop takes feels like an important decision.
Yeah, it is. Not an easy one.
Because here you're more active, but structurally you're worse. Yeah? And he's
Yeah,
blitzed out rook takes, so
Levon doesn't
that
need
hard
much
for him.
time for anything, yeah.
no, that's the advice he gave the other day. No, like you should just decide quickly. And normally when he's in good form, he's a very fast player. Huh?
Yeah. I think he's maybe the fastest, yeah, on the two, so to speak, yeah, amongst the top players.
Okay, Nyepo is also very fast, yeah, but I mean he is not yet in all the tournaments, yeah.
Again, Nepo is very fast, yeah. And Grishuk is very fast when he has to be.
He starts being very fast when he's down to 2 minutes.
yeah.
Huh?
Or to 30 seconds.
Or to 17 seconds, it really doesn't matter, yeah.
He's always fast.
He gets fast.
Hikaru is no longer very fast, is it?
Yeah, Hikaru became like a classical player. Yeah? He spends his time and thinks about things.
What happened to him? Plays the Berlin, the
I don't-
Catalan,
I don't
spends his time.
recognize
Like,
him, yeah.
where's the Street Fighter?
Yeah.
He's gone.
No, I mean, still, I mean, when you kind of give him a chance, he hits you.
Of course.
But his approach to the game has changed completely.
No longer plays e4, c5, queen h5.
Yeah. I don't see much of that anymore. But can I actually, this knight e4, can I get some play?
Here?
Yeah.
What were the lines? I forgot everything.
we
Bishop
played
e6
bishop
we were
E6
discussing, and bishop
take
f5
knight
might be
c5.
a sensible
Yeah,
move.
Bishop
Bishop
F5
F5,
is
I thought
natural,
takes.
yeah.
And like f4.
Yeah,
Aren't you like struggling here?
yeah, this really doesn't feel right.
E4, I know, like even bishop h4 and then g4. Although maybe you're okay. Maybe I have to go rook e1 here.
Yep.
Or bishop h4 and then rook e1. My plan is simple.
You want to stop bishop e6, eh?
I want to stop bishop
And
e6,
the rook
also
E3,
rook e3,
yeah.
rook g3 is...
Ah, so it's a multi-purpose move, as they say in the business. And I'm not a doctor, but you generally want to avoid this scenario, I'm guessing.
Yeah, that is a sad scenario.
That's a terrible scenario.
Understood. Yeah, it feels a little unpleasant, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does, yeah. Also, your king is still very, very weak, yeah.
Yeah, so let's go back to 94.
So bishop f5, I think, is just wrong.
I still
Yeah,
like
it
this move.
feels,
What else is there? Knight d5 maybe? Let me try once.
Yeah.
Because the knight on b6 is always misplaced, as we discussed the other day.
Yeah,
This looks like a correct move.
this feels like...
Rook d1, bishop e6, knight c5.
Yep. So far, so good, but Now we have some options, maybe. Maybe not.
And then you wanna go maybe b6, knight e6, fe, and then knight f4. Yeah, like this to have a blockade.
One knight f4 and
Yeah, I think
hang in there.
It's not problematic for black anymore at all. I probably have to go c3 with white and knight f4. Probably just gonna be a draw.
Yeah.
That seems like a good move. Yeah. Do we have anything else besides knight e4 for white?
Okay, taking back the pawn on f7 or just rook
Or
e1.
rook e1, yeah.
Also maybe just rook e1 makes sense.
Rook e1 played.
Bravo.
However, now black can maybe just go king g8, takes king f8, something very solid, or it's just...
Rook e1? It doesn't look equal to me.
Yeah, it doesn't look equal. Yeah. Because bishop d7, rook e7, bishop e8, you have rook takes e7.
Yes.
Nothing tempting.
Yeah, this is annoying. Here. Pressure. Levon doesn't look overly concerned to me.
Well, you know, the guy who has won the tournament already doesn't have to be overly concerned.
I don't know. How can he equalize? Should f5 just takes.
I mean, one should mention, of course, that this incredible speed with which he takes his decisions also has a downside, yeah, sometimes.
That he might miss things.
That he might miss certain details, yeah, like rook fe1 is easily missed, yeah.
Fair enough. How bad is this?
Yeah, but the question is already good. How bad? Because it can't be equal.
Yeah, takes rook e5. Knight c4
Wasn't sure
doesn't
knight
work,
c4
yeah?
or rook d2, but
Because knight c4
Yeah,
or
rook
d2 is
c5.
very strong, yeah? Or rook
I thought you want
c5.
to trap me.
Yeah. So that's why rook d2 first, yeah? But now even rook e2, no, rook e2 is taken, rook d8, yeah? It's
Yeah, no,
probably
rook
fine.
c1.
Rook c1.
No.
Yeah, but even this, I mean, even some rook e6, knight b2, rook e7 looks...
I mean, Levon will drum up a lot of counterplay here. b5, ab, a4, take a3.
Okay, but my b pawn
B6.
is queening with
b6,
check.
b7.
Yeah. Thank you, Maya
They're still
counterplay.
drumming up.
That's a serious drumming up. Yeah?
Still, this position didn't feel hopeless yet. Rook c8 maybe?
Yeah, maybe that's...
No, no drumming.
Show me your drums, yeah?
I'm not a drummer.
Yeah, this feels right, actually. Nevertheless, white has such a big choice, yeah?
Yeah.
And it looks promising, so I don't believe that...
But what else? Rook e6, rook c2 should be fine. Maybe you can pretend like you've read all the old classics and you can put pressure here, but it's hard to believe, no?
Well, I mean, hard to believe. I'm sure white is not worse here. Yeah?
No,
The
no,
question-
that's not the
is
question,
whether
but
he's
if
better,
you can
yeah.
put pressure.
Yeah, and then go just d3, rook e2, rook e1, yeah? And maybe knight c5, d3 one day.
Because I remember I have some old book that made this position look like a forced win for white, more or less. Some
Really,
Alcan game, maybe.
You read these books and you don't like Dipsovich, yeah?
No, well, this was some good book. Shereshevsky, maybe.
Yeah.
Ah, the classics. Okay, but still I feel like black always has this knight f4, he can bring the king to f7. It will not
Yeah,
be
it's hard
easy
to
to
live.
go f3, knight f2, knight d3 because always something will be happening.
Yeah, but this will probably end in a draw in a position like
Yeah.
this. Now we should after rook e1 bishop e6 we should see if we have better ways.
Okay,
And
takes
bishop
is
e6 is
forced.
automatic, yeah. Takes.
Okay, takes is also automatic.
Yeah, we'll have to take, yeah.
So many moves. Yeah, this all looked sensible.
Yeah, takes and rook d2, the key moment. Okay, rook c1 also forced.
Is forced.
Knight c4 is forced.
And now we have many moves, yeah? Like
Yes.
rook b5.
Also rook c5, rook b5. I mean, rook b5, b6. It's a little bit strange position.
Yeah, but it gives me a tempo, yeah.
Gives you a tempo, but not clear what you can do.
Yeah, and maybe even black can get counterplay with rook f8 after rook b5.
Yes.
No, immediately.
Like even immediately.
Yeah, even immediately.
Because f3, knight e3 begins to look unpleasant. Knight e4, rook e2 also. Who knows what that is, yeah?
Yeah.
So
Or maybe rook c5. Is that a move?
Yeah, rook c5 forces knight e2 probably.
Yeah, but not easy to trap this knight. Yeah?
Well, I can go rook b5 and rook b7.
Yeah, maybe.
But
But
even
then still the rook
f8,
f8,
yeah.
Business.
Maybe here, eh? Who needs that knight?
Yeah, doesn't look great for white actually. So maybe just tactically all this just works.
Levon taking his time. Probably is calculating stuff like this right now. Which position you guys want to see? A little bit of Magnus?
Yeah, let's see Magnus because some action has been taken place.
Knight b3, and Maxime went for this knight c5 move. Ah, but after knight c5 he didn't go for the endgame, but went for this.
Yeah, and then b4. Yeah, this was the question.
Yeah, and b4.
Looks like Magnus crashing through. No?
Nah, black has a lot of moves, like rook fb8 for instance. Or even rook takes b4. Is it actually crashing? Takes.
Maybe that's not crashing actually.
And rook b8.
Yeah, a lot of dynamics in this position.
d6, and you have dangerous passed pawns. Yeah, I'll give you the. Also have a passed pawn.
I didn't say you don't.
d6, queen d8, c5, b3.
For the record, I want to state that c5 is not forced.
Duly noted.
Okay, let's do it now. Have to keep an eye on the guy. Huh? Looks good for white.
Yeah, but very, very sharp. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
imagine before you make up your mind and take such decision. But there was this rook fb8, no? After
Rook
before.
f8 looked more
More
controlled.
natural, yeah. And what is white's intention?
I'm sure his intentions were good. Somewhere.
Rook d1, yeah. Yeah, rook d1, that's a nice
Rook takes b4.
nice one. Queen c6. Rook e8 and bishop f3. Yeah. All had been calculated.
What about queen b6? Could I have done this?
Yeah, rook b6.
Rook e8?
But then queen e8 and d7
Knight
actually.
d6?
Ah, you saw this.
I saw this.
I
Rook
proud of
takes
myself.
a6. Rook
Ooh.
takes a6.
Let's
Rook
punish him
takes
for
a6.
seeing this.
For asking for trouble, yeah?
I didn't see rook e6. I'm sorry. I feel like I let you guys down.
No, because I was so proud. I thought, okay, he's not going to give me this, but then knight d6. Well, this works for white somehow.
This works, yeah.
This works.
This rook d1 looks
That's
nice.
that's why I felt like queen c6 was forced, but it ran into bishop f3. Yeah, in fact, then maybe rook fb8 is already questionable, yeah?
maybe just losing.
Sneaky
Yeah.
move, no?
Yeah.
Told you, he's crushing through. What about CB, by the way? C5? C5 is a problem.
No, CB is not a move.
No. Okay, so what is the
Okay.
move?
Then it's gotta be rook b4. I mean, if rook b8 loses, CB loses.
But I mean, if this is the sleepy Magnus, it's quite scary, no? I mean, he has played some
But Sleepy
brilliant
Magnus
stuff.
might be stronger than Awake Magnus.
Could be also the case.
So rook a6.
I sometimes wonder whether other sports have the same kind of discussions. Whether, you know, Sleepy Federer is more dangerous than Awake Federer. At least you don't hear this in the commentary, yeah?
Well, what I
That's
did
true.
notice that sometimes when you feel that you are going to the game slightly exhausted or ill or tired, then you tend to focus even much more. You know that you have to give your absolute maximum because just a little bit of trouble might hurt you. And when you are so confident and you are so fresh, then you think like, I will handle any position, any situation.
Oh, there is actually...
Never felt like that.
No?
No, there is a serious modern neuroscience about what you're saying.
So
What
it's
you're
good to be
saying-
tired, is the conclusion?
No, not exactly, but the conclusion is that feeling comfortable actually reduces your mental capacities.
That
You
makes
just,
sense.
you just feel lazy, yeah? And when you kind of have to focus, you focus better.
So you're arguing one should never be happy because then you lose your edge, your drive.
Well, if you are kind of really happy over the board, yes, you will play much worse chess. It might work out in Blitz, because in Blitz you are not in time to calculate lines anyway, but not for classical chess. In Blitz it's probably an advantage to be happy. In classical chess, keep it on the slightly sadder side.
So the self-loathing I've been doing all my chess career has actually been fueling it.
Yes.
I see.
In fact, you probably made it this far.
In fact, I've maximized my potential because I
only
hate
because
myself
of your
so much.
approach, yeah? That was a very professional approach.
Yeah, it came natural to me. So Bishop e6 played by Levon. I think we're heading down that road.
Yeah, Bishop e6 is the only move, yeah? That's...
Yeah, it's really the only.
He didn't have anything else.
No, this will appear. Bishop e5 takes rook d2.
Yeah.
How does Fabi equalize actually?
No, I mean, if Fabi wants to equalize in
Okay, he can play
94, is
94,
a very
yeah.
safe guess, yeah?
Maybe he should do that.
I think he can do this also because he might still think that he has some winning chances in that position.
Maybe he read that Cherishevsky book.
I think so.
It's called. I'm not sure if it was that Cherishevsky book. This Endgame Strategy.
There
It's
are
a
two,
classic,
there are two Cherishevsky books.
Yeah,
One
I
of
haven't
them
read
is-
the one on structures. Felt like the one was already enough for me to absorb. All right, so we might be in for a longer session if he goes knight e4. Well, if he goes bishop e5, it's very possible. Everything will just disappear, no?
Yeah, could easily be him.
Some things could disappear.
Back to this, because we haven't seen a satisfactory defense for Monsieur Maxime yet.
Maybe
Knight
knight
d7,
d7,
is that
yeah.
a move? Looks stupid though.
It's a move, but it's a bit of a sad move, yeah.
Why?
Okay, then you feel like White managed to achieve something, but once you get a nice grip on c5, then it might change.
Feeling might go away. So the other line was takes, takes, takes. I'm guessing rook a6, no?
Yeah. I think you just have too many passed pawns.
Two.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, it looks good.
Yeah, maybe knight d7, yeah.
If I take,
Yeah, rook b1, rook
And
b1,
knight
knight
c5.
c5.
I can't
How can I disbalance this knight? Yeah?
dislodge, yeah.
Not so easy.
Bringing a rook
G1,
c6
rook g8.
will be a good start.
Yeah, that will be.
I'm already preparing for the Backhouse session tonight.
Yeah, this looks fun.
Yeah, but kind of forced, yeah. Otherwise, you can only include some bishop g4, but
You have to go
F5 is a
no?
tempo, yeah?
yeah, it's a tempo. It's a huge tempo, huge weakening, but a huge tempo.
Yeah, and then I can even take on b4 next move. Yeah?
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, I only have some bishop d1, bishop a4, bishop c6, but the bishop doesn't do the same effect as the rook,
Yeah.
on c6. Yeah, like this.
So we have to come up with an alternative.
There are not too many alternatives. Rook a5, but then rook b4.
And rook b4, queen a5.
Okay, it's not the end, rook b7, but still strange.
No, this is
Hard to believe in this.
Yeah, I like can even go queen e1, take, and then knight f6.
Yeah, I don't like this. I mean, okay, the line continues, rook c7,
Yeah,
but
rook c7,
okay.
a5, rook b
Yeah.
takes, rook a8, rook
Rook
b5, a4,
Yeah, very
and
messy.
then I'll go knight e4, knight c5. Yeah, that's a very dangerous passed pawn. Yeah,
No, that's
in your backyard.
That's
Yes,
clearly.
This is
No, passive
good.
defense was
was out of question.
was ruled out. Yeah, I mean the question was if I
If you can also
managed to
push
go
your
some
pawns, yeah?
d6, yeah, or some, but doesn't seem. Can I go now rook a7? But
I mean, I could also go rook a8.
rook
instead
a8,
of,
yeah. Exactly. Okay, then I can go d6 first.
King f8.
Yeah, then rook takes c5. I mean, claiming that I gain the tempo. Whether it really changes much. Hang on, but here I can go rook b5, a4, c5,
a3,
c6.
or bishop c4. Yeah?
Yeah, bishop c4. But this also is quite interesting. c7.
a1.
Knight d7. Oh, don't spoil it. Rook a5.
Rook a5. And,
Now I could
a5.
also go a1, rook b8, knight e8, and then d7. Yeah. This variation, although spectacular, is completely irrelevant to the evaluation of the current position.
But
good.
an incredible position. What you can create if you really want. Yeah.
Yes.
So trying to count the material.
I still came up with a move here. I thought black was out of moves.
No,
Like
but
a
okay,
C8 queen, yeah?
yeah, it's a queen up for white, yeah.
It's a queen.
Queen up? Why?
No, I can just take on a8
Well,
and,
rook
and
d8.
d8 queen, and then next c8 queen. I'm queen up.
And
Just
that is
Rook
takes.
up. That's enough.
Yeah, that's a rook. Damage
yeah,
control,
this is,
yeah. C8 or
This
d8.
is problematic.
Yeah.
Nice. So white is winning after all.
No, I think after d6 I made this move king f8. I think this was just too lazy.
Yeah, because I was not studying anything anyway.
I mean, I could go like rook a8, d6, a5, d7. And now if I go knight d7, then you are in time, yeah? To go to a1.
I'm in time, even to go to d2 and a2.
Even to go to a2, yes. So I have to go like rook f8 here, yeah? But this is not pretty.
Yeah, then already maybe g4 we're happy.
How does g4 change position?
No, I mean that if you go rook f8, then okay, g4 feels nice, yeah, because maybe bishop g2.
But then I can go at g5, bishop g2, yeah?
Yeah, something like
Now I played this move.
that. And the bishop to d5.
A4.
I don't know.
Yeah, it's complicated.
Yeah, it's complicated. Yeah, just quite complicated.
He played rook fb8, yeah?
Played rook f8.
Then we say rook d1 and white wins.
We said rook d1 is really strong. I mean,
But
it's
we
fair.
missed 97 everywhere, so here as well.
Yeah, you
But
can also play here knight.
here
Here as
feels
well.
less strong because
Bishop
it
g4,
can
yeah.
be questioned.
And then knight. I know.
Bishop g4, rook b4 takes and
Throw this in for good luck. No, this looks good for me.
then takes and queen c5. Yeah, this looks good. Too many pass pawns.
Nah, knight d7 can't
And
be
if
his
rook
point.
b4, then we said d6, right?
Yep.
And that's where you unleash your whole tactical potential at me. Yeah.
Rook a6
Yeah.
drama.
Still trying to recover from that. And if I go queen d8 here, anything, yeah, like queen e5 is also probably just better for white. Yeah.
Looks like this Taimanov g3, knight d4, queen d4, bishop c5 line's gone really wrong for black.
Rook d1 played.
Rook d1 played, yeah, he's good.
Rook b4 blitzed out.
Maxime is pretending he didn't miss rook d1, blitzes out rook b4.
Yeah.
What's his point after d6?
Yeah, Magnus is now.
Looks like a very typical Magnus Neidorf win somehow.
Slightly surprised, yeah?
What are we missing?
Yeah, that's what I also read on his face, no? He's also a little bit surprised. But what is he missing?
Well, here black can play other moves, but they all look terrible.
No, they look terrible. But Maxim is usually the calculating monster machine, so he might have something in his.
How did we do this?
No, this is after queen b6. He bishop f3 is pretty serious, yeah. Okay, now you can go queen c8, but it does remain horrible now, no matter what black does.
No, this is.
Yeah, just bad.
And queen b6, you have this combination.
Even if we don't have it, we're better actually.
Yeah,
we do.
No, this is not the idea. So hang on, d6. What is he up to? As in fact, it doesn't seem like black has so many options. Yeah?
I think he missed rook d1. Often
No,
if you
but-
blitz out a move like rook b4,
But he played it instantly because clearly he has.
Well, he
moved
saw it after he played rook b8.
Yeah, but he knows that he has knight d7, he has rook c8. I mean, there has other moves which are not resignation. Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. But still, sometimes you want to show, I didn't miss your move. But,
Yeah, big deal if you have to resign a move later.
I'm not saying it's a good thing to do. It happens.
Did he miss rook takes a6 at the end? I can't believe because this is.
Also queen somewhere is worse.
Yeah.
Now with the bishop on
No,
e2,
then the
you
bishop
don't
on
have
e2
a-
is hanging. Yeah, you don't
You
have.
don't have a queen somewhere. If I go queen b6 right away.
Ah, that line.
Yeah, that line is very relevant. Because you have to take.
But it's not the kind of thing Maxime
Yeah,
typically
no,
misses.
Maxim would never miss that. Yeah.
Normally not. No.
Maybe we missed this.
We missed this.
Ah.
Because
So
he
proud.
definitely has some contra cheapo. But okay, still, rook a6 is a move or not?
That's a 7.
Then, knight c7.
Yeah, here you can go rook c6.
Rook c6, rook b7, yeah, kind of.
Yeah.
And then rook b8.
Yeah, rook c5, which is unclear but not winning for white, yeah, by any means.
Why
Yes.
is he losing?
No, it shouldn't be losing, but it can be winning either. Yeah.
Why shouldn't it be losing?
Knight
I think
e6, yeah.
Knight e6, rook d5,
Queen c7.
c5,
Yeah, rook d.
rook d8, g3. Probably will end up in
losing,
some
yeah.
sort of a draw. Or the king f8, bishop g5. I don't know, but it's not winning
Yeah,
for white. Yeah,
Yeah,
this
yeah,
is
of
pretty
course.
obvious.
That's certain. Yeah. So there is this, yeah.
So my queen b6 wasn't so bad.
Yeah.
And you guys were laughing at me. I feel bad.
We tricked you, yeah.
We were laughing with you.
Yeah, let's go with that.
This is nothing.
Fabi
This is a draw, yeah.
Yeah, Fabi incidentally played this knight e4. So
Chess culture.
long-term compensation, chess culture, Shereshevsky, all of the above.
All of it. Does Fabi read chess books? Can you reveal that information?
Yes. Yes.
The answer is no.
Yes, he
No,
does.
he doesn't.
Yes, he does read chess books. Because I remember, like recently, Gelfand he presented me his latest book with an autograph,
What?
and then Fabi came to my house and he took this book from me.
Oh.
Well, at least I hope that he took it to read it, yeah? Because I never got it back. Yeah.
But was it dedicated to Dear Rustam or something?
Yes.
So you can reclaim it when you come to his house?
Yeah, I will reclaim it. Yeah, I should do this. Yeah.
was a
That
good
was the
Gelfand box, right?
dynamic, yeah. That's the dynamic one,
dynamic,
yeah.
yeah.
Because I was presented by Gelfand the strategic.
Now the two of us, we cover all the whole spectrum.
Yeah, exactly.
I actually bought them with my
Yeah,
hard-earned
great
money,
books.
but
Yeah,
it was worth it.
yeah, very
No,
good
they're
books.
great books. I mean, great guy, great player, great books. Yeah.
Great understanding.
Queen C2.
Queen C2 doesn't look like
Yeah, actually,
checkmate.
but actually it looks better than Queen D2 because in many lines, you remember, B3 was weak, A4
Oh,
was
some
weak.
knight A5.
Yeah.
Yeah. We were
Business.
getting...
Eyeing the f5 square, eyeing a4 square,
Yeah.
and yeah, it's kind of
That's
flexible
nice
move.
move.
Yeah. And Matthias again, it's down to 38 minutes on move 12. Another heavy time travel scramble.
If you
with
play
a
an
bit
opening
move.
for the first time in your life, can happen, no?
Yeah, but it happens to him in all the games, whether it's first time or not. It happens to me all the time, but
I was told one should never spend more than half an hour on the first 10 moves.
well, but when Levon hit me with this novelty Queen A4 in Morelia 2008 in that English, that's probably move 8. I spent 86 minutes. I
But
think
you-
that's
Yeah, but
You
I think
found
that was
everything,
wrong.
yeah?
Yeah, you should have blitzed out Queen F2 or G5 or one of those.
yeah, the draw, yeah, this spectacular draw, which I have seen for a very long time, but I missed that after Queen A5 check, B6, Queen take G5
F6.
does not end the game, yeah.
No, but this is so strange because every time I try to remember this line, every time I get stuck by this fact that something feels funny there, yeah?
Yes.
That like you cannot allow Queen G5 check.
Exactly, yeah.
And that's exactly how Karyakin lost as well, yeah? Because he was remembering this and then he saw this Queen A5, Queen G5 check and couldn't believe this, yeah?
Yes. Yeah, it was this shocking Queen A4.
No, it's first G5, no?
Doesn't matter.
For our present purposes, doesn't matter, yeah?
No, it doesn't. Also, doesn't matter
Doesn't matter.
objectively. Come on. I don't know much, but my forced draws in English is. Come on.
I have to show some respect, yeah?
Yeah, and finally Shankland also checked me in the war teams. in this
G4, Queen
line.
D2, takes.
Yeah, so all this I calculated during the game.
And Bishop G7.
And my problem was, yeah, that I discovered Queen A5 check, B6, Queen G5, and so the game over. But yeah, F6. And it turns out that white has to go Queen B5.
Because this mate is very counterintuitive.
Queen
No,
D2
but
mate is
I
also
just
there,
stopped
yeah?
automatically.
How is Queen D2 not mate?
Bishop D3.
Queen takes D3?
That is mate. But the mate in 1 is very counterintuitive. It's Queen F2.
Yeah, but okay, let's show that after F6.
F6,
yeah,
Queen B5 is the only move.
Yeah, this is the normal line.
And F5. And for some reason it's a draw.
No, anything draws here.
Yeah.
Yeah, this was my game with Shankland.
What a line, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, this is basics. But you were the first to actually get to experience this move, and you
yeah, and
spent
I was-
86 minutes in this position.
I spent 86 minutes because I write on my score sheet always the time how much I spent. So
Is that allowed? It always annoys me when they do that.
That
Are
is
you allowed to do
yeah,
that?
Yes.
Really?
It is
Yeah,
allowed.
it is in the FIDE rules, yeah, that basically the score sheet you can only write moves and the time spent.
Ah, okay, so you're allowed to.
Yeah. Otherwise, as we know from Wesley's bitter
Exactly.
experience, other things you're not allowed to write.
I know. Ah, but time you're actually allowed to write down. Ah, okay.
Yeah, even when I'm down to 1 minute, I still write that I have one. Only I'm not writing the
1, 0,
seconds
1.
anymore. Yeah, one.
And then when you get to second 17, 16.
Yes.
Grishuk, I guess, could come up with that, no? Probably have zero problems with that. No, but actually, I found out that arbiters are very often grateful for you when you do.
What?
Because if something goes really wrong, like the chess clock stops working or there is a complaint, and this is actually a document which you can present.
A legal document, but I might write down some nonsense, no?
Well, they don't expect you to.
From now on.
Chess players are fair play players, no?
Most of the time.
I don't know.
Speak for yourself.
Within the rules, like. Let's briefly check in with this, because the bad bishop has disappeared.
The bad bishop is replaced by a
Bad
bad pawn.
pawn.
Yeah.
So we left it somewhere around here. where you guys expertly explain you want this knight on c5. If you take, and the
Yeah, and
king
Huifan plays my
natural move.
favorite move, yeah, this king after
Yeah,
king.
bishop
E4.
d7,
d4
bishop
is nothing
d3,
to
yeah.
worry about. b4, man. Yeah.
Ah, this is the thing. D4, b4, brilliant.
B4,
Yeah. Yeah, and on the roll.
Who is surprised? Nobody anymore, right?
Yeah, bishop d7. Although bishop d7, I would probably go king e3. But she played bishop d3. It's very clever, yeah, because black was threatening knight a4. So very accurate.
Why is this a threat?
I think white wants to keep the knight, yeah. And okay, knight d1 probably costs some time, yeah.
Yeah, it's not the right direction somehow.
So she played bishop d3 to keep the knight. King e7, king e3.
This feels like a radical decision.
Radical or maybe desperate, yeah.
I don't know. Oh, yeah, you're slightly worse. Yeah.
I mean, you
Allow
are.
92,
This is a
that's
classical
the
endgame
typical
already,
stuff.
yeah. No counterplay, no nothing, and your pieces are not ideal. Yeah?
So don't they go for some rook hd8 g5? You get f5, huh?
Yeah, now with the
Yes.
knight on c3, yeah, this doesn't.
So this bishop takes.
Yeah, bishop takes, a b a3.
So how
Looks
do you
like a weak
protect the
pawn,
pawn?
Rook
No?
a5.
Yeah. King d4.
But maybe I have some. Yeah, I mean black also has his play. No, it should not be. This king d4 was maybe too optimistic on it.
Maybe a little bit, yeah. But on rook a5, rook is a bit sad then, no? Can I go f5 and try to?
F5, wow.
Rook f4. Maybe not great, yeah?
Oh, maybe rook bd1 or something.
Yeah, but f5 also weakened e5 pawn, yeah? I mean, I might have some knight d7 tempo and then this knight b8, knight c6.
Yeah.
It looks very double-edged.
Maybe I have to bring my rook to d4.
Yeah, you
Ah,
would
yeah, that
like
Like
looks
maybe rook
nice. Yeah.
fd1, d4, b4 to keep b2 also protected, yeah?
Okay.
Yeah, you have to
That
keep the
looks correct.
control, yeah.
I like it.
I don't know, for instance, the rook endgame after knight a4. Should I keep the knight?
No.
Normally I would keep the knight, yeah? Knight e2, maybe knight b6.
But knight a2 is also
Yeah.
interesting.
But here I would like to sacrifice this pawn, yeah? I don't know if I should do this.
You want to go b3, yeah?
That's my whole understanding, shouting b3, but I'm losing the pawn, yeah?
My whole understanding is don't grab it. Keep it.
Grab it and keep it, yeah? Yeah, that's probably too much, yeah? I have to talk to my understanding.
Yeah, but it often happens like this, yeah? That you really want to make a move work because you feel all your body and all your brain, everything screams for you that you have to make this move, but it doesn't work and you have to change your mind. Fight against yourself.
I've learned a long time ago that both my body and my brain are idiots, so I don't trust them at all when they're screaming something.
Both of
They're
them,
on the
yeah?
side of keeping. Yeah.
But maybe it's the case when you know double negative.
No. It's not with none of these.
Yeah, but night's the time for
Mensanos and Campari
g5.
soda
Night's the
situation.
time for g5 break.
Ooh.
And you are misplaced with your rooks. Maybe.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, no-
the black rook is ready for action.
Well, the h rook is ready for action.
Yeah, now this knight on c4 makes all the difference, yeah?
Yeah.
This
Should
is
have played b3 to stop
Should have
it.
played b3, should have listened to myself.
Yeah.
But maybe. No, and then rook c8.
No, king d4.
Because I assume knight a4, rook a4 is not dangerous, yeah, for black.
Ah, you go
And-
rook
and-
takes.
I thought rook a4, rook d4, rook c8, there's just so much activity for black.
Yeah,
now.
this is just fine.
Nietzsche.
In fact, it's
maybe
very
both.
nice for black.
rook
Yeah.
takes d4 and
Takes
then
rook
rook
c4,
c4.
g5, and
White
maybe
will have
black
to
is
work
back
for
Black
this
is
again.
draw,
better.
yeah?
Yeah, that's true. White will get his draw.
Okay, but all these f's, I mean, it's unpleasant.
Yeah, g3, f6, yeah, suddenly black will get the central phalanx. marching towards Rome.
Oof.
Yeah, no, this is not in White's interest to do this.
So how did we mess this up?
Well, we didn't know how to proceed after rook a5, and he did, in fact, I think, play rook a5.
Yeah, rook a5. We had this rook fd1, knight a4, and we couldn't find a move. Huh? Couldn't find an edge, at least. Hey, black is fine.
Yeah, after all, the bad bishop disappeared, yeah?
Maybe, yeah. Bad bishop.
It's hard to stop the bad bishop from disappearing. Or do you have to play a3 here expertly to stop this?
But it feels a bit slow.
I understand. Okay.
And by now I feel maybe black can even go like d4.
Yeah, and then take on this bishop b5.
Yeah, and then just start coming up with...
Yeah. Move by move, yeah.
Yeah, and black might just be better. Huh?
At least fine.
Yeah, so maybe this whole thing is actually interesting, yeah? Rook b1 helped black once again, yeah, to go bishop b5.
Ah, so that was his point all along.
As people are so deeply prepared, yeah? Magnus is actually still thinking, yeah?
Yeah, that's what I also noticed.
Which means that he probably missed the same thing.
Queen d8.
Missed, yeah? Queen
he
d8.
missed Queen d8, yeah. Yeah, now you feel Maxim is sitting there like, you see, I saw Queen d8 first, yeah?
I'm not sure, I'm looking at Maxim, I think he has seen much more than this. And he's still seeing much more than this. Look at him, he's still calculating. It looks like he's looking into nothing, but he's calculating.
He's good at calculating.
He's good at that, yeah.
Yeah, he's a mathematical genius.
Yeah. But it's interesting that even when he plays like Bullet and Blitz without any calculating, that he's still very good.
Still calculates.
So he's kind of both of, and the best of the both worlds, yeah?
No, of course, his instincts are pretty good too.
Yeah,
like
his instincts are also amazing, yeah.
His very aggressive instincts, but mainly his calculating speed is insane. But still, normally black against Magnus has not been a good matchup for him. Or anybody, but Maxim, he's really struggled there.
Yeah, and usually against Magnus, calculating doesn't help that much, yeah? I mean, because Magnus always tries to keep positions under control where this enormous power of calculating does not yield that much. Yeah?
But also, a lot of top players have told me, including Maxim, that what looks like really positional play from Magnus is full of cheapos. They say you don't really notice it when you see the pure text afterwards, but during the game they always see that he always sees a lot of cheapos.
Yeah, he sees all this.
He can calculate a little. What else can you do though?
You can take here. Takes, a6, and then my plan was like rook b3 and maybe harass you a little bit. But maybe now d6 wins, yeah? So this was a bad plan.
I don't know if it wins.
But it's interesting already, not for the first time I see that Maxim is looking into Magnus, yeah? I mean, like staring at him.
It's impossible not to look at that hair.
Yeah. Yeah, it's actually Queen b7 wins, yeah? So maybe I shouldn't have been that pessimistic, yeah?
It's full of cheapos, this positional play.
Rook a6 played.
Yeah, he's had to admit. Touché, d6 didn't work. Yeah, but if we have to go back...
Yeah, I think you have to like go Queen c1 or so.
That's sad, isn't it?
How sad can it be?
I can get pretty sad.
You want to talk about it?
I don't know, I'll listen. Black seems very active, no?
I wonder if it's a temporary thing or whether... Like, I can attack that knight, no?
Okay.
Like bishop somewhere, you'll go knight c3, yeah? Like bishop f3, knight c3, d6.
I also have queen b7, just for the record.
Queen b7, rook a1.
Then knight d6
And then
blockade.
knight d6, so I have to go rook somewhere else. Yeah, rook c6. But then you'll hit me
Now I
with
have
rook
some
b1.
active
Yeah?
moves.
Difficult.
Yeah.
Life is difficult. Chess is difficult. Wandering is easy.
That's very easy.
Black is fine. No, I'm sure he wanted this d6, d7 trick. Who wouldn't? Because we're all taught in chess school, in our Pioneers Palaces, that if you can get a pawn to the 7th rank, hitting a knight, this pawn will do some damage.
Yeah, and I've also learned never block the passed pawn with the queen. Yeah,
That also is true. So it's breaking all the rules.
all the rules. Yeah.
But being a queen up is normally good. Anyway, it looks like probably Magnus missed this detail, or we can only speculate. And now Maxime is doing fine.
Yeah, although I guess still we'll see a lot of fight in this game.
Yeah, for sure.
Because if black really exchanges the rooks, brings his knight to d6, he'll be just better, yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, then the game starts.
And then the game just starts. And if he doesn't, then white will be better. So maybe we'll still see something.
So confusing.
That's how it is in real life. Yeah.
No, I can't do anything funky, no? G5, H6. There he goes, rook b3 on the board.
It's really nice to ask questions like this. Yeah, where are you gonna go?
There's not a lot of good squares. Queen d2, rook b2. Maybe this is how
Yeah,
the game ends.
but the queen was so nicely positioned on e3. Yeah, I mean when it gets kicked away, it doesn't feel nice.
Maybe it's gonna be draw.
Maybe queen e1, white can try.
Then knight e4 again.
Knight e4, d6.
No, then knight e4 is not knight.
Not sure.
Rook a1.
Yep, no, I'm sure. And this, you go back as well, yeah? But we
Yeah,
could have
so
started
queen
with
d2.
this. No need for
Yeah, I mean, I was shocked that before we saw that queen c1 is kind of forced. Yeah, queen d2 was
Yeah,
not
yeah.
a move.
Now at queen e1.
back.
Rook c6.
Maybe not back. Maybe forward.
Forward is probably the way to go, yeah?
Rook c1.
No triples?
Which one?
I don't know. Maybe there are none. Then forward.
Okay, rook back to a1. Really, yeah?
I don't know
Bishop
what I'm
back to
doing.
f1.
You keep retreating and still have a feeling I'm getting outplayed. It's
Yeah,
very
now
unfair.
I feel like I'm winning. Yeah.
Winning
Finally.
already.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah,
knight on c3 will not have many squares left after you go e4.
Why? Who needs squares?
I know rook c2 and
Yeah.
no,
Yeah.
this is hopeless.
Sad. Okay, so 94 is not winning.
Definitely not.
So rook b2 after all? Queen e1 is better square than I thought.
no, queen e1 is at least a very safe square.
Yeah, it's very nice.
It's beautiful. Controls this, all the good stuff.
And you
Keeps an eye
can't
on
attack
this.
it anymore.
You
Yeah.
can go here, put our d6. I'm very happy.
Yeah, poor Matthias just keeps on thinking and thinking and thinking, yeah? Like when he will be asked how he remembers this tournament, he will say, "I was thinking." Yeah.
Well, he did play king d8. Myers been thinking for a while. Well, but yeah,
I've been thinking.
they're both thinking. Well,
But like Matthias already spent more than 1 hour, yeah, for this position.
both out of the book here, I believe.
It will probably end up in. It will either peter out or will end up in a huge mutual time trouble. Yeah, very likely.
Yes.
Difficult to see how else could this go.
Or it ends decisively before the turn.
These are the options.
I think these are the options, pretty much. We haven't been to this game for a while.
Yeah, knight before king g8.
Fabiano wasn't that classical after all, yeah? He was tempted by material gains. Haven't we seen this position? This looks very familiar still.
No, we haven't.
Not with the king on g8. Because before you were allowing sometimes 96, but it was good, yeah? But now 96 rook c8. Am I not, gonna lose this knight?
Why not active?
You can also do active.
Active.
Here at least I can pretend maybe to be better if it takes everything on e5
Ah, you take...
and b3.
yeah.
Trying to claim a Meran endgame, yeah, with knight on e6.
Yeah.
Kramnik style. Oh no, it was Karpov
It was
style.
Karpov style.
Karpov style, yeah.
Now here at least I'm fine, yeah, but after rook c8 and my knight on e6 is a bit out of moves, yeah, instead of rook d2.
Gotcha.
Yeah, kind of forces you to go rook d1, yeah, but then a4 is hanging. No, you can't. No, taking on e6 is not the alternate. I mean,
so if taking on e6 is not possible, then I have to
I
go
thought that knight d3 is kind of logical, yeah.
Did I really have to waste 2 moves to bring my knight to d3 from e4?
Maybe go b3 or 7.
King f7.
And c4. Wow, computerish. Computerish. This is computerish.
Well, I didn't want to lose the knight.
Computerish. What a word, yeah?
Computeresque.
Sounds a little bit like German, yeah? Computerisch, quadratisch, praktisch, gut.
Guter Sport,
Well,
add
I mean,
computerish to the virtues.
Sometimes you have to write something in the notes, yeah? I mean, for yourself. And when you are not sure that you really like this, then you just write that this is computerish. So don't try this at home, yeah? Again.
This looks quite alright.
This looks good.
It
now.
looks alright, yeah.
Yeah.
So maybe rook d3, knight d7? And then rook d1 will work, yeah?
Computerish.
Again? Yeah, c6, c4, yeah.
Yeah,
The white knight will get out.
this is cool.
Beautifully, yes.
And king f7, okay, here
Loses
not...
a pawn, no?
Yeah, but I could do... But always knight takes g7 was also available. If I do it without...
So it means he maybe has to go rook d2, and then we'll get this equalish ending, yeah? Which is maybe a bit better for white.
Something like this, yeah? Yeah, possible. By the way, Levon is an hour up on the clock.
Ah, Fabi is down to 18 minutes.
I think it's quite typical for Levon's games, yeah?
But I mean, +1, I mean, 1 full hour on the clock.
It's a lot.
It's
And
more than
also,
usual.
Fabi spent a lot of time, no? Like 70 minutes for 90 moves.
Yeah, it did spend a lot of time. Can I go knight d3 here?
And that was my move. I was telling you that, and you were saying that white really had to waste 2 tempo to bring the knight.
I know. I never told you I was consistent yet.
No, he goes for it.
He takes.
He takes e6.
And then rook d2 a tempo, yeah? Rook c8
No,
a
rook
tempo.
c8. Aha, he might miss b3 or...
Nah.
Yeah?
See? There's Fabi. He's a bit slower than us, but he tends to find our ideas.
Fabi is computerish, yeah. I mean,
Computerish, yeah?
yeah, the
What
boy
about
is just...
c5 now?
Ah.
So I also have an inbuilt computer, you see, you're not the only one.
Oh, this is very computerish.
That's also
What are we gonna do now?
a shocking move, yeah? How do you rescue the
It's
knight?
a nice
I don't know.
f4.
F4 EF loses a rook, yeah? So
That's not a true statement.
Why?
But I miss bishop d4 check. Peace I will accept losing.
But hang on, really, what is the move?
I have no idea. I don't see it.
This c5 is a shocker.
Missed it. Whoa.
That is not good. It's not good. Yeah, no, I don't see it. Okay, knight e3. Okay, knight e3, c4, maybe you fight for survival here, yeah?
Looks terrible.
But also knight e5 wins,
This
and rook
was,
e8, yeah?
okay.
Yes.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
The c5 is a very weird move. Or, I understand how you could miss.
Maybe I can go rook d1 now.
Found something?
Yeah.
And king f7?
f7?
I found something after rook c6, not king f7.
No, I wanted king f7.
This
This is bad, yeah.
was a problem.
This is bad. Okay, put it back.
Has Levon seen it?
I think Levon has seen it.
Looks like he's double checking something.
Yeah, he's seen something.
Yeah, and he's about to move c5. I mean, his hand was like... He's surprised.
We're all surprised, yeah?
Yeah, and
Oh my
c5
God.
played.
Go away. Whoever you are.
It was Magnus.
No, it wasn't Magnus.
No, it was Magnus with the
No.
white shirt.
No. Can we get the Magnus cam? Well, you're right though.
Yeah, it was Magnus.
And knight had to stay on e4. I was telling you this
See?
whole time.
No.
Knight had
No,
to
I
stay
was-
on e4. And Magnus didn't make a move after rook b3. It couldn't have been him.
Yes, it couldn't have been.
MBL.
Ah, MVL, yeah, but the
That's
white
not like
shirt.
Whoa.
That is most ungood, yeah.
Yeah, this is incredible.
Because it felt like a nice solution. No, you get your knight out, you say a little better, b3, c4, knight, c5. Whoa.
Yeah, Fabi just can't believe it.
Well, I mean, after rook c8, maybe he still had some emergency breaks like f4. He didn't have to go to
Well, if you
b3.
understand,
Yeah,
you're
but
in
then
trouble,
you
but that
don't
was the
take
idea,
on
right?
e6.
And then you don't
I
go
know,
knight
but
e6.
if b3, he kind of blitzed out, yeah, and then...
But yeah, you can go whatever, rook d1 here.
Okay, but a4 is hanging, that's it.
Yeah.
Well, but you can also
b3,
just
you
go,
should survive
you can go
somehow.
f4, yeah? EF knight f4 if I want to survive.
Yeah, okay,
that.
but I mean, he took on e6, he was really ambitious. He found this
draw.
brilliant b3.
No problem.
Well, no problems, knight c3. Well, I'll start pushing b5, a4. I don't know. Could end anyway. Yeah.
If you queen the pawn, then yeah.
I could try to quit the pawn.
That's
Yeah, no.
a fair point. But yeah, this was possible, of course.
Well, EF knight f4, rook d2 is also not a draw yet. Yeah.
No, not at all.
No, you should have kept this knight on e4. Yeah. You should
Yeah,
have
or
kept this
played-
knight on e4. Or played knight d3.
Whoa.
This is insane.
Yeah, he's not happy.
There's a few reasons to be happy now. Yeah. Magnus did play queen g5, the move we dismissed as borderline ridiculous. Yeah. But maybe
Because
he's-
want
it
to go
felt
to
like
F5?
h6 is a tempo.
yeah, but he wants to go to h4, I think. Yeah, or to f5.
Or to f5,
F5,
f5.
Oh, f5, and then
And
rook
then
f6.
rook f6. yeah.
d6 and bishop d3 was made. Yeah, this
It's
is
a
huge.
nicer square. It's also some typical sneaky Magnus attack, yeah? Like it doesn't look like there's anything. He moves his piece a bit closer. So maybe h6 is not.
h6 is not the move, yeah? Maybe knight e4?
No, maybe also this. Huh?
Knight c3? Am I not like winning some pieces with check?
That would be awkward. Yeah, sorry. So what is the move? d6?
Then queen b7.
Queen
And
b7,
then d7,
yeah.
yeah, that's queen takes d7.
And queen
Queen
takes
takes
e5.
e5, yeah.
That's some hurricane, yeah.
And it goes on, yeah.
Yeah, this
Because
seems to
rook
work.
b1 still exists, but then
Rook
queen
b1,
b8.
queen b8,
Queen
yeah.
b8.
No good. Maybe queen b7, I don't see a win yet, but it's probably very good for white, yeah?
Yeah, with the bishop.
Oof. This is sneakily super complicated. No? Tons of lines to calculate at every juncture.
Yeah, that's exactly what I mean. It looks like a positional game at the end of the day, but when you try it, then it's just so complicated.
Yes. And queen takes d6 we did not even mention, but okay, rook d6,
and
knight
mate,
g5,
yeah.
rook d8 is mate, yeah.
Yeah. So does black have other moves here? Not really, no?
Rook b1 is no threats, no?
I just...
I don't know if we can take, but something we can do.
Well, take looks a bit wrong, yeah? Although maybe I can take rook b1 and now play g3. And king g2. Is my king safe?
Yeah,
you
and
have
my
a
king
piece?
c6 is coming. Queen g4.
Couldn't I take on h6? I just didn't get it.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, I didn't see it.
I thought maybe there was some brilliant point which I missed. No brilliant points.
Besides, even after h6, you had rook c6, also nice.
Yeah, no, in general, this position looks very good for white. Yeah.
Yeah, this looks really good.
And so this is not the answer.
Actually, rook c6 doesn't work. Peter, I'm sorry.
It doesn't work.
Queen c6?
DC.
DC, sorry. Yeah.
HGC7, that was my main point.
I saw
yeah.
queen d8, sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, no, that was the...
There's so much tactics, yeah, in such a small position, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Nice.
That was the point.
Beautiful. So rook b1 no good. Knight e4 we also can't get to work after d6. This is a funny one. Yeah, Strauss wins.
Yeah. No, yeah, I think he has to... He will have to go... What do we say? Yeah, queen on queen b7, d7. Queen takes d7. Queen e5, queen b7. And I think rook a1. And bishop f3 was probably a substantial white advantage due to the superiority of the bishop.
This knight is
And then rook
wrong.
e1.
Yeah, this looks
Yeah, this could end in
terrible.
another 5 moves, yeah.
Fabiano made a move.
He has to give the
he
piece.
has to give the piece.
This is incredible because then Levon will win 5 games in a row. Did this ever happen? In a super tournament?
Fabiano won
Fabiano won
7
seven.
7 out of 7 in Singfield Cup, yeah.
Yeah, I think once didn't he win like 5 in a row in Bilbao? Levon. I remember once there was Bilbao where he played against Karyakin, against I think some other people. I think he scored. He won like 1 round to spare also there. He also won like a lot of games.
But with 5 out of 5?
Maybe it was 4 out of 4. It was at least
I mean,
4.
Fabi used to be doing also all these Dortmund things.
Yeah, in Dortmund he did 5 in a row, I think.
He did 5 in a row, yeah.
he did.
Magnus had 6 in a row in Vike like 3 years ago.
6 in a row, yeah.
I think so.
Wow.
Started with 1 out of 3 and then he won a couple. And then Chucky forced a draw with white. I think
Enough is enough, yeah?
Yeah.
Old school.
Maybe like king g7, yeah.
Bishop takes e5. Are there chances here?
Rook d3.
No chances.
Not really, no?
I would think not, no.
No chances at all.
Rook d3 played. It's a nice move to make too.
Yeah.
But that's when it works, it works. Yeah, afterwards it's just impossible to explain how did it happen that you win all your games, yeah, but suddenly...
Well, for these two things have to coincide. You have to be playing well, and your opponents have to be having a bad day, yeah? It doesn't work otherwise. If your opponents don't make mistakes, then you don't win games. And here what Fabi is doing today is not his usual standard, yeah? So you have to have a bit of both. Combination of your own good play.
Of course. Yeah.
And the pairings were, well, with hindsight, nice for Levon here. He was white against the 4 lower-rated participants and scored 3.5 out of 4 there.
He did a very good,
and
very
then
good
he
job.
was
Yeah.
black against the 3 high-rated, and he survived this game against Magnus, and after that it was smooth sailing.
Yeah.
Oh no, it's actually not true what I'm saying. No, Levon was white against Maxime, so it wasn't against all the lower.
He beat Bluebaum with black.
He was black against Bluebaum, white against Maxime.
Chebanenko game, yeah.
It's true.
Yeah. No, pairings here and there. He played well, yeah.
No, of course.
Yeah, he did fantastic.
Don't mean to take anything away. The last time he won a super tournament, I think, was Sinquefield Cup with 6 out of 9, no? Here, he might get 6 out of 7.
This was 2015, yeah?
2015.
So,
yeah.
Yeah, that's, of course, shocking for Fabiano.
Yeah, no, these things tend to happen when you blunder a piece, yeah.
Yeah, he wanted to be super precise.
It's still after rook c8, okay, b3, c5, it's decidedly too late, yeah? There is just nothing to be done.
No.
Yeah, just over.
Poor guy, eh? You feel so good when you spot this b3, c4.
Yeah, and few moves before he was in total control. Kind of, it looked like he's calling the shots, and he's...
Yeah, I mean,
Well, this position he can now lose if he goes b3, f3, whatever. Yeah?
If somebody would tell me White will lose in 3 more moves, I would never believe this, yeah.
Yeah, usually they say even if you want, you cannot lose this position.
Yeah. I mean, not to mention the fact that White is probably still a bit better here, yeah?
Yeah, and there are still these ideas. Peter mentioned, no, it's f3, not f2. So.
Or, you know, b3, h4, h5, and then kind of continue the classical way, yeah?
Yeah. Also some just f3, bishop f2, then g3, king g2, h4, rook e2, you just
normally
take away all
something
this
you
knight
can play
f4.
forever with White, yeah, without any risk, yeah. Yeah.
Carlsen MVL, we've seen some moves. h6 was played.
Queen f5, queen c8.
Queen f5, queen c8 going. Oh, nice double attack at least.
Can I take on rook c6?
Take here.
No, I thought take on rook c6.
Want to do Peter's trick and queen c pawn.
Yeah, but then maybe rook b8, yeah?
BB? CB?
I thought bb.
Are you German enough to be aware of BB and Tina?
No.
It's some kids movies. Kids everything. It's a big thing. BB and Tina auf dem Reiterhof.
Auf dem Reiterhof. Sounds good. Sounds interesting.
It's good stuff.
Yeah, my kids are more into, you know, Disney and Pixar.
Yeah, I think it's more for girls. I'm not sure. BB Blocksberg. It's a big thing.
Yeah, it doesn't look so clear. What about rook f6?
Yeah, then probably takes rook b1 or...
White just doesn't have pieces to attack, yeah?
Okay, time. But maybe rook b1 is not the only, but it feels right, yeah?
Feels very nice.
You cannot mate with just a queen, yeah? Maybe White has some sort of a perpetual, but probably nothing more.
So rook f6, no good. What else is there?
Nothing.
They don't move like bishop d3. Oh, no,
the rook is
hanging.
hanging, yeah.
Sorry. here.
Okay,
Good push.
d6. Yeah. I mean, it looks nice for white.
How does one play this positions? King of 8? I never know by playing King of 8 if I'm improving my position or just moving into potential mate, yeah?
Yeah, because you can't move the rook anymore. But white also would like to make some sort of luft, no? Some h4 double exclaim.
Showing understanding. Huh?
I don't know. I don't even understand who's better here. Is this equal? Does white have anything?
No, white should have any, I mean, something for sure. With such a d6 pawn.
Yes, a move like h4 is probably correct, yeah?
What do you do? This?
I thought maybe I have a plan of like rook b8 and rook b6.
Rook bb8?
Yeah. You got a BBB again?
Okay, you have to be more specific.
But I mean, rook b6 is not a threat.
I thought rook
That's
b6 and
true.
then rook d8, yeah? But you can play rook a5 and kind of...
No, but I
Both
can also
take
go
and
g4, no? I mean, g4.
reaping the benefits of h4.
Ah, because rook b6 you just take, yeah,
Yeah,
for sure,
rook
yeah. No,
b6.
I cannot go rook. Cannot go this. Maybe I can go h5.
Yeah, h5 would be
that's
an
right.
actual.
I thought maybe to prevent h5 you could go g4. Weird as it looks,
Yeah.
instead of h4. Trying to go h4 next move.
g5, d7.
Yeah, this was the cheapo I had in mind.
Nice. If I go all passive, rook c6 always bothers me. h4 I want, g5 is my only point.
But you can also rook c6, you can play knight e4. You do get some counterplay, yeah?
Yeah, this is the problem of g4, yeah? That
Weaken some squares, yeah?
you get knight e4.
Magnus took on c8, as you do.
Yeah, rook c8 will probably happen, yeah?
You never know.
I think it's very probable.
Would be one of the stranger finger feelers to king h7.
I really intended to play rook c8, yeah, I figured it just, yeah.
I was wondering if it's a danger for Magnus that he could accidentally touch his pieces with his hair and be forced to move them. You know, like if he touches his king.
I think the rules indicate deliberate touching of a piece.
Yeah, they indicate intent, but it's hard to prove. Yeah, like that he didn't intend to
Ah,
touch
he would-
them. Why
he would-
would you grow out there all the way to g1?
He will
You don't
say,
want to touch
the
your
owner, yeah, look at my hair. Yeah, do you think I have any control over this?
king. That's what I'm saying. Like, there is this. I don't know. In German law lingo, it's called grobe Fahrlässigkeit. Yeah, you grow your hair out that much, then you have to be responsible for the consequences.
But does grobe Fahrlässigkeit count as intent?
Sometimes it does.
It does, yeah.
Bedingter Vorsatz, it's a blurry line.
Yeah, you've been studying law or what?
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
The best years of my life. Yeah. That's how I ended up here. Or background.
A qualified lawyer. Nice.
But I do know that hair is a crime. That much I do know.
He did find rook c8, yeah. After all.
Wow. Instantly, yeah. Like, you can
Instantly,
see how
yeah.
fast this guy calculates. Yeah, poor Fabiano. Do you have to fly with the guy somewhere?
Well, he'll fly back
And
to
you're
the
going
United
home, yeah?
States and I'll go home, yeah.
How does your work look like? I'm assuming you have a session, let's say, on Skype or wherever. Do you wait for him to get up in the United States and then you're
Yes.
still awake? Or
Basically,
what's the
yeah,
timing?
he gets up in the United States, has breakfast, and then we do some work. And then sometimes also fly to the United States for a session.
Is it nice where he lives?
Well, it's good, yeah. But it's very comfortable in as far as he has everything he needs in walking distance.
Can you give us the exact address if any chess fans want to check out his house?
I probably shouldn't,
Maybe.
but I can say it's not very far from the chess club of St. Louis.
Oh, okay. Is it in the chess club's basement?
Well, a good one, yeah, but almost, yeah.
I've heard that's a nice neighborhood.
So he is in St. Louis.
He's
huh?
in St. Louis, yes. It's a nice neighborhood where actually a lot of strong chess players live. Like really a lot.
Yeah, no, it seems like everybody is in St.
Everybody
Louis.
St. Louis, yeah. And basically, as far as I know, the Chess Club of St. Louis is happy to see more people. So if better you ever feel like moving to United States of America, I could make some telephone calls.
Okay,
Do they
sounds
accept
interesting,
weak
yeah.
chess players as well?
Yeah, they accept everybody, yeah.
Beautiful. Thinking. But
Yeah,
there
it's
are
a
now
terrible
not even
feeling,
cheapos
yeah.
in, it's just... Yeah.
Well, I mean, you will try something, yeah. You'll go
course.
rook e1, rook b3, rook e6 check, and then king g7. You'll try to go like rook 1 e4, try to give some more checks, and black will show some precision. And
Sounds like a likely outcome.
But I'm also not sure if with black you really want to allow all those checks, yeah?
how do you want to prevent them?
Yeah, basically his play so far indicated that he wants to go for it, but in general he could have been also much more solid at the beginning.
Like with the rook c6, I can go rook f4 check and then activate my second rook.
Yeah, I don't think it's a great idea.
But he has already played rook c7 the last move, so you're not
Yeah.
gonna play.
No, he's gonna grab the pawn.
Nah, I think he will, yeah.
Yeah, he takes.
Maybe just go for this brutal way, yeah? Check, king g7, rook 1 e4, rook b4.
Should I throw in some h5 to annoy? Or rook e5 and you get your checks anyway?
Rook g4, king. I can go. The thing is, there is no perpetual, yeah, as far as I can see. I can go like king f7 just to. No, sorry, king h7, rook g6, knight c4, rook h6, king g7. It looks like a perpetual, but it is not, yeah? There's rook g6, king f8.
Yep.
And then the knight up in this battle should kind of prevail, yeah?
And the knight currently can't reach any square.
Yeah, but h4, b5, I have a feeling black will be faster in this race as well.
It's not impossible. Yeah. Now I don't have a check on h6.
Yeah, but okay, black does have to be accurate. A little
Yes,
bit,
definitely. I mean, there's something to calculate.
But Levon doesn't seem to be in any mood to spend any time on this game. He still has 1 hour 10 minutes. Which even for his standards is extremely fast. Rook f4 check plate.
This is maybe a more accurate version. Rook f4, king g7, rook e6.
So there's no knight c4 yet, or what's
There is
the
no
point?
knight c4 yet, and after. But okay, rook b4, rook g4, king h7 will come down to the same, yeah?
Yeah, because also before it never was.
No, that's
Yeah.
true. No, let's have some rook c6. So yeah, it does seem like Levon should convert. Before we go on a break, let's have one last look at the Magnus MVL position. Levon's just blitzing. Knight takes a4. And Magnus has played this rook c6 move. Rook bb8.
Okay, rook c6 is always a move you want to make, yeah? It's so nice. Rook bb8 seems to be the only move.
Yeah, you have to do this, yeah. Now the question is, what is black's next move?
Yeah, black doesn't really have next move.
h4, h5.
Also some rook a1, rook a5 or something, and it looks very unpleasant for black. But maybe now I can take and rook c8. Yeah.
Take and rook c8 looks safe.
Yeah, just in time. Yeah.
I guess the king will walk slowly but surely.
This is fine.
Yeah. Not easy for white either. We will go, before the drama heats up even more, on a very brief break. Grab some coffee, some tea, some still water, whatever you guys like. Be back with you in a couple minutes. Thank you for watching. Hang in there. Welcome back, everybody, to the final round of the GRENKE Chess Classic, where it does look like Levon Aronian is not only going to win it all, but win it in style with 6 out of 7. Peter, Leko, what have we missed in the break?
Well, I mean, in that game we didn't really miss anything because the shocking fact that Fabiano blundered the piece. He wanted to be very smart, and it looked like he had found a great idea with this knight takes e6 b3 as we discussed, but suddenly was countered by c7 c5, a shocking move, trapping the knight on e6, and all Fabiano could do to sacrifice the knight for 2 pawns and try to prolong the battle, but it's obvious that this is lost for him.
Yeah.
In the meantime, we have some incredible action also happening in the...
Some tactics.
Yeah, Hui Fan knight game. It seems like knight just blundered with the rook c8.
Yeah, because we had this endgame we were discussing, and here knight to d7 seemed to keep things under control. But after rook c8, there's a nice little trick which Hui Fan spotted. b4, rook takes a3, and king d4. No?
Yeah, but I think that was her point with rook fc, because otherwise rook fc looked like a waste of tempo, but she spotted these tactics and Arkady walked right into it.
Now black's in trouble. The knight, yeah, wherever it goes, knight takes d5. We'll pick up things.
This should be just winning, so what can black do at all?
I checked with the computer on the break. The computer gave rook to a4 as the best chance. Knight takes a4, knight takes a4.
And still some blockade.
Yeah. Rook c4.
Yeah, no, okay, white is better, but maybe now white should come back with the king. King d3, king d2, just to not to be exposed, but okay. You could even go maybe rook c4 immediately without the check, because my king is still... No, then I can't go c3. I thought that maybe I should go some g3, king d2, c3, and that was... But it takes some time. The black knight is good. So in fact, black might have blundered, but he still gets kind of a good fortress. Yeah?
Still in the game. And in the game between the world champion and world number 1 Magnus Carlsen and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, it does look like Maxime has defended successfully. We've seen this position, rook c6, rook bb8. Magnus played bishop d3. The computer, but I think the computer might be wrong here for a change, said rook a6 was still an edge for white, but sometimes the computer overestimates this deep pawn a little bit. You know?
Well, it's very hard to judge, because humanly you just place the rook on c6, so you really want to keep it there, and you want to make sense of your play. And basically bishop d3 is quite high class, because you provoke e4 at the same time with c2. Via c2, a4, you always protect the pawn on c6, and you keep this pawn on c6, it's quite irritating for black also.
Yeah, so Maxime took and went rook c8, bishop a4 will happen.
And probably the king is coming closer, king f8. And now the question is, can white do something, or just black just gets a blockade? The king is just in time.
Looks like black is alright, no?
Okay, I mean all kinds of things like rook b1. How are you gonna meet rook b1?
Let me try this.
Yeah, rook b7 check. King e6. Yeah, now the bishop is misplaced. Okay, but if the bishop would not be misplaced, then it would be very good.
We take the pawn.
Yeah, then you take the pawn.
It looks like black has plans, maybe. No?
Yeah, looks like black is in control. No, okay, control to make a draw.
Yeah. By the way, you've probably realized that Rustam Kazimchanov had to leave us. He has other duties. He's Fabiano Caruana's main trainer. And of course, Fabiano might not be in a great mood after this game. No? This is
Yeah, really,
tough way to end the tournament.
Really pity, because basically it could feel like that, okay, he's white, he's playing against Levon, who has already won the tournament, so he's completely safe, he will try, and if something goes wrong, then he can always pull the emergency brake, but suddenly, not after your knight gets trapped.
Yeah, and the key moment really was this expedition, this knight c5 he played here. And there was no need, he can improve his position, and we've discussed. If white is slightly better, but at the very least it's completely risk-free.
Okay, we weren't sure if it's slightly better, that's why we were trying, instead of knight e4, to capture the pawn back on e5.
Sure.
I mean, we tried hard, but there black with move pair, move play with rook d2 was in time to create enough counterplay to draw. And that's why Fabiano was trying to create something, yeah, because he was not happy with the outcome. If black liquidates, he felt like the position deserves something more, and he looked for special treatment. And you remember I was telling you that this knight c5, knight takes e6, b3 is computerish. The problem with those computerish moves are that they might be countered by computerish moves, and
Well, this is even more computerish than c5, and the guy is trapped.
yeah, but it felt like, because okay, the knight on e4 is so stable, you don't really want to move it, but sometimes by just keeping to the standards that yeah, I have an e4 knight and then I will not move it, might result in not using your chances. Yeah, so you really have to be ready to calculate such lines and try to get the maximum, but of course it's really pity when you do and then you miss something and it backfires.
In the position they have on the board now, Fabiano's trying his best to mix it, but the extra knight should get the
So
top.
black
Still, let's look at some lines.
yeah, because
A4,
it's razor
H6,
sharp.
A3, H7, A2.
Rook e8 check.
Oh.
I'm queening first. H8 queen. And then just king d7 and there is no check. Wow, this is incredible.
This is cute. Queen H3, doesn't matter. A1 check is queen. A1 queen is check.
So this is the point.
Whoa.
This is a brilliant point.
Looks like Levon has seen all this. He's going for it. He still spent very little time. He will make move 40 with an hour on the clock. Things are going well.
Yeah, he has really been in good shape.
He's sticking to his philosophy, like what he called it, the Svidler tactic. Just blitz out moves and see what happens.
Yeah, but he is saying this Svidler's tactics when you are better, in order to win so-called winning positions or better positions. But he had been playing quite fast also in the position where it wasn't really obvious that he is in control.
That is true. That's well, we've discussed earlier. It's a mark of confidence. He trusts his instincts a lot here.
Which comes much more natural when you are winning the games, game
5
after
out of 6,
game.
it helps, I guess.
Yeah, if you start losing, then your confidence level is not the best. Then you tend to double, triple check every possibility.
I have Bluebaum, queen takes h7, g6. I think we haven't even discussed it. We discussed it in the break.
Yeah.
So a couple moves have been played after queen c2, which is the last we've seen. Both sides spending a lot of time. But it seemed like Bluebaum was getting his pieces out and stabilized more.
Yes. What we were trying to achieve at the beginning was not to let black comfortably developing.
Here it all looked like Black is okay. Maya went after the h7 pawn.
Yeah, it's kind of a classy pawn sacrifice, yeah? Position the pawn sacrifice. Can I go some queen h2? Pinning this knight? Or it just doesn't give me anything, you just go knight a5, knight c4 with counterplay. Yeah, this queen on h2 is really locked out of the game. And I'm not liking this.
Just ignore it. No, knight b5.
Ah, knight b5, sorry, then
Then
you have to lose a tempo, yeah? With a6. But still, it feels like white is not really able to do anything out of this tempo.
Yeah. Even endgames, I'm not sure if this is any problem. Takes, queen takes.
And just pawn down playing this endgame. Yeah, you are
Okay,
very
compact. So weak.
Yeah.
Rook of 8 is coming.
Yes, seems fine. Seems really fine.
So it looks like the position is, I don't know, roughly equal, but maybe it's easier for black to play.
It's easier to play with black, definitely.
Matthias like.
And I also don't see the safe shelter for white. Yeah, how is he? I mean, the bishop on g4 is really trapped. Kind of the queen is out of the game just for a double pawn. It feels like the last 6 moves were more in black's favor. Yeah?
Agree. Still, they're only at move 20. A lot of moves to make till the time control, so anything can happen.
We might see a real time table battle.
Bluebaum's doing fine. MVL has centralized his king as expected. Magnus played bishop b5, king e7.
Yeah, and Magnus kept the rook on d1. This is very good, because then all these knight e8 plans are a little bit discouraged.
I have a question. Is f3 stupid?
No, it's a move. Yeah, no. f3 is probably the next move white gonna do, and bring the king also.
The pawn formation looks very ugly, but at least
yeah, you open the file, and okay, with white you can never be worse. But it's also not clear if you have any chances of improving your position. If black just sits and waits, even with rook c7, rook c8. Okay, I'm just maybe exaggerating, but it's not obvious how white can proceed.
White can also bring his king, but his pawn e4 is so cramping.
Yeah, it's an argument that maybe I should not change it, but somehow so hard to believe that you can do king f1, king e2, h3, king e3, and then g4, king f4, trying to improve.
Black might also, I don't know, rook c7, some knight e8, knight to d6, f5. Black can.
Yeah, but whenever you do that, I have rook d5. That's the point of having the rook on d1.
That's true.
So it's not clear if you can do. Maybe rook d8 is a move or not. I mean, an idea. Maybe rook d8 is an idea. But slightly strange. Yeah, then rook a1. Maybe we should.
Let's switch to the Fabiano game because the sequence is on the board. Aronian allowed Caruana to queen, but the queen. But of course, it's a bit of a Greek gift because he has anticipated that he will get his own queen and then have an extra rook and knight. Queen d7, king d7 played.
Yeah, Levon will be also very pleased to finish this game in style. Yeah? I mean, you are a tournament winner, and then you are able to allow your opponent to queen with check and show that you are lost anyway. It will be really pleasing.
This is move 40, so the players made it past the time control. Levon has more time now than he started the game with. Fabiano taking a little break, probably going to the bathroom. Then he will weigh his options. Kalinic seems to have missed this idea because he's taking quite some time here. He's not blitzing out. Whatever it was he had to do.
Yeah, he has to digest the fact that he really has to go for it. Yeah. I mean, with rook a4.
Because it looked like he had solved his problems. Yeah, like this bishop b5 was clever, and then all of a sudden.
Yeah, because it looked like if you are able to play bishop b5 and after defend it with this ugly move rook a5, if there is nothing happening in the next 1 or 2 moves, then black will be able to coordinate his pieces. Knight d7, knight b8, knight c6, or knight d7, knight b6, forcing white to weaken something. In this sense, rook f3 was a great psychological trick, yeah, because it feels like, what is this rook f3, yeah? And probably Arkady played, we haven't seen it if he has blitzed out rook c8 or not, but it's so natural to just bring the rook in the game and then suddenly a stunning tactics with b4, king d4, which you don't see often. Yeah, these third rank operations.
Discovered attack by the king.
However, lucky for him that if he spots that rook a4 is possible, which I think after the shock disappears, he will spot it, then his position might turn out not to be that bad at all.
No, the game continues for sure.
And time trouble is approaching. I mean, white really has to find a way to stabilize and then to make progress.
Yeah, and it's a problem. You can't play c3
because of check. Yeah, that's why my intuition was somehow to come back with the king and then try to get c3 going, but this is all not easy.
No. Game continues.
Yes. And Gerok find the way. Yeah, queen g7. Yeah, that's the way.
Yeah, it's a nice square. Or a nice square at least.
Yeah, and after queen e7, what would white do?
Not sure.
Okay, queen g5 is not a threat yet, but white has to make a move. How to proceed?
I don't know, let's pass.
Yeah, I also do a6.
Black also improves a bit.
I have already blundered once knight b5, so...
Yeah, no.
And rook h1.
They're blitzing out some moves, it looks like.
Who is blitzing out?
Oh no, maybe they aren't. Thought they made some moves. Rook h1 has been played immediately after queen e7. Which, yeah, might be more useful than king
Yeah,
h2.
it's the most logical. Okay, hard to evaluate. Yeah, this is a really messy position. Because I can't really recall such structures, yeah, that the knight on f4 dominates the bishop on the white can only get out if in an endgame the king gets to e3, kicking out the knight. Yeah, otherwise there is just no way.
But for now, he maybe wants to do rook h7.
He wants rook h7, yeah.
It would be nice to just improve this knight somehow. That also allows some bonus options for white again.
Yeah, but I was wondering if black just plays like a move a6. Okay, you go rook h7 and I go rook f8. How do you proceed? I understand that in this case after queen f6 this is, but d4 is hanging, so you cannot just do that so easily.
Yeah, not sure. I can try this.
King a7.
No, I don't think white is better. Is he worse though? Could be, no? No,
Yeah, hard to judge. Yeah, hard to judge. It feels like queen g7 almost, but then also queen g5. No, queen g5, knight, queen f7, knight d4 runs into bishop c8, but yeah, it runs into. So black should not change the character of the position. And this is game over, yeah?
I always want to do this somehow.
Yeah, because once the knight gets to c4, some mating attacks.
Then the threats become very serious all of a sudden. And all these endgames look perfectly fine, or even better.
In fact, maybe just winning, yeah,
Exactly.
for black. Yeah, this is the risk white is facing in this position.
Here, I don't have to take, but I guess I can as well. No? No, go knight
Yeah,
c6.
knight c6. Okay, now at least there is some bishop d7, bishop e8 idea. At least the bishop gets out of the box.
It's some things to do. It can still be worse, maybe.
No, here I'm liquidating. No, bishop f7.
Right.
d4, knight d5. No, here maybe white is even better, no, at the end. But okay, this was just some illustration. It completely feels that black is in control. The question is whether he already has the chance to play for more or... But he doesn't have much time to figure that out, yeah? And now the intuition will start to play a big role. a6 played, or not? Yeah, it's a6 played, yeah.
Nice move to have, yeah, against.
Yeah, and also when
comers.
you are like down to 15 minutes, you are really happy to have such moves, because those moves you can make instantly. You know that definitely improves your position and also forces white to make up his mind. And let's not forget that this is an extremely important game. It's the question who will finish last, and believe me, I have been to that situation. I know that this every player wants to avoid, and you really feel that this game is something really special.
Yeah, this looks like the only active move we can make.
Fighting for your honor.
Because leaving this e1 square unattended, of course.
Yeah, however, if you manage to take on f7, then it clears up the 7th rank for attack. So not the pawn, but much more the 7th rank is the point.
I can't think of a more useful move than king a2. It's also not ideal for all these endgames. All of a sudden the king is wrong.
For the endgame, not, yeah. But we have also seen when white was doing this, black was doing king a7, then suddenly later on in the endgame the bishop on d7 managed to enter the game, while if the king could come to c7, then the bishop would be just dead.
It's true. Right, maybe in this line we had actually king c7 was a better move than king a7 after some rook h8.
Yeah, but then it allows some queen c8 check, which you don't really want to allow. And then also bishop d7, knight a4 checks.
Too much activity again. Yeah. Can't win. Tough game.
Yeah.
Can Magnus Carlsen win?
Good question. I mean, this is such type of endgame which is very hard to evaluate correctly, because white seems to be active, however black is so stable and so solid. I just spotted some knight g8, knight e7 idea, maybe thanks to your mouse, that black has maybe like some king e6 followed by knight g8, knight e7.
I just wonder if you wouldn't prefer having a pawn here in some lines, because at least it can go forward.
Yeah,
what did Maxime play? I went knight g4.
Knight g4. It's much more natural. The same idea to target the c6 pawn in a much more natural way.
King e6.
Then king e6. The knight will really be perfect. No, I guess after knight g4, rook e1 is the idea, no? I mean, that would be the way to try to punish black for making knight g4, but probably some, f5, fc, knight f6. Or even knight e5, fe4, f4.
Oh, nice.
Fancy stuff. But maybe this is not necessary.
Probably good enough.
Rook d1. And then takes rook d5.
Oh, you want to take on c6?
Yeah.
Should be a draw, but all of a sudden white is pushing.
Exactly, yeah. If king gets to fc and then h4 is happening after g5, so still something to... Probably this sacrifice is not necessary at all. I mean, it's hard to resist, but just
this
knight
feels
f6.
Stable enough, no?
Yeah, knight f6 is... It's good enough, no?
So it's time to Well, it's not quite time, but we can start summing up the tournament a bit. Levon Aronian, of course, the big winner, rating, price,
Prestige.
everything-wise, will end up with 6 out of 7 if nothing too crazy happens. But who else can be satisfied with their tournament?
Okay, until it's not over, I wouldn't like to speculate, because there are so many things hanging in the air. For example, of this Hui Fan Neidich game, as we described at the beginning of the tournament, whoever wins there will be really pleased, I guess, with the performance. But if somebody loses there, then we'll be really disappointed. The other, this Georg Mayer Matthias Bluebaum, is the prestige duel of the two local players. And again, who wins there, I think, will kind of feel relieved, because the tournament had not gone according to plans. But if you finish a tournament with a victory and you avoid last place, then you feel like you avoided disaster.
Also, with 2.5 out of 7, they actually both win rating, so it wouldn't be.
Are they even win rating?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Okay.
I mean,
1
definitely
point maybe,
you don't
but,
lose, but I don't really believe that for any of these players the rating really matters much. It's much more about the honor, yeah, that you have.
No, sure, but just as a measure of like, okay, this was your expected score. It's not a big deal. Diagram worthy, saying Bluebaum and Maya are tied for last with -3, equal 3. Curious observation: each drew the opponents the other lost to. Oh, interesting.
Well, which also means that this is such a tournament where you can just easily lose to anyone, yeah, because everybody is so strong. It's not natural that you are losing to the same guy, because every day is a tough game.
So between them, they've drawn everybody and lost to everybody. Magnus taking his time after knight g4.
And Magnus Vachier game is also such thing. If Magnus would be able to win today, then I think, yeah, definitely he wanted to win the tournament. But if you finish with +2 in a 7-round tournament and you are second, it's not something you really have to be ashamed of. However, we know his standards and he's used to winning tournaments, and he haven't really done it for quite some time already. So this should be a pressure, yeah?
No, I believe for him, everything that's not winning the tournament normally is a disappointment. But of course, that is off the table. So might as well try to finish second. And for Maxime, it also hasn't been a great event. He's 50%. I'm not sure. Well, I'm sure he's not happy with that either.
Yeah, but if for example, if he would be to lose today, then he would go to -1, which would really be a kind of disaster for him. So
it's also the thing, if someone has such a huge plus score as Levon, it's hard for the rest of the field to outperform expectations. If some guy has 6 out of 7, everybody else will probably not have a great result. Someone has to lose these 20 rating points Levon is winning, right?
yeah, and kind of Levon also steal the show, yeah, and it's probably, I mean, Magnus is not used to that, yeah, he is always in the spotlight, he's calling the shots, he's the one fighting for the first place, but here he haven't really been in the fight for first place, yeah, after Levon took over. In hindsight, it looks like the game between Magnus Carlsen and Levon Aronian from the second round, which was the game of the tournament, really had an effect on the standings and on the final outcome.
Absolutely. Neidich goes for a walk after he found this rook a4. He's probably relieved that the game is not over, because often if you blunder such a thing, the game is over. While here, he still has a decent fighting chance at the very least. I don't even know if he's
exactly.
that much worse.
I don't even feel that he is, in a practical game, he is worse, because they are both done on time, and in a rapid game to play this with black, it's much more easier. I mean, you already have built the fortress, you know your plans, and if white really wants to improve, then what is he gonna do? Some g3, h3, g4, which can further weaken the structure. So a draw is a very likely result here.
Magnus played rook a7 check. King e6 blitzed out by Maxime. Still looks a bit sleepy, but I'm pretty sure he's not.
Yeah, who is fully focused, because the position is
tricky,
still
isn't it?
full of life. Yeah, this is not a standard position, which, yeah, we are assuming that because both players are great, the game should finally end in a draw here, but you really have to be precise, probably with both colors.
White could also end up worse. We're at 95 in this pawn. Can also be a weakness.
Okay, one interesting point is that maybe once you take on c6, for example, let's just illustrate that it's probably not going to happen. But just if it would happen, f3 was played, but let's just illustrate. Yeah, 95. Okay, I make a pass, you take knight c6, I go rook a6. Then this is kind of an eternal pin. You can never get out of the pin. So even so, then you push f5, g5. I stand with the king on e2, g3, and probably it's just a draw.
Maybe White can try to play for win, creating some inroads for us.
Yes. So basically this already gives automatic stability for White, that even in the worst case scenario when you lose the pawn, actually maybe you have chances, but or at least you are not running any risk of losing.
We played f3, takes, knight e5. Maybe he's gonna go for this, like king f2, knight c6, rook a6 construction. Or f4, begging Maxime to take.
But here black also has some knight f3 check, knight d4, or that doesn't really matter. Yeah? Only aesthetically it's pleasing, yeah, that you park your knight on d4. But you anyway just continue, yeah?
Just come. How does White make progress? Let's see.
Yeah, g5.
Hard to believe he can win this.
Yeah, it's really hard. Aha, so f4, he has gone for it. But basically here, if after f4 black would take on c6, isn't that a dead fortress? I mean, rook a6, king d6. Because in the previous line you had some chances maybe to create, but here black puts the pawn on f5 and it's kind of a... Isn't it a blockade?
I don't know.
Hang on, there are some interesting lines. For example, you go h4, black plays h5. If h5, then you get your king to a4. Yeah, okay, you just sit and wait. Get your king to a4, and then in this pawn endgame, for example, it's really funny that you will, yeah, takes, king a5, and you will be forced to play with g5, which loses at the moment. So king d6, king, and knight g5, and then you are winning. Yeah,
it's important.
Yeah, those pawn endgames are always tricky. You win or lose. Usually if you try to win it, then you lose it. Yeah? But just to illustrate this action.
Maybe it is a fortress. Still, you better be sure before entering this. And then f5.
Yeah, it's kind of teasing because you also don't really understand. So he just wants to depart from his pawn. And then if it's a fortress, then okay, that's it.
Magnus on the record that he doesn't really believe in fortresses. He says normally there's ways to break them down.
Yeah, this is okay. It's still not clear if you can really break it, but f5 is a good.
F5 is a nice move. Stop the building of the wall.
Yeah. I mean, feeling-wise, knight f3 check, knight d4 looks much more natural, yeah, because then you are always able to go for this position whenever you feel necessary. Otherwise, you try to break with g5. Knight f3 played, yeah.
I'm actually a little bit surprised that he allowed this. Couldn't he start with king f2? Or then g5?
G5,
bothering him?
G5.
Makes sense.
So king f2 played.
King f2 played. Knight h2 is probably too much.
Yeah, definitely.
So
that's not the direction you are looking for. To go knight d4. Maxim giving a stare at Magnus like, Really, you want to win this against me, yeah?
Against me, of all people.
You really believe? You still got
that's
chances. I don't
Promise
know.
with rook moves, now we can
Then
take.
already you can take him.
Yeah, now maybe have to go h4 to stop g5.
Yeah, but h4, then maybe black goes h5, and this pawn on
it's also
h4 is
weakness.
kind of a target, yeah.
Magnus going for his king. Then g5 will happen.
Yeah, king is replayed. Yeah, g5 is very much the move you want to play.
Yeah, also standard thing that if you're the defender, you want to reduce the number of pawns and grab some space. No?
Yeah, you grab some space. Also, it's not really obvious how white is reacting here to g5, because there is no real dream scenario, yeah, how you want to deal with this.
Move 40, so Magnus gets up. Maxime still has to make move 40. I always hope, after I made my move 40, that my opponent thinks he's made the time control as well and lose on time. But they never do.
It happened to me.
It happened to you, yeah?
It happened to me, but luckily on the right, I was on the right side. I played against Ivanchuk, my first Lina is 99, and I was the one in time trouble. I was like pawn up in a rook end game, but okay, 50% winning chances, 50% losing chances. So I made my move 40. Ivanchuk had like still more than 20 minutes, but the position was really not easy, not standard. And he started thinking. So I went to the bathroom, I was taking my drink, I'm just relaxing in the relaxing zone, and I just cannot believe that he's not moving. And then I see on the screen that 6, 5, 4, 3, and in this moment I started going towards my board, and he's still not moving. So I get to my board, I look at the clock, I see, yeah, his time is done, and I tell Vasily that sorry, that's it. And I expected that he will be very angry, very upset, and he will be shouting, and what is this? But instead he said, wow, very interesting game. This look end game is full of nuances. Let's go and analyze, because he's still not sure which is the best move. I mean, that's a true Vasily, yeah?
Right. He's lost on time more than any top player, probably.
Probably, yeah.
What's going on here? I see some perpetuals, but I'm not sure I see more than that.
Yeah, perpetuals are there.
Perpetuals are always around.
Yeah, but what really shocked me of this behavior of Chucky, that I was like 19 at that point. I really felt like, wow, this guy respects chess much more than result, yeah. And this, I like this attitude. You know, I like this attitude. I mean, result is not everything, and I guess also the public loves Chucky for exactly that reason. That and everybody is rooting for Chucky all the time, because Chucky is like this, yeah. You really feel that he loves and admires this game of chess. Yeah, this looks like a perpetual.
Nothing more, no? Because this is a bit of a threat too.
It's okay. King a2. Or you don't want to go to a2. Maybe king to a1. No, I just wonder if knight a5 is anywhere a move, but you have queen c7 all the time, yeah? And that hurts.
Yeah, it's not enough. Or no.
Well, that's the way to lose it, yeah? But there are some dangers, yeah, still maybe looming. Hang on, it's, yeah, that's why maybe king a1 is more safe. But anyway, knight a5 is possible, yeah?
Yeah, but now it's not mate.
No, it's queen d1
it's
check.
same position, sorry.
Yeah, queen d1 check, queen b3, and knight c4.
So, yeah.
So this knight a5 and this bishop on g4, yeah, it's such a tragic piece.
Maybe you have to go passive. Might be possible actually. It's not so pleasant, no?
Yeah, it's not pleasant at all.
Certain all kinds of things.
Queen and knight attacking the king. This is a nightmare. This is really a nightmare.
So Matthias has to decide if he wants to take the draw or if he wants to try for more.
Yeah, okay, if you see these ideas, then you really feel like...
No, sure, he sees them, but you have to evaluate. No.
Yeah, you have to evaluate. No, so you kind of have to believe, because sometimes you feel like you see it, but it can't be true. Yeah, it's it also happens sometimes.
Here
When you
can
are
be
done
true.
in time, here can be true, yeah. But still, it feels a little bit counterintuitive, because white is so active on the 7th, yeah, and it seems like all these queen b7 mates are coming, but
This is such a powerful construction. Covers
this is,
everything.
yeah. Wow, so what to do after knight e5?
I don't see anything. Maybe you have to go rook h1.
Yeah, then let's take a look at this rook h1. So queen b3.
It's already options now.
But why is this not winning for black?
It is.
I mean, rook b1, knight takes a3. It's game over, no?
Yep.
Oh no, yes, no, yeah.
You want queen b7, yeah?
No, I wanted queen c7, but knight c2. A little bit unfortunate. The one, knight
Looks very
a5.
strong, no?
Looks very strong. And that would mean that knight e2 was a very nice move, yeah? We haven't looked at that position, but here this knight e2.
It's changing the defender, yeah?
Yeah, changing.
Not an
the
easy
defender.
move, because this knight on f4 is so nice as well.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, he saw he always has a perpetual, and as he does now, then he can think if there's more.
Okay, he doesn't have that much time to think, yeah? He's down
Okay.
to 6 minutes. Okay, if he spots it,
The lines aren't that tough here once you see it.
the lines aren't that stuff.
Maybe king a1 was more resilient, but
Yeah, somehow king a2 feels like it really asking for it, yeah?
it's all the tempo.
Hang on, and if we go queen e7, can that be a difference?
Here, yeah?
Yeah. Because somehow I don't feel the body language of the players signaling that something really dramatic is about to happen. So they might see all this. Yeah, he's going for queen c4 check. Which can be also just a tactics to get closer to the...
Maya doesn't look worried, right? He looks like, okay.
Yeah, he
repeat
looks
moves and make a draw.
calm. Exactly, yeah. Okay, this usually, even if you have spotted that something went wrong, you would also be signaling this, that I'm super confident there is... boy, there is nothing wrong with my position, so let's just settle. But yeah, this queen e7 is the move that seemed to...
Really?
Queen b4.
Queen b4 threatens checkmate, which is useful.
Yeah, and if it's not a mate, then I'm just winning now with this queen on b4.
Yeah, this seems to work, no?
Yeah, seems to work, yeah. Suddenly there is all kinds of coordination again.
I was thinking about this, but can even take and go back.
Yeah, I have
See
queen
a
e2
win.
all the time, yeah. I have queen e2.
What else is there?
Well, not much, because b7 is
Hanging.
under serious attack.
Okay, sense to do this.
Don't trust this.
No, it doesn't make any sense.
I mean, white can then just collect with queen take g6 even further, no? And then just back with rook to h1 and then...
Yeah, it doesn't look like I'm
Yeah, because your rook
checkmating you.
you cannot join them. They are both kind of looking at the score sheets, or looked at least a bit at the score sheets. It feels like Matthias cannot believe that he cannot find
Yeah, he's
something.
probably calculating these things.
He's calculating. Yeah. Because maybe there was a moment when he thought that knight a5 is serious chances, but
Well, you can still do it. Check if he goes queen e7, and you always have a perpetual queen b3, queen d1.
yeah, that's true. But okay, when you are down to 4 minutes, you are not 100% sure that you really need that action. Yeah.
Why? It's a free roll if this is the only move.
If it's the only
Still a
move.
perpetual.
Yeah, but no, he
he's
gives
smiling
queens,
and
yeah.
shaking his head, so seems like this is a draw for him. Unless they want to do this forever.
Yeah, no.
So that's a draw. Means they both finish the tournament.
Yeah, I think both can live
2
with
points.
that. Yeah, because at some point it already really looked scary for Georg. Before the game, he was in a better situation. Yeah, with white, he might try to exert pressure.
Levon Aronian by now is a rook and a knight up, but still care to be taken with his king, no?
Yes, definitely.
How do you do this? You run?
Well, I'm
it's
not
not so
sure.
easy to run,
Where are you
actually.
running? Yeah, because
queen
that's
to
what
check.
I wanted to say. That does white really have a threat? But probably white has, yeah. And then queen d8 check.
This is not ideal.
And winning the queen back.
Winning the king back too.
Or mating, yeah. So after rook g8. It's a fascinating position.
Queen a5 maybe?
Queen a5 is a move.
Queen a5 looks good.
Queen a5 looks good, yeah. But hang
Play
on, then
rook
queen
c8.
no, queen h3 check. Can I go queen h3 check? Well, that doesn't help. Yeah, king c7, then queen c8 check, king b6, queen d8, rook c7, yeah? Protects. And if I give check on the 6, then already you can go king a7.
We made
Safety.
it. Has to be something. And we're being joined by Georg Meyer and Matthias Bluebaum. We just saw the conclusion to their game. What happened, guys? You were both out of book early, it seemed like, no?
Okay, and I've never seen bishop g5 somehow.
Yeah, there's a game by Levon in
Yes,
2000.
pre-shoot, huh?
Yes, 2 years ago. And I saw this yesterday, and then I realized that Matthias is very unlikely to know this. And bishop f3 is not among the top 4 choices of the machine.
Yeah,
so
I kind of
didn't even
realized
look.
it after you spent some time after bishop takes
Yeah.
f3. So.
I guess the point is takes queen f3, knight d4, queen d1, and knight e6. Or what did you want to do?
Maybe you can also take on c4. I wasn't sure.
Yeah, bishop c4.
e6.
Yeah, that actually makes a lot. No, queen a4.
Knight c6.
Okay, hard to say. Could be
Yeah, I
okay
wasn't
for
completely
black.
sure about this. That if I'm not blundering anything, it should be fine for black. I don't know.
But then what you got, wasn't this Levon game? I couldn't remember, but it
No,
was
it's
queen e2 check without the exchange.
Yes, without
Okay.
taking on f3. So okay, what I looked, well, what I did looked very promising. First, I thought that I'm winning after queen c2, but the point is that after queen c2, king b8.
King b8 is probably the only move, yeah.
Yeah, knight b5 is critical, but then king a8. And bishop f4, knight e8.
a6, knight c7?
No, then knight c7, knight
A6.
a6.
Oh, okay.
98 I have to
So
play.
if here I play bishop h3, then the defense is queen f6. And I don't have knight c7 takes because there is queen h6 check and it will defend on c8. So narrow escape, but good enough.
Yeah, didn't really see anything for you, at least clear after king b8.
And okay, if this concrete stuff doesn't work, then king b1 looks very reasonable.
Yeah, of course.
But it felt like if black is in time to coordinate, you're out of trouble at least, no? Like if you get this bishop e7 or...
Yeah, it felt like it. I mean, I'm not sure, but...
So a3, I have to stop knight b4. Bishop e7, h4. All looked logical.
Yeah, knight h5, I'm not sure. I mean...
Yeah, it's very desirable positionally.
Yeah, of course, but... I mean,
yeah.
I wasn't sure about this position we got in the game.
Well, one thing I wonder about, okay, bishop g4. Takes, knight f4. Is there anything with knight b5, queen b6, queen f5? Probably not. I think this knight e2. Yeah.
Yeah, probably knight e2 is just...
Okay, then I have to take on h7.
No, we're
No,
not
no,
knight
I mean,
b5.
Oh, sorry.
just again. Yeah, this is very interesting because it looks like I need to be careful also.
Yeah, I think you need to be very careful.
We weren't sure, but it looked easier for black to play at
yeah,
least.
Bishop on g4 is not doing anything. And okay, queen g7, queen e7 looked very natural.
Yeah, I don't know, since rook h1, h7 doesn't achieve anything, maybe I should think here. Okay, let's say instead of rook h1, some other move. I don't know what to...
Yeah, it's not so easy to make any moves for you.
Yeah, I could maybe try something like king a2, knight a4, knight c5.
Or I don't know about a6.
Yeah, a6 is very natural. I mean, I also always get this e2 square for my queen.
Yeah, you just have queen e2.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if you can be better at all.
No,
I think you have to be looking for the draw. And somehow I didn't see anything better.
Yeah, all looked very logical, and then it's just a draw.
Yeah, in the beginning I thought I had some chances here with some knight f5 stuff. But
yeah, also
that's what we wanted.
this knight e2 is kind of the only move, because if black goes rook f8 and bishop d7.
Ah, we missed that.
Bishop d7, yeah.
Okay, I actually didn't even think about rook f8. Just saw this idea with knight e2 and thought at least I have a draw, but I don't think it's anymore.
And then, what do we do here, Peter? As a knight a5, queen e7.
Yeah, queen e7.
Yeah, that's the key move.
I think there's
and after queen e7, I'm not even completely sure if I have perpetual again.
Yeah.
Okay, you still have queen b6, queen
Oh,
d1.
wait, not queen e7, queen c7 is also there.
No, but queen c7, didn't we have some trick?
I don't think so.
Ah, because queen c5 check, queen b4
yeah,
still,
this was the line. I wasn't even sure if I had the perpetual still, so I decided to just keep tricks.
So, tournament over. Georg, how do you feel about your results in the end?
Well, the result speaks for itself. I don't like to make excuses, so don't want to comment too much. Of course, I could have started much better, because against Levon I missed a chance to win just before move 40. And then the second game, where I was playing really well, I just collapsed, and it, in retrospect, was kind of already the end for me. Then things really went as bad as they possibly could.
And
Matthias, same question for you.
Okay, the same result, so also not really happy. I mean, in general, I think my play was quite bad, at least.
I noticed, at least in the rounds I was here, that you seem to get in time trouble every game. Is that typical for you?
Yeah, I spent way too much time, and also, the funny thing is I even made bad moves when I was thinking so much, so I played better when I had no time on the clock. So.
But from my own experience, it's quite normal that when you play for the first time in such an event, the opponents suddenly create much more problems than you're used to, and then obviously you spend more time on the clock.
Tournament organizer Sven Oppes is here. Do you have any complaints or suggestions for improvement for him?
Just do it again.
There you go, Sven. They want it every year, it sounds to me. All right, thanks a lot, guys.
And Levon is still thinking, yeah?
It's a weird position, no?
Weird position. I mean,
He's probably annoyed that he still has to be precise after all this brilliancy. Rook and knight up.
yes, the question is now that after queen a, because if we see that rook d8 is the threat and he sees queen a5, then what really bothers him? Because there must be something that he really dislikes. What could that be? Ah, hang on, in the line
was rook
that,
c8.
no, there is queen h3, king c7, queen g3 check. This is a problem. And king b6, then queen d6 check. It's a perpetual. King a7, queen b8. I mean, not even a perpetual. It might be even more. Okay, king a6. Okay, rook g6 check and
checkmate.
no, b6, rook a7, but at least there is always a perpetual already. I mean, it's just insane, yeah. That. And psychologically, Fabi is definitely relieved that instead of resigning there with peace done, he got to create something, and the public is enjoying this game, and probably everybody is going wild on the internet. So rook g8. Yeah, and Levon, we were saying that he was blitzing out all his moves. Now he's already thinking for more than 20 minutes, yeah?
Yeah, this is the first time he's paused to think all game, it feels like. This would be very strange. So let's see what makes sense. We can't move the knight. The rook moves don't make any sense. This does make any sense. So options are sort of limited, no?
Yeah, I mean, you can run with the king immediately or queen a5. These two things look very
Running
natural.
didn't work because of rook c8.
And also queen e5 check, by the way. So
Running anywhere. So queen a5 or queen somewhere else. Queen somewhere else, whatever, let's say here. Is this actually a perpetual?
it's mate, no? Queen d8 check.
Better than a perpetual.
Better than perpetual. That's the problem Black is facing, that it's not about perpetual check. If something goes wrong, it's gonna be mate. It's quite shocking.
Here, oof, you don't play this
Yeah, you
feeling good.
You don't really want to do that.
No.
Even so, it's not yet obvious that why it's bad, yeah, but
No, maybe you have to go for madness like this.
yeah, but you really don't want to do that, yeah, because there are no guarantees that there is nothing here.
Well, you can calculate move by move now.
Yes, no, you will calculate, but
Maybe it works.
maybe it works, yeah.
Queen e6 and queen e4 is always queen e5.
So queen e1 is a move, yeah?
I have no idea. Just put the
Hang
queen
on.
on some legal square.
Yeah, no, it's understandable, but so queen
It's also this check, of course.
e1. Yeah, there is this check, but then it already feels like you are.
Because here, I don't know. The pieces are so uncoordinated that I don't want to play this position.
Yeah,
really.
this wins with rook h7 check, maybe, no?
Ah, okay.
Okay, king g3, it still goes on.
No, but this is some massive discover check.
Yeah, strange enough, does not finish
Not
immediately.
massive enough, no?
Should be over, but I don't see it yet. Really strange, eh? King h4.
So hard to checkmate these people. It would be one queen f6. but here F3. Cute. What other moves could there be? Queen E1 or Queen A7 are definitely not easy only moves for Levon to find. Macaulay 64 helping us out there.
Yeah, if those two moves are only moves, everything else loses or the other moves are drawn.
Well, at least we got Queen E1, Queen A7. It's not a move you even consider normally.
Yeah, because it takes away your A7 square from the king. That's really contra.
Probably then the point is to run here, yeah? And there's no rook A8 checkmate.
Yes. Yeah. Okay, you kind of find this by elimination, yeah? I mean, you really have to look all the moves possible, all the legal moves, and then suddenly try to spot this Queen A7, but it's
yeah, you start with Queen A5, the most natural, you see it doesn't work, and now I think he's calculating lines, like the one we just looked at.
Yeah,
like
this is more natural,
stuff like this, yeah. He's not happy he has to do it, but he will. Is this actually winning? Let me ask Mr.
Yeah,
Compy.
this is interesting.
Mr. Compy says -9, so Mr. Compy is quite confident. But without Mr. Compy, it's hard to be as confident.
Yes.
You can check it move by move, but...
And after Queen E1, Queen H3 check, what does Compy say?
Queen H3, yeah, it's this line. Queen E6, Rook D8. Takes Queen E6, Rook H7, King G3, and just Rook D7. Stabilizing. Makes sense, but also not what you calculate from afar. No, it's Rook D7 move you calculate.
Yeah, because you want to use all kinds of double checks.
But this will probably win slowly.
Yeah, this is finally also
Rook to D4,
the human way. Yeah,
there's never a perpetual. Let's see if Levon can come up with this, but
I mean, how easy it is when you see the computer's evaluation, yeah, but
makes chess much easier.
Yeah, but without it, and the players are without the engine's help.
That is for sure.
Makes it so much harder.
No, Queen A7 is too crazy. I refuse to look at it. Queen E1 though he can find, I think, by elimination.
E1, Queen E1 is the human.
Because it makes sense. Now you can block on E6, you control the E5 square.
Yeah. Actually, there is this song by Rag and Bone, yeah, the human.
Ah, I thought Queen E1.
No, and actually, I think it's like very much the modern chess player song, yeah, because he's also singing about I'm only human after all, yeah, and it doesn't matter how good chess player you are, how much you see, you just cannot compete with the engines in such positions.
By the way, we're only human after all, but they reached this position in the Magnus game, which we were talking about, and the pawn endgame is very tempting for white, but probably not a good idea.
Yeah, I mean, white doesn't have to go for it.
No, of course he can always make a draw, but it's
because
important.
That's a loss, yeah.
That here, black actually wins by going G5.
And the king, let's illustrate then why king D6, king B6 was so important to include. Now I saw the 8G is more natural here because you win the queen with queen A.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Like this is gonna be draw. Ah, you cannot queen the pawns.
Never ever.
Oops.
Sorry. I broke it again.
Okay, let's already not queen the other
we're
pawn.
good. Yeah.
Just show with mouse, yeah, that H1 queens and then
work.
queen A8.
Oh, can I show anything? I might have broken everything. This happens. Normally once per show. Yeah. Normally I find a way to destroy things. So we are left with our eyesight, which has been deteriorating for Magnus Carlsen, who said that the doctors told him he has to wear glasses while playing now. He's not doing so today. Maybe it's contact lenses, but he's also not worn glasses his entire career, so probably one game is not gonna be the end of the world for him.
Whose move is it, by the way? It's black
It's
to
black
move.
to
Yeah?
move. Maxime is thinking. Yeah, we have to.
You have to press the Ctrl Delete, yeah?
I have to do the monkey maneuver.
Oh wow. That's the brutal way, yeah?
I don't know. Monsieur Maxime looks a bit concerned. What is he so worried about? Can't be the pawn endgame, must be some
Yeah, the pawn endgame not. I was
rook c7,
wondering
rook
if...
a8 or something.
Well, not rook, because then you have rook... I mean, no, rook a7,
anything.
then maybe takes bishop e8, but... I mean, always knight e7 protects the g6 pawn. However, I was wondering if maybe some rook endgame somewhere. I mean, if... let's just theoretic, because it does not work, but if white would be able to have the king on a5 and play bishop takes c6, rook c6, then rook a7 with the idea of rook g7 could be really unpleasant. But right now bishop c6, rook
So it's
c6
rook b6, yeah,
is met by rook b6, yeah. So that's why white would really need that king on a5 to lock this rook.
Here
Out of
only
the
white
game.
can lose.
Well, white
Actually,
loses,
white
yeah.
loses quite.
Yeah, but with king on a5 maybe white would be pressing for a victory.
But is there anything? What is Maxime so concerned about? Some more king marches? Well, the king can't go anywhere.
They can count.
There's
Hang on, maybe rook b6, but okay, then you can even give rook a7, check, but then bishop b5, king c7, king b5.
Sorry, wait a minute, king b3 here?
Yeah, no, bishop a6 I wanted. I mean, we are trying to get something out of the position, and then king b5.
Oh,
And now
trying to lose.
knights dangerous. I
Four
just
rook
take on
g6,
g6. Yeah.
Check, check.
So in fact, white has a way maybe with rook b6.
I still refuse to believe so.
I also
keep
don't
waiting.
believe in it, but I mean, if
Show
Maxime
me
is
the money.
thinking, there must be a reason why he's thinking.
Still bishop a6. Yeah?
Only bishop a6, yeah, there is nothing else.
Rook b8, king b5, or what? Can you somehow dominate
No,
the knight?
bishop b7 now,
Ah,
and it's again that. Yeah.
again, yeah.
Maybe this is the. I mean, Maxime, I
Triangulated.
think, thought that this is an automatic draw. But if there is this rook b6, bishop a6 idea, then it's
It's the thing with Magnus, the game always continues somehow, right?
it always. Of course, in this sequence for white it was very nice because he's guaranteed a draw. Yeah, so he's not risking anything. So he might spotted rook b6 right when he has played f3 already, or maybe he just had this position in front of his eyes and okay, I will try to get the king to a4 and then see what happens.
Also, he couldn't do anything else probably, so
Yes.
just trying.
But then Maxime really didn't go g5. You remember move 40 after king e3? We were
Yeah, that's true.
saying that. No,
Or
not in
even
this
earlier.
position. No, move 40 after knight before king e3.
Why
Here,
didn't he?
we discussed that g5 looked natural to us. Okay, easier said than done because maybe he feels like he's getting provoked. Maybe white just goes h3 to stop also this g4, and now how you gonna proceed? And now he's never sure when he can take on c6 because pawn endgames might be lost. And if you are forced to go f5, then some rook h7 appears, and that can be really bad. So
More double-edged than expected. Still, I don't have time for fake active moves.
it's definitely a draw, but over the board you really want to already find the clear-cut way, yeah? You feel like there has been enough entertainment. Yes, e7 wins, no?
Yeah.
No, I mean this rook
Does it?
e8 is just too much.
confusing.
No, but why would you
Yeah.
create trouble for yourself?
It's not for myself, it's for Maxime.
That's the point. Yeah, so he went for this blockade. So let's try to understand if rook b6 is a real threat in this position. Okay, black can't really do anything, yeah?
You can go king
He can
d7,
go king
but
d7, rook b6, rook a8, bishop a6, and now the knight is not pinned. Yeah, so you have knight b8
yeah,
or
this is
knight
fine.
b4. This is fine. Then you are
The
winning
rook
again.
game, the pawn endgame is winning.
Then you are winning again. So king
Rook
d7,
a7, check.
rook c7, and rook a8. Then you don't have rook a7
Or
check
takes.
because our takes. Yeah, also. Rook c7 played. Maxime looks at Magnus again.
Stare down. But
Yeah,
Magnus can just
somehow
blitz this out, and now if there's nothing, he can go back, right? It's not like he ever risks anything.
Yeah, but he goes rook b6.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He can blitz it out and see what happens.
No, but he after rook a7, bishop a6 is working because
No,
you
I
are
understand.
pinned.
I'm saying you don't have to think about it yet because
Yes,
you can force
I
him to go back
understand,
anyway.
but they are already thinking for it. I think in the last 40 minutes they are thinking
Sure.
about this. So rook c8 played.
Maxime is still giving Magnus this look like this is a draw. What
Yeah,
are we
this
doing
is
here?
a
Let's
draw,
go
yeah.
home.
So what is his idea after bishop a6? He has maybe some intermediate move. I mean, king c7 runs
rook
into rook
c6 is
c6.
not a good idea.
So rook c7 maybe again. King b5. Now king d7 is only move.
This doesn't look like what you want, huh?
Or hang on, is there some g5 at some moment or not? When I'm also pegged, but it doesn't seem to be the case. Huh?
But you're not that
Yeah,
packed.
yeah, because bishop b7 and then yeah, discover check will be available. So then king d7, king takes c5.
Well, this looks bad.
Yeah, this
It
looks
like
really
progress.
bad. Yeah, but that's why it's interesting. This is not the reason why you give the stare. Yeah,
No.
I mean there should be a clean way. So rook c7. We don't know if rook c7. Yeah, bishop a6. Rook b8 or rook a. I mean rook b8, bishop b7, king c7, rook c6, king b7 looks also dangerous. Yeah, because I have king b5.
Not fun.
By the way. No, my idea was that if rook takes g6, then suddenly like the king moves and rook b4, but king b5 is very strong. Yeah, so this is also not. So not trivial, yeah. Also, Maxime had spent a lot of time, so clearly he was also concerned, but he came up with an antidote.
He has some idea.
What is the idea?
I don't know. I just know he has it.
Yeah, that's for sure that he has it. But not so easy to spot it, yeah?
No, this doesn't seem to work. Rook b8, bishop b7. I was wondering if there's some craziness like this, but not really.
Yeah, this might be, but after knight d4 check, maybe some other move or not. King a5, you still go knight e6, yeah. But feels risky.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, this feels bad. Not
Might
just
just be
risky,
lost.
just lost. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow, what is happening? But maybe we should just quickly switch to the Hui Fan Knightage because
Yeah, we haven't been
there
there
is
for
a
a
lot
while.
of action and time trouble has passed. Wow, what has happened? So White did play all these HDG4 things.
She's activated the rooks, but she doesn't have a lot of pawns left.
Yeah. Can we just go through from the moment we left off so that we understand the flow of the game?
So far away.
So everything according to plan. Yeah, and that's this card. This G4 is the only way to break, but it's double-edged.
G5 looks like a nice move. Breaking white pawns. Question is who's playing for a win. Probably both, actually.
Most probably.
But are we headed towards a perpetual?
Okay, black can go king G5, but that's a little bit asking for too much, yeah?
No.
Okay, you just go back rook h3 and it's not clear what the black king is really doing on G5. Yeah, this can get dangerous. So black really needs to get back probably to e5, but also time travel has finished, so maybe there are no indications that any repetition is going to happen. It's just
What else?
the way to reach time control and then think. Yeah, you can't take, but you can go back. Yeah, you also have king d2, but king d2 steps into knight b6, knight c4 check. You also don't really want to do that.
So this is the only try. Looks passive, but if we take all the pawns, who cares?
Yeah, of course. I mean, the white rook really has to stay on d7, not to let the black king back to d6.
I know I'm blundering the rook, I'm just showing. This is to be avoided.
Yeah, black has to keep the structure.
Here, king d2. Yeah, and rook b6. Maybe b6 immediately. It's just unpleasant to lock this knight out. Who's better and why?
Yeah, this b6 I don't like it. Maybe king c2 now. Can I go king c2? Maybe you can also go rook e2 check, king d3, rook e4 back, then knight b2 is a threat.
Doesn't look like white can win this,
Yeah,
really.
no, it doesn't.
So should end peacefully. Levon Aronian is spending all of his time. No, he still has an hour 35 to figure this out. But it feels like an hour on this position. I don't know how long he's been thinking.
No, probably not an hour, but quite
a long
some time.
time.
Yeah, really long time. What's the time already now?
But are the clocks correct? 1:34? That doesn't feel
Doesn't
correct.
feel correct, yeah,
He had
because
like 1:50.
1:46
Yeah,
when
exactly.
he reached time control. Yeah? This clock doesn't seem to be right. But he's not feeling comfortable, yeah?
No, I don't know. He's probably calculated all these queen e1 lines by now, but there's no forced win. Yeah, he has to work with these two rooks and knight against the queen. Oh, there we got the clocks. Levon has 1:07.
So basically 40 minutes.
28.
It's 40 minutes. It's
28
serious
is
because
correct, yeah.
usually I notice when you are spending more than 20 minutes, it doesn't
Nothing
really
good
mean.
can happen, yeah.
Yeah, because if you already he had enough time to spot queen a5, queen e1, and all this. Okay, I think his problem is that he counted on that queen a5 is game over. Then he realized that maybe this is not working, and it's very difficult to find another safe move because this queen e1 is like finally it seems that it's winning, but it's like an empty move.
Yeah, and you have to put your king on d6 in front of all these checks. It's not
all
pleasant,
these checks. Yeah.
Still, you can just count it out. Like, I go here, he goes here, so
Yeah.
you should be able to do it.
And
What are the alternatives? Like queen a7 is too crazy.
Yeah, queen a7 is hardly an alternative. Besides, let's not forget also that he already won the tournament. He was piece up. By now he would like to have his well-deserved champagne, most probably, and now suddenly he is sitting there calculating all kinds of checks and mating ideas and so on.
Good news for him is he has an extra rook and knight, so if he makes it through, he'll be alright.
Yeah, but you see he's also a little bit showing some nerves, yeah? It's clear that he is quite excited now.
Sometimes you kick yourself a little bit, yeah, like, why did I have to let this happen? I was a clear piece up. Like,
Clear piece up without any... No, he already counterplay, so you remember we were praising him that, wow, he is playing so quickly and so on, but I'm really not sure that it was the most practical to allow this counterplay, yeah? Because just consolidation would have probably just forced the resignation immediately.
Then again, he's still winning. If he's passed his queen, he won.
Yes, and maybe
He should win the
computer-wise
game.
it was the most clean way
Yeah.
to win, but practically speaking, it doesn't look so easy.
Great. We still haven't figured out what Monsieur Maxime Vachier-Lagrave is up to.
And also what Magnus sees, because otherwise if he would be sure that bishop a6 gives him chances, he would have played it by now.
They both have a lot of time, though. And yeah, bishop a6 has appeared on the board, indeed.
Has appeared, yeah. Rook b8 blitzed out.
B8 blitzed out, and bishop
So we are
b7,
heading
king c7
toward
is
this-
what he wants, yeah?
Yeah, but this rook endgame after king b5 didn't look so
Maybe
easy.
Maxime just decided it's the only chance. Or we're missing something obvious. Here there's no
Yeah,
other
which-
moves, right?
Which might be the case, but
No, but this is just lost.
this is lost for sure.
Do you have some sneaky other king move? King e7?
Levon
pointless.
also just can't be sorry that I switched, but since we are seeing him, just cannot believe that. How is this possible? So he's really in deep thoughts.
Yeah, this does make a lot of sense as far as I can tell.
No, but this makes a lot of
Oh,
sense.
actually it does. Yeah,
This
because
is a
rook g6,
draw.
rook b4, rook c5, then yeah.
And then
we
when
activate
it's, yeah,
some.
rook b1 and then it's fine. Aha,
Ah,
so
so this
that's
is
the
the point.
point. King e7, but very hidden move, yeah? That you are going away from the action.
Also, there's some other stuff
King
to
b5
consider
is,
here.
yeah. But okay, now knight d4
No,
check, king
it's-
c5, knight e6 check. Might be the reason to give the stairs, yeah? King d5, knight f4, king e5, knight d3, king d4, knight f4 back, c5.
I can already take this.
Yeah.
Yeah, this should be alright.
Yeah, this is...
I don't have to take it now.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pinned and things like this. Aha, so king e7, that's the...
That's his big trick.
Well, this is the way to lose it, maybe. And rook c5, rook b1, this... Okay, how is this? Rook d5? It feels like black should be fine, but let's just continue a bit, because after all the...
Let's try the
It's
most
a
greedy
race.
first.
Yes, c5, rook h4, c6. Yeah, and the king is well placed on e7, yeah?
This has to be at least fine.
Yeah, thanks to the king d7 move. Let's just show this one. I mean, c7 would be principled, but then takes and king d7 wins for black.
So Maxime, yeah, he's good at calculating all these endgames till the end, yeah. Like
Yeah, of course, okay. Always.
blitzed out king e7 too. Yeah. This will end peacefully. Nice defense by Maxime. And that leaves us with Levon staring at his position.
Yeah, that was saying who if I'm played rook h3. Ah, but
B6 played.
did Arkady
Okay, play
refuse
B6.
the move repetition, or how was it? King e5, rook h5.
He went here. not
He
to
went to
E5.
f5, yeah, that's what I mean. That does this mean anything or not?
Not sure.
Doesn't feel like this does any big difference to the position. This should be draw.
Yeah.
By
But what
the-
is Levon doing? It's getting strange. He's spending too much time.
Yeah,
But now he must
I
have
think
calculated
he's
everything.
no, but his body language signals that he's panicking. I mean, look at this. He's completely in panic.
Trying to convince himself there must be something, but you start doing circles, he must have missed something in these queen e1 lines.
Yeah, and when you suddenly
Then
start
what else,
moving
yeah?
your body also, it's kind of... And look at his
Yeah,
face.
he's
He's
very
getting
annoyed.
really red.
He's starting to think, maybe I'm lost.
It's
But
incredible.
okay, this queen a7 move you can't find, so something, he must
Yeah,
be
queen
missing
a1.
something here. I don't know. This line, okay, it didn't seem. At least you're not taking any risks with black.
Yeah, this he would sign immediately if he would have, if he
The
would
way he
spot
looks,
this.
yeah.
Yeah.
But it's not so hard to spot for a player of his level. I think this is bothering him more. But here, okay, it's also...
Yeah, it looks like it's all kinds of
quite
empty check, and
straightforward,
with
yeah.
king on d6 you are not running away, you are running into the storm, yeah? This
But
is...
still, your rook covers.
Okay, but sit at the board and you think that maybe this is mate. He's focused, he's a brilliant calculator, he's a very good, I mean, very creative player, very imaginative. But here suddenly his king is under attack. And he's not liking it. Remove the glass, he's trying to really, like, meditate, yeah, trying to calm himself down. He just cannot believe what is happening. Yeah, looks like he's panicking. I mean, he's right now not really thinking, yeah? He's panicking.
No, he's frustrated.
He's really frustrated, yeah. I think when he went for this sequence, he saw this brilliancy and was assuming that, yeah, it's the nice way to end the tournament. It's fifth win in a row in a very stylish way, no more checks. Queen and, I mean, he queens and rook and knight up. And resigns, and suddenly rook g8, and it's even not easy to spot a move. What we don't know, whether a part of queen e1 and queen a7 the other moves lose or some of them are draw. Maybe it would be interesting to get a chat for that, no?
Okay, there's not that many legal moves.
Yeah.
King moves don't work, we've established that much. Queen a5 did not really work either. Because
of queen h3 check.
So what else do you want to do?
Yeah, it's shocking events.
Queen a6 maybe, but then rook d8 check.
Really shocking.
What is this line? Okay, you don't go for it because white is a perpetual already. But, probably no more than that. Huh?
Yeah, I mean, in this position, a perpetual check, he would be also really annoyed, yeah, because he was a piece up. He goes for a queen a5. He plays queen a5.
Really did panic.
So finally, he plays the most natural, the most human move.
But he's allowing a draw, no? Or... Wow.
Yeah, but I know from myself, if I'm thinking more than 20 minutes, that already means that something is really going to happen. Now we should maybe not be too loud because he goes to the bathroom. Yeah, and in the Magnus game, we are seeing this rook end game. So rook b1 looks very natural.
Yeah.
And can white try to play this position somehow for a win? I mean, rook c6, but this looks that it should be drawing.
Yeah. I think not even any chances. They do take some king
Yeah,
b5,
you are a little bit cut on the 6, but it doesn't seem to matter much. Yeah, with king on e7.
King is so close.
Maybe let's get to body language of Fabiano. I'm just very interested to see how he is now thinking, because
But he's already played. Queen h3 check.
he
What
has
else?
played. Yeah.
Is there? Okay, let's try to figure this out at least.
But hang on. I'm not sure how good is the isolation of the door.
Isolated pawns.
We should not disturb the players in any ways.
They should not disturb us by coming anywhere near the studio.
Yeah, but the players' toilet
I know.
is quite close. No, I'm just telling to the audience why I'm a bit concerned. But now the steps vanished, so everything is fine.
Safe again. Those new steps.
Yeah, so Queen h3, King e7.
What if that's Fabiano? No, he's there.
With,
King d7, but I would check.
and Fabiano is now walking. He seems quite relaxed.
It's not so hard to give some checks.
No, I understand, but the emotional state is... Imagine...
He's thrilled. He came back from the dead and now he's not even losing anymore.
Yes. And basically he had those 40 minutes while Levon was thinking, or maybe even already more, 50 minutes or more.
He's calculated all these moves till the
Yeah,
end.
he has calculated. Probably he was hoping for this Queen a5 to happen.
Queen h3, King c7 has appeared.
But not enough to Queen g3 check was the line, no? I think that was the precise move, if I'm... Yeah, because King d6, King b6, Queen d6. That was the line. Yeah, Rook g6, no, sorry, King c6 is a mistake, Rook g6 mates. King d7, Queen d6, Rook g8.
Draw.
Yeah, Queen d6. Ah, this was the scary line, yeah? Because this is not a draw, this Rook g6 wins. In fact, this line is not a draw. So
No,
basically then you have to...
Uh.
No, here it's lost.
Right.
This is lost. So he really has to then just stay with King d7 and Queen g4 check, trying to triangle, yeah, but you can't get closer. Queen g4, King c7, you have to give the perpetual.
What's this check? Okay, white can't really win, can he? Here. Yeah, this is probably losing.
Then Rook g6 check, mates.
Oh, sorry.
No, this
Keep
mates.
missing this.
By the way, also, yeah, no, Rook g6 again. Okay, so King e7 is forced.
Forced, but good enough. It's weird. White can do so much damage with all these checks.
Yeah, it's insane, yeah. And Levon is back to the... Not yet. Levon is not yet back to the board. There are all kind of damages here, yeah? I know he's back to the board. Yeah, so Queen g3 played.
What is going on?
And he's still holding his head, like if he has just seen this position for the first time, yeah?
No, he clearly had a blackout there and he realized things weren't easy and they were supposed to be easy by then.
No, but I mean, also now after Queen a5. I mean, now they have this position and he's holding it. It's not like he already planned.
No, he
for
hasn't
example,
calculated
just
anything.
to-
He just decided after go for this. Yeah, it's weird.
And you mean that he just blundered this?
No, I'm saying that Queen A5 he hasn't decided on after calculating everything, but he got nervous and then he just decided, okay, I have to do this. Yeah, and
You think so? Yeah. Yeah. Now it seems like that he's about to repeat.
but how does he repeat? That's my
Yeah, I
question.
don't know how does he repeat, but it feels like the way he touched or wanted to touch his king indicated that he just is ready to repeat now.
Played King D7 and Queen D3. I still haven't seen a draw. Weirdly. Yeah.
I mean, that would be a total shock. But what happens after King E7?
Queen E3,
Queen E3, King D7,
Queen E8.
but then King C7. Ah, then you lose the queen.
Take the rook with check. Oh no, King 7 and Queen D8. Yeah,
Yes.
so- okay, maybe you can do this with Rook G6.
But then Fabiano is just winning.
That's what I'm saying.
This is incredible.
But this line, hang on.
No, this one is already kind of safe for black, but how did you get there? Because in the meantime it looked King D6. Yeah? But Queen takes F7. I mean, I'm not letting your queen away. I mean, king away. This is this is over. I mean, this was the position with the rook on F7 and your move, and now it's much worse and the rook done. This is incredible. I mean, the nerves. This shows, yeah, even in this game where Levon has already won the tournament, so basically one would say that he can just calmly play and what's the problem, but no, the players are incredibly stressed in such situations.
Yeah, pity for him. Such a tough spot here. You're already planning 6 out of 7, the victory party, and if he loses this game, that's one of the weirdest turnarounds.
Yeah, this would be shocking. So let's try to find the defense. Yes, so after Queen D3 check, Knight D5 doesn't really give anything, so that's we can park it because it just blunders everything. So the king has to move. If I move to
C7 you can't go to.
yeah, C6 I can't go to because of Rook G6 mate. This we already spotted.
E6 or E7.
So King E6 or King E7 remains. Okay, let's check
I
King
wanna
E6. We haven't
Give
looked
this
at that
check
yet.
against both.
And if I'm going to F6, Queen G5, King E6.
Well, this might work. Yeah?
This might work. Yeah?
Nothing else. White has a perpetual no matter
No,
what.
here
We're
Queen
looking for
F4
winning.
check.
Yeah, exactly.
No, here Queen F4 check.
This is the problem.
This is a really huge. And Queen D3
Queen
played.
D3 played. Fabiano, of course, understands.
Oh la la. This is insane.
Yeah.
Absolutely astonishing. Yeah, there's nothing else.
King E7 played. So strange that these queen checks on the third rank actually.
And they
Probably
do a
win for White.
damage.
Yeah?
Yeah? Okay, we don't know. We haven't consulted engine, so maybe we are completely wrong
Well,
by saying, but
it's
we
not
don't
so
see.
many legal moves. Okay, let's do this again.
Yeah, King D6. Have we done that already? Rook G6 check, yeah. No, Rook G6.
Maybe we haven't
King
had King
C7.
D6 yet. Queen D3, of course, repeats. So there's
Is the
no risk.
purple.
Queen G3 also repeats. No?
Yeah, Queen G3 and
King E7
yeah, King D6 of course is the move.
and Rook G6.
Rook G6, King C7,
Queen E5.
Queen E5 check.
Oh, it's
Forces back
we've
to
been here.
this. We've been here, yeah.
Yeah.
And King C8,
Rook G8.
Queen D8. This seems to be fine. Rook D7 then.
Yeah, he survived.
No, like this time. Yeah, so King D6 played. Then probably this is a draw after all. Okay, that
Would be a bit too much if it wasn't. But
Yeah.
let's find out. I'm still not convinced.
It looks like such a lovely coordination for white now, yeah? But this queen d8.
No, you still have queen d8.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nevertheless, also the perpetual check is already incredible, yeah?
No, of course.
Amazing.
I think Levon might be half relieved that at least if there is no mate here. Which I'm still not sure about. King on d6. Maybe Fabian will just play f4.
No, there is no time for that. Then already rook h7 check. You start giving the checks, and you have quite a lot of bodies
slow.
too.
No, for Levon is also tough because you kind of feel stupid if you don't win a game a piece up, right? I mean, it has happened to everybody that you're winning and then matters all of a sudden are randomly
Exactly,
complicated.
and
But it still
basically-
annoys you, right? You think we're both 2800 player, I can't win with an extra piece. What's going on here, right?
I mean, the point is that he already had the feeling of winning the tournament yesterday. So today, if he really blows this game and it seems that it's in white hands to give a perpetual check now, then this will not be easy to say like, okay, I have already won the tournament, I don't care. You really do care about this.
It looks like we might be getting visitors because the game between Magnus Carlsen and Maxime-Vachier-Lagrave has ended in a draw. And
a big
here's
fight.
world champion Magnus Carlsen and Maxime joining us to explain what happened. What did happen?
I don't know. I mean, thought I was, you know, it looked more or less pleasant from the opening, yeah. So, yeah, knight f6 was very deep. Huh? I mean, usually you go for some attack with f5, but it's probably not that promising, yeah.
I wasn't sure. Maybe f5 is actually, but then at some point I got concerned that I would just allow the knight to go to e6 at some point, and
Yeah.
I mean, of course not now, but I mean, somehow I felt what I did was fine, but in hindsight I'm not sure, because for instance move 21 suddenly I was
Yeah, okay, so rook f1 is okay, I don't see anything else.
Yeah.
But queen c7, okay, again I could make some waiting moves, but I don't know what they would be. I mean, I could go
yeah, you also
h3,
can, but I can
bishop
also
f1, but you go rook c8, h6, I don't see what...
maybe g6 king g7
yeah.
also sometimes. That's
Yeah,
useful.
g6 king, exactly. So I don't really see what I can do. So knight d2. Here, I mean, my first idea was to go ab. And then the big point was queen b6, knight f1.
But I wanted to take with the
But
rook.
you could take with the rook. This is what I realized. So I thought this fails to b4.
b8.
Rook b8, queen a3,
But
and
queen
b7. And, yeah, and you changed on d5 first, and
Yeah.
this is what I missed. Okay, so knight b3 back is very logical. Again, I don't think there's much of a choice. Huh?
Yeah, nice.
Knight c5.
But here knight a5
Can you go
was
here? Yeah, exactly. I mean, at this point, I felt that knight c5 was very promising. That's why I went there. And I didn't really give this too much thought, especially since I thought rook b8 was good. But then I didn't really consider b3 there.
and bishop d1. I mean, it's very slow, but just not so clear what I was doing. But yeah, anyway, I didn't have a choice. I just went knight c5.
Yeah, maybe it's just that, huh? Bishop d1, knight c6, and
Actually, after knight a5, I thought maybe I can go knight b7, knight c6, a5, and then try to relocate the other knight to c5. But it smells really bad, I have to say.
Yeah, but on the other hand, yeah, if you can do it, maybe it's not. Maybe I can go like bishop d1 and then put the bishop on b5. Yeah,
Yeah, no.
yeah, it does smell bad.
Yeah.
And then
Okay, I mean here, I just got overexcited. Yeah, so with b4.
did you miss the same thing we missed that after? Was it?
Yeah, here
D6,
queen
B6.
queen b6. Yeah, because queen c6 is a logical move, but then takes rook e8, bishop f3.
Right.
Yeah,
but this just doesn't
No,
work.
at first
yeah.
I thought queen b6 didn't work because you take and d7, but then I realized I shouldn't
Yeah.
play knight d6 but queen d8.
Queen d8 exactly, and then the other thing after rook e8 was queen f5, but it also just doesn't work.
You can just take on
yeah,
e2.
you can just take on e2, queen c8,
Rook e8.
rook e8, d7, rook d8, rook a6, and if you were forced to do something with the queen, it would be would be bad news. But okay, rook b1 wins. Even knight d7 is okay. So
Yeah.
Yeah, so this was a bit of a disappointment. I had to go for this, and here
I thought first queen g5 was just not possible, but then I noticed knight e4 d6
yeah.
and queen b7. I don't remember if queen e7 or queen takes e5.
I thought queen e7 was probably good, and okay, if I don't have anything better, just take on e5, take on e4, and okay.
But queen a6 d7 also. Still problems.
Ah, okay,
Which
but
line
queen
is that?
a8,
D6?
Bishop f3 or
no, we're talking about d6,
Yeah.
queen b7, queen e5, queen a6, and now d7. I didn't think this was a clincher because of queen a8.
Why not d7?
A queen d7.
Yeah.
Ah.
But yeah, queen e7 probably.
And then queen e8, queen e8, queen e8, and then that's black safe.
Yeah.
Okay, so no, queen e5. If queen a6, I thought maybe just queen e4. And okay, you cannot exchange queens, and it should be. Oh, maybe queen b7, yeah.
Yeah.
And you get rook b1.
No, but
still is bad. Maybe rook queen e5, something like this, and then rook b1 takes bishop f1. Okay, whatever.
okay, queen b6 I shouldn't be.
One question: you consider this queen d2 and
But
not
no.
e1?
Yeah, but no knight e4 I thought.
Yep.
Yeah,
well,
but
the answer is no. I didn't really consider it. I mean, I considered queen c1 and queen g5 mainly.
After queen c1 I think I wanted knight e4 anyway.
Yeah.
All right, let's go back to active moves.
Yeah.
So okay, but I mean, I just completely underestimated h6 and queen c8 because I was looking at all sorts of active moves for him, which I don't really believe are too great. But and I thought, okay, queen c8, then I can decide whether I want to take on f6 or take on c8. But I think in reality, there's not much left.
If you take here, then rook b1 is too fast. Or
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, I can play rook f1. That doesn't look like a winning try to me.
Shouldn't be.
I'm not sure it's a losing try either, but
Probably not.
Probably not. Yeah. Okay, I mean here I got this stupid idea with, but I think anyway, it's.
Well, I mean, if not for bishop d3, I mean, I think.
Yeah, I mean,
It
there's no
just-
reason why this should be anything big. I think.
Yeah.
Bishop d3. And here, yeah, I somehow lack one tempo with f3 to.
Yeah.
And okay, I mean now I think there are already many ways.
Probably at move 41 I sort of complicated my life because even if I just wait, I was not
yeah,
sure
I don't think. I mean, I was hoping for g5. That was sort of my only.
But
then
I'm
to
not
play.
even sure g5 is.
No, but then I just wanted to play h3, and then okay, but you're still just waiting. There's
Yeah.
absolutely nothing I can do here. Yeah, and now.
This king e7 was the last.
Yeah. No, king c7. I'm not sure if it's
No, I
lost,
mean I
but
almost
it's
made
awful.
a mistake because after rook b6 I almost played king d7. Hang on. After king a4, I mean. I almost played king d7, but then rook a7.
Yeah, but I don't think it's a big deal still. King.
Rook c7 takes.
I thought king d6.
Yeah, bishop c6.
Bishop c6, rook c6.
Yeah. Rook g7.
Rook b6. That's what I thought.
But
Maybe I can go king b5 first.
yeah, king b5, but
king
then
b5.
rook c8. Anyway, even this might still be a draw.
Yeah, but it might. Yeah, it might.
Yeah.
It's not 100% anymore.
Yeah. But yeah, then I saw that after king e7, king b5 is absolutely nothing. So
yeah. Okay, I mean, it wasn't my intention to go for the rook ending. I have to say. Here, I mean, king e7. I wanted king b5.
knight d4 because knight d8, bishop d5. It might
I
still be a draw.
But I thought knight b4 was even more precise. Just not to be bothered by
what exactly?
by takes and
Take on e6.
take on e6. Yeah?
But it just losing maybe.
Maybe.
I mean, king b6, rook d8.
You're in time. Yeah. Okay, whatever. But the line is anyway. Okay, let's say then knight e6, king b5, and knight f4, c5, and okay, knight e6, bishop d5. I guess it's still a draw, but at least a little bit tricky. But okay, rook d8, something like this.
Yeah.
I realized that
It might be tricky as well.
Yeah, I realized I'm not even close to being better. So okay. But
Yeah, it might just be much better for black already.
yeah, might be. And okay, yeah, no, it's
Drawn.
yeah. So I thought, I mean, instead of rook b1, if you don't want to go for this, even king d6 is very safe.
Yeah,
But why not? Why not go and take my place?
I mean, also if you go rogue, then
Yeah,
it's like
yeah,
only
of course.
I can.
Of course.
All right, so tournament over. I'm assuming you're both not too thrilled about your performance. Or Magnus, how do you feel about the tournament?
It's a little short, you know. No, I mean, of course, I'm not thrilled. Neither my play nor my result was amazing. But I mean, over a 7-game stretch against such a position, I mean, +1 is not a disaster at all. It's just that if there were a couple of rounds or even like 4 rounds or 6 rounds before or after, then you can do something. I mean, over such a short distance, I cannot afford to blow chances like I did in the first couple of rounds. I mean, you just cannot do that. I mean, in this tournament, I wouldn't have beaten Levon anyway if he's just winning all his games. Yeah.
Not today.
No, it's a draw.
It's a draw?
Oh, yeah, it's still a draw because
Rook c7 and.
at some point I thought you might even lose this, which
Yeah.
would have been quite unfair, but
To be precise.
No, I mean, Levon was he was just a tad too confident. Yeah, when he made all these moves, the tempo and then.
yeah, but I noticed the position after rook g8, and I think he just
No,
assumed,
queen e1 is
like
winning,
me,
yeah.
that queen e1.
Queen is one. Okay. But why go for this anyway? Yeah. I mean, I assumed he thought it was just resigns, but.
No, but I mean, from before I thought, with black I would just find something in this position simply.
There are 2 moves, queen e1 and queen a7. That was the shocker, the queen a7. These 2 moves win.
But queen a7 actually I was sort of trying to.
I mean, we didn't
To
manage
just
queen
manage
a7,
to-
we find queen e1, but
No, Queen A7 is nice. The only problem is I wouldn't be sure what to do against moves like Rook C8. But
Yeah, we would never be sure.
no, but the point is Queen A7 is very logical in the sense you
You're
get
preparing to go to the A file, yeah? Or
Yeah.
Do you feel you got unlucky with the pairings here? Because you were black against the lower rated players and white against the higher rated. Would you rather have it the other way around?
I mean, it depends on what you want. So it was kind of a very safe pairing for me.
Okay.
I mean, I still got a few bad positions, but yeah, I mean, if you, in general, yeah, having 4 black games, it's not great, and but again, I could without much luck from the positions I've had, have had 2 out of 2, and then it would all have been good. But I mean, in order to get a huge score, I don't think it was ideal. That's to be sure. But the main thing is I have to play better, regardless of what the pairings are.
Maxime, how do you feel about your tournament?
I didn't play so great, but actually, apart from my first game with Akadi, I think I didn't make any huge, mistake. So I just, some more things didn't work out. And again, I mean, in such a short tournament, of course, if you lose 2 in the first 3, the result is hardly going to be good. But in general, I mean, I didn't play well enough, and that's the end of the story. And going 50% is not ideal, but it's, well, I would not say it's not a disaster, but it's a mild disaster.
Generally, do you prefer these mixed fields with some local players or not 2800 players, or do you prefer the absolute super tournaments where everybody is a top 10 player?
I like both. I just think we had too many of those super tournaments in a year or two, so it's good to have some mix.
What about you, Magnus?
No, I mean, the way I'm playing now, I would definitely prefer to play to play only the top players, because now I'm playing badly, and it annoys me that people I should beat not able to beat. So if I were to play the best, then I could make draws with a good conscience. But seriously, it's interesting to have a mix of both. But I'm very much looking forward to playing next time in Norway for against will probably be the top 10 in
Top 10 and Anish Giri, probably.
Yeah, but he's winning some rating now, isn't he?
Big stuff.
He's yeah, I mean he deserves to be in the top 10, I think.
We gave big speeches defending Anish already these days. We won't repeat them. Last question to both of you, most important question. Will the Celtics win the series against Chicago?
Yes.
Yes.
Probably. But it's sad. Anyway.
You don't care anymore? You used to be a Celtics fan. What happened?
No, but I mean, you're a 1 seed, and then you go 2-0 down on your home floor, and you might win because Rondo gets hurt. I mean, that's just incredibly sad. You're probably going to lose to whomever or actually maybe. No, I mean, they're going to lose to Washington for sure. So
you might win because Rondo got hurt is a weird narrative. It's like Carlson might win the tournament because Gustafsson couldn't play or something. It doesn't make any sense, really. But thanks a lot for your answers.
I don't think I've ever won the tournament that you've played. So.
There you go. All right. When is the prize giving? Does anybody know that? Sven, is there a party tonight?
After the last game.
After the last game. So you have to stick around anyway. Then Thanks a lot
Yeah.
for joining us,
So
and best of luck.
is it agreed? Ah, no, it's not. He's going for it.
Who's better and why?
Well, if
Nobody.
anyone's better, it's white. But because somehow I don't see how you can manage to get the king out there safely. Yeah, I think white
Yeah,
is just
yeah.
pressing actually.
How much does Levon hate himself right now on a scale from
Probably
1 to
quite a
10?
lot, but at
guy
least
has
he won the
+4.
tournament. Yeah, but every game is a new story.
Yeah, of course. Okay, let's try knight a4.
It's not blundering anything, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. How sure are you?
I mean, I'm not completely sure.
Yeah, no, it's not blundering.
Such a confusing position that suggesting even one move that's not a blunder is a goal. But okay, so g5, then knight c5, and
Yeah.
wherever you put the queen, knight
Yeah.
is coming to e6 and
This should
black
be-
is safe. Or let's try some g7, queen f7, king d6, c5,
Yeah, but c5, thought you can take rook takes c5,
g7,
take on g7.
queen b3.
I'm confident you're gonna find a fortress here.
Okay.
It's incredibly sad, like Boston kind of sad to have to
Yeah.
make a fortress, but
Okay, just to show that the point was after c5, c5 that we're hoping for king e5, queen c7. Although that may still be a draw. It's,
Or you draw knight e6.
yeah, knight e6, knight c5. It should be defensible, but it's getting close.
Levon doesn't look happy.
Let's just see. I didn't see what happened in the game. So how did he?
So the first
Okay, so
key moment is
I mean
this.
bishop f6 first of all.
Earlier,
Yeah. Wow. That is deep.
p1.
Bishop e. It doesn't strike me as a position that white should lose.
actually you can take on f7 if you know. But I mean
Yeah,
this
yeah.
is safe too. But
Okay, 94. Why?
If you do nothing, we thought white is slightly better, where b3, f3 or something.
well, slightly better is probably an overstatement. I just go knight d5, b6, and bring back the knight to c6, and actually maybe black is sort of pressing.
Okay, but b3, c3. What? Why is black better? What?
I mean, instead of
Shouldn't
knight
be,
e4, main line
but-
was bishop e5. It seemed like it's a plus, but black is just in time after takes rook d2, rook c1, knight c4, and this seemed to hold in all the lines. This was the important.
Okay,
one.
so rook c5,
knight takes b2.
rook c7.
Yeah, and rook f8.
Oops.
And rook f4, yeah.
Okay, so knight e4.
Yep. Is this the position we had? Okay, 2.
Yeah, I mean, this was kind of the critical if black holds this.
Maybe
one.
rook d4, yeah.
Rook d4, let's say f3.
Yeah, this looks not better for me.
Yeah.
b6.
Maybe rook e2.
b6?
Ah,
But,
b6,
yeah.
b6.
Why would this be? I mean, it's probably still not better for black, but
Yeah. Okay, that was missed, as they say.
Maybe I have a rook b1 here.
And knight a4.
c3. But the
Rook
knight is anyway
d5.
not. No, I'm already.
I mean,
with,
knight can go to
with
c5.
my glasses
in
hallucinating
worst
many
case,
times. Yeah.
just-
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, should be drawn.
Okay. And 90. But this is just.
Anyway,
This is just a blunder, huh?
Yeah, 95 was
at
quite
least. Yeah, here. B3, he missed C5 clearly.
Yeah, but is there anything on the board? Like F4 maybe, but I didn't like this. For
Wasn't the
white.
plan, I guess.
Yeah, but the point was that if there is no c5, then probably white is better. So he was going for this position with confidence.
But why would white be better? I mean, if like black plays even knight d7, why would this be better?
Rook d1
Rook d6?
takes. Rook d1. Bishop b7. Yeah. Black is winning.
No, I thought after rook d6 you have one move like f4. No, probably not.
Ah, yeah. You're not threatening to take it.
I have such deep
But
thoughts
you
about the
have
game.
yeah. I mean, it's incredible how much you know about this game. It was really that easy to hold, yeah.
Oh, yeah, this happened.
No, I mean this IS is just winning for black, and it definitely is. But somehow Fabiano managed to make it at least a bit tricky.
No, I mean, I think Levon played all very, very quickly here, right?
Yeah, Levon blitzed out the whole game until move 42, basically.
Yeah. A lesson for the children out there.
Yeah. It can get you +4, but maybe not win the last game. Of course, it's very tempting to go for this.
Yeah.
And here, well, we didn't
Yeah, rook
agree really,
d8,
'cause I
king
thought the
c7,
lines were-
rook c8, king d6.
Yeah.
Yeah. But that's already quite...
This is over. The only chance is queen h3 check, which we thought bothered him. Queen e6, rook d8 takes queen e6. There's no win for black directly, but
Yeah, rook h7, king g3, and so... knight e2, king g4. Black doesn't lose his queen. Wait, doesn't lose his queen, but... Yeah. Probably rook f2 also is... no, rook f2, queen d6.
Yeah, this nice little move was shown by computer that rook d7 in fact basically finishes black. I mean finishes white off.
I wouldn't say so. I mean, you go f3.
Yeah.
Do you remember this game from Qatar between Turkey and Grishuk and Turkey? I mean, Turkey had like
Yes.
rook
exactly. I
and
was
two
there,
rooks,
yeah.
and
Sort of reminding me. Of course, in the classical game, it's a little bit easier.
still this looks better than the position he got.
Yeah. But knight a4 should be enough indeed. If not for knight a4, I would...
maybe b5 or something like this.
b5, g5, I thought maybe. Rook c4.
b5, c5 maybe.
Yeah.
Just to...
But no, no, rook b4, c6.
Yeah, there's losing potential here. Maybe
You cannot save it already after b5, c5.
Maybe king c6 still.
After this, yeah?
Yeah, maybe. So like queen, yeah, okay. No, queen b6 and queen e6.
Yeah, this is...
So, but this brings the question why instead of g4, why c5 was not good.
I guess rook b5. But
But you just want
queen
just
f7,
want,
queen f6, yeah.
yeah, or queen g7.
Oh, okay. That's...
Why is this not winning the knight? Anybody?
You're not asking me, I'm guessing. Peter, help me
I'm
out here.
thinking knight e2.
Oh, tricks.
Oh.
Oh.
That was maybe Levon's.
But queen f7, king c6, yeah.
Not here,
It is
probably.
sad.
Can still win the match.
Okay, but okay. So
No,
Yeah,
queen
but then
e6,
it's
king
mate.
c6.
Ah.
Yeah, it's both.
That's cute.
okay, but let's go g3 after 92.
Yeah, this is getting sad.
Nice move.
Yeah. Well, c5 is.
Okay, I'm sure if you lose the knight and get c5.
But
it's
c5, knight d5. Okay. Improve.
Yeah. That's nice. That's nice.
King e8, maybe even.
Beautiful.
So in fact,
Look,
g4 is not trying to clean the pawn, but
Well,
no,
probably
King
sort
three.
of as well.
combined.
Maybe after king e8 you can go queen e6, king f8,
Yeah.
and g3. Check, rook at...
Yeah, okay. It's probably king c8 actually.
Yeah, king c8 is simple.
Yeah. I try to be fancy, but yeah, no, this is.
And now g3?
But rook d7.
Ah, rook d7. Yeah, of course. Yeah, now it's a different ballgame.
So,
Okay.
And give us some odds. Is it gonna end in a draw or in a white win?
Well, I think Levon is probably not playing for a win anymore. I mean, if he's playing for a draw, he's going to make the draw. That would be...
Well, you need to find knight a4.
That's not like. But at the same time, it's also clear that other moves don't work. But someone knight a4 is a bit counterintuitive. But it's manageable, of course.
Okay, again, it depends on what he wants. If he's trying to find some nice way, or he just wants to, give up his knight for a pawn. But
Body language-wise, my money is on Fabiano.
But I mean, the guy has more than 40 minutes to find one move.
Yeah, but he spent
I mean, it's
60 minutes on this
But this
position,
is an
right?
insanely complicated position. The position after g4 is not.
yeah. If you find knight a4, you just play it. It's clear from his face that he's not playing for a win, and he is not finding a draw at the moment. But I guess he will.
Yeah. Maybe rook b2 is possible.
Yeah, okay, but then it should be a fairly simple draw.
But rook b2, I thought you can play a move like king g2.
Yeah, or g4. Yeah. But king g2, I'm wondering if on d1 is the knight falling? Probably.
No,
is.
because after g5 I wanted knight d1. Because then after rook f2, rook f7, I just... If I don't get mated with my king.
Ah, exactly.
But king g2 could be...
I think
This was drawn?
Yes, so I think it's OQ too.
Yeah, leave the... Okay.
Thank you. We found out it ended in a draw. That means Caruana Aronian is the last game still running of the whole tournament, and we will see. There we are being joined by the players Levon and Arkady Naidic, finishing the tournament on 50%. Tell us everything that happened.
Okay, we went to the end game, and not the best version for white for sure.
I think this endgame should be just equal. I don't think it's dangerous, but actually I've been surprised by the move of Levon when she took on b5. I think white should be already accurate to equalize. I thought knight e2 is probably less risky. I wanted to go immediately f6 to make it triangle at least something, because otherwise there is no chance. And now at knight d4, I think I can take fe, and first knight d7. So it's quite important not to take on d3. Knight f3 and rook f8. Okay, I have some minimal chances, but I think it's just a draw. I think bishop b5 is very risky for white. Actually, I've been thinking here for a long time if I can play b4 immediately. I was not sure. Take knight a6, knight a2, rook hc8, c3 I think, and rook c4. So knight c1 I thought probably white has to play, and now d4, king d3 probably, and b5 I was not sure about this position.
I mean just knight e...
Yeah, knight e2 of course you can go, and maybe just take c3, knight c7 or something like this, or yeah, maybe knight c7. But maybe rook a1, yeah, you have just... No, I mean, sorry, instead of knight c7, of course I give first check on d8.
Yeah, king e3 and then knight
King e3 and knight c7, no, then knight b4, yeah. And knight c7. Very unclear position. Maybe actually I should have went for it. Okay, it's quite unclear. But I think...
in the game, did you miss this b4 king d4 trick? Or?
But actually I've been not expecting king d4, because I thought after rook a4 it's just much better for black.
Ah, okay, because I wasn't sure.
No, but I've been just calculating king e2. Because I think I don't have knight d3. Knight take b5. And rook takes c2 and king e3, and I think I'm losing here. I saw nothing.
So what do you do after king e2?
I wanted okay, I can make a draw if I want by playing, for example, knight a4. So knight d5 and ed and knight c3 check. So I think, okay. Rook takes c3, I think it's just a draw. Maybe, yeah, just nothing, I think. And I wanted to, after king e2, to calculate knight e4. So knight take d5, I think is only ed, rook a3, rook takes c2. Quite unclear position, I think. I think king d3 is only, because king e3, knight d2, so king d3 probably, and maybe take immediately on g2. I thought that probably I'm not worse, but first position is maybe just rook a7. Yeah, probably I need to go something like king e6, or because f5 is the threat. So yeah, very... I don't know. Maybe I'm better. Yeah, I don't know.
And here, Levon, how did you evaluate this?
Well, actually, during the game, I wasn't so sure. I mean, wasn't so sure how to evaluate to this from practical point of view. One needs to do something. I mean, cannot be too passive and just wait there.
Let me know where the critical moment
I think I've been very happy with my position here, and I think I played AG. It was a mistake. I should have went H4. Actually, I thought in the game that I'm doing very fine, but maybe I think H4 is just.
And then in the game, white was just in time to activate enough to keep the go.
I didn't want to play G5, but I was not sure all these positions after D4. I'm a little tired. I was not sure, so D4, Rook H3. Now I have a lot of choices. I can play like moves like Rook E2, but maybe Knight C3 also, and Rook H7. So it's getting very sharp. So it's very hard to estimate. I think Knight E2 there is King D1, so I cannot play Knight E2.
So Knight E2 here?
Yeah, first I thought Knight E2 is good, but Knight take F4 and Rook take F7. But maybe still I can go something like Knight D5, because G5 Rook E1, this I saw, but...
White could play Rook E1 first.
Rook E1 first?
Instead of
instead of Rook take F7? Yes, maybe you have just Rook E1 now.
Oh.
Yes, of course, in case you have Rook E1, yeah. So I was really not sure already what to do. It was this Rook F1 move was very nice, and that's why I'm saying I should have played, I think, H4. It was very stupid to take on G3, on G4.
Yeah, maybe here I should play. Up at Rook E3 D4.
Yes, I wanted to go on D4. Yeah. Okay, luckily I think I'm still not risking to lose, so...
But it seemed like white was just in time to...
But I think I have here zero hopes to win.
Yeah,
that's just...
Peaceful outcome. 50% for both of you in the tournament. Let's start with you. How do you feel about the final result?
Well, I mean, of course, the second part of the tournament doesn't went well for me. I mean, I was missing some chances, especially for 2 losing games. But in general, I'm very happy to play here.
But generally, Karlsruhe is a place you like better than Baden-Baden.
Coincidentally.
And Arkady, you mentioned the other day already you weren't so happy because you missed some chances. How do you feel in the end?
Well, against GRENKE I did not win one move, so... And against Aronian, okay, first I had, of course, a very bad position, but the opposite color bishop endgame is just a draw. So I play King D5, and after Bishop E4 I resigned, so... well, in case you blunder twice from 7 rounds, of course... it could run better from this point of view, but otherwise I think I had a couple of interesting games, so this was nice, but still I feel a bit pity about the result of 50%. I think I should have made at least +1. As well today I felt I should have quite a promising position in this exchange down. Yeah, so well, I cannot say I'm very happy with the 50%, but on the other hand, I think they've been quite decent games, so it's alright.
Last question: how do you evaluate Levon Aronian's current position? You weren't sure who's playing for a win and why.
Levon earlier was a clear piece up, but it has somehow gotten complicated.
Maybe white is trying to play for a win.
Probably more white than black, no?
Yes, only that he has 6 minutes on the clock.
How do you want to win this with white?
Not really.
No, okay. I think
in the 3-pawn.
Yeah, but should be a draw somehow, yeah. I mean, even with a C5 pawn, it's a draw or not? Rook versus queen? Not sure. No, but I think it's no way to lose this.
Yeah, unless you blunder big time.
Yeah, sure.
But okay, there had been already some situations in the game.
After h7, Levon played a2. Can he take on h7? Take on h7 is possible or not?
But we assume that he just thought that after this king d7 it resigns, and then suddenly
Okay.
after rook g8 position got completely out of control.
Oh, I can ask my stupid question since I have both of you here. You're on a desert island and you can bring movies, but only of one actor or actress of your choice. Which actor or actress do you choose?
And I think we're both not that much into.
You're not into movies?
Okay, I like to watch a couple of movies, but.
No movies for you, yeah? Bluebaum gave the same answer. What about you?
I mean, for me, I watch the movies, but not really for the specific actor and actress.
Everybody keeps telling me that. I don't know. I need to find a new hobby, I guess.
Okay.
Okay, this looks drosh.
Yeah.
All right, then. Thanks a lot to both of you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, finally we reached the blockade.
This looks quite safe.
Yeah. Now it's already easy to explain what's going on.
Yeah, keep the rooks here. Take the pawn once it comes to g7. Make a draw. And I think they will make a draw within minutes, no?
Yeah, I also have the same feeling because basically there are no chances anymore. Basically, White never really had any chances. It was just more psychological that he was lost and then he got the chance and then he felt like I have been suffering for most of the game, then let me, when I cannot lose, it looks like I'm safe, then let me continue.
Fabiano still looks motivated to continue the game a bit, no?
Yeah, now, okay, Black has so many options. One would be just to move the king to a8. And okay, let's get rid of all kinds of possibilities of blundering the rooks, yeah, and then you just shuffle the rook on the 7th and that's it. But there is no need to, you can also go to g8 most probably, but I feel like on g8 there is a little bit more danger than on a8, but it doesn't really matter that much.
G8, you could at least think of some back rank mates. Yeah?
Exactly,
A8,
yeah.
it's hard to imagine them.
Since the two rooks anyway take care of the g pawn, the king is not really influencing the fight, so just to go on the other side. But he played rook g7. He played rook g7 probably with some intention, yeah, because he could have already start marching to the other side. Okay, still, this is not very pleasant for White. Yeah? I mean, let your opponent think and... Exactly, that's the... I mean, here Queen f8 wins the rook. That's the danger, why I say that if he already put the rook on g7, he probably has some other intentions, but rook c7 is still safe enough. But now king h6 is a threat.
Yeah, that's right.
Nice, yeah. So if you put rook on g7, then you really feel like you want to maybe bring the king, yeah, king to g8.
That's what he's done, yeah. He's played king f8.
And then try to hit the g5 pawn. Because now he has a nice shelter, a nice square for the rook on c6, yeah, it's a protected square. And once he gets the 7th and the 6th rank under control, then nothing can happen.
Here I lost now, right?
It could be. But you should not take the c pawn, you just get this c6 square Or you pushed g6, yeah? How did you do it? King f8? Ah, you gave check.
Yes.
Hoping for rook cf7, yeah?
No. No. Already this. I was happy.
Okay, but I have now rook takes g6.
Ah, here it works, of course.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That's a nice way to end the excitement. So that's the idea behind king f8. And otherwise, if white is not in time to push g6, then already rook c6, yeah?
Yeah, of course.
It's game over if next black plays rook c6, just to do. In a way, it would be nice to end this game like this, yeah? It's really stylish.
So it looks like 4 draws in the final round, but hard 4 draws. It wasn't that the players wanted to go home.
Really hard for draws, and I think the whole tournament had been a great success. We have witnessed really interesting fighting chess. Of course, many mistakes, but without mistakes, you don't really see such fascinating games. The players seem to be taking risks, playing for the maximum, and yeah, the tournament had been a great success.
Still great success for Levon Aronian. I think he will feel slightly strange about today's game because piece up is piece up, but once he sits back for a moment, what do I know? But 5.5 out of 7 doesn't seem like a bad score in this field.
Yeah, it's fantastic result. Only that really he had the game in today's game in his hands. Basically, I think already he was definitely sure that he has already won it, and this is always tricky. If you little bit get distracted or carried away, then things like this. But it's also just bad luck. I mean, okay, how bad luck it is that it looked like you are expecting your opponent to resign. You are rook and the knight up, and all of a sudden it's not easy to find a move, even after thinking for 60 minutes. That was really a shocking moment. Yeah, now we will see this. I believe we will see this g6.
Think he's gonna do it?
Yeah, the problem is that black's next move is rook c6, after which you will not have any chances whatsoever, so then
Yeah, it's hard to think of any idea. Even here you can lose.
yeah, I mean, once rook c6 is played, it's finito.
Yeah.
There is only way to even I cannot lose it already. I was thinking that if queen d3 I go queen d3 check rook cg6 there, knowing that final position, can I just pin myself, but I still have rook g8, rook g7 all the time. So queen d3, rook cg6, I thought c5, but rook g8, and it's
still a pretty good fortress.
There you go. Yeah, it felt suspicious. Yeah, it felt suspicious. I mean, just don't pin yourself. That's the lesson.
Looks like you were right again. G6 has appeared on the board. And Levon could take this pawn if he wants to go home.
He takes it. I mean, you can see on his body language, he can hardly stop himself not to rush with rook takes g6.
What else can he do? He could go here, but
no, he will never do that. Yeah, so rook g6 is playing.
Yeah. players do agree a draw. What a game!
Yeah, incredible. Fabiano must be really relieved, yeah, because if he would have lost this game by the blunder of the piece, that would have been really embarrassing for him. So I think this draw means at least like a win.
Well, now he still blundered the piece, but somehow he passed the embarrassment on to Levon for not winning the piece up, right?
Exactly.
Which feels more painful than actually blundering it.
Yeah, there I think only consolation is that the position finally got so fascinated. So finally where Levon missed the win, it was kind of possible to miss the win because the position was so out of control and psychologically things were not easy for Levon. He was facing all kinds of mates or mating ideas, mating threats in all the lines, and there was not a single one that you could be sure that yeah, of course, that's it.
Yeah. He looks slightly annoyed. I'm not 100% sure if the players will be able to join us because Sven said the prize giving would be after the last game. I'm not sure how long a break there will be. But of course, we very much hope to welcome the tournament winner here to have us share his thoughts with us. With such a long game, it feels like years ago that they had this opening with actually do so.
Yeah, so much things had happened.
So Peter, what are you up to next? You're gonna play more chess? You're gonna commentate more? You're gonna train? What are you gonna do?
Well, probably all of that.
Oof.
Yeah. Okay, first of all, I'm really grateful to have the chance to be part of this commentating team. It had been a great experience. It was the first time that I was doing the commentary right from the beginning. I had commented 2 games from the World Championship match in Moscow 2012, which I already really enjoyed, and I have been helping out in Zurich 2014 in quite some runs. But this was the first tournament really from the beginning, and I also have to say that I gain respect for the commentators because it really requires stamina to sit here and work hard also during the games.
No, but that's only if you try to make sense. Once you stop having these ambitions, then you can just sit here and talk nonsense. But
yeah, but
on
the other hand, yes, I want to say that by not consulting the engine, I think that's the whole point, and I'm very happy that maybe it requires much more effort, and I'm also happy if we are making blunders and we are making mistakes because it shows how difficult it is to be playing the game and sitting at the board with ticking clock, with all the enormous pressure. So I really hope that this also makes the player look stronger and better, and the public will even more appreciate the players, because if you just look at with the engine, then also this game like we have witnessed today, you just don't really understand that how come you are not winning this. Yeah, but
even without the engine, I don't understand at all how he didn't win this, but I do hear your point. No, of course I agree, and I know you're not a big social media guy, but from what I've seen on social media, you've built quite a fan club already for Leko, the commentator. There was a lot of praise for how clearly you explained the positions. So,
okay, thank you very much. It gives extra energy for me as well because I was new to this business. So I'm really looking forward to do some more commentary. I'm also looking forward to play some more chess. In fact, right next week I will be playing the Italian League for my team Padova. And I'm also planning to play, or I'm basically fixed to play the European Individual Championship in Minsk, since I have to try to qualify myself for the World Cup. It's the first time that I'm not qualified automatically by rating ever since this World Cup appeared. So I'm really motivated to do that and then fight at the World Cup.
Well, best of luck in all of those endeavors. There's hopefully praise coming in from Tarjei. I'm not going to read it out if it's not praise. No, I'll read and figure it out. The commentary by Peter Leko and Jan Gustafsson during GRENKE Chess was a very, very high class. Hope to see P, and then it peters out, but I guess he meant Peter back again soon.
Well, thank you very much. Yeah, it's been an honor. And also honor, and so a lot of thanks for the organizers for organizing this fantastic event. GRENKE Chess Classic 2017 had been really a brilliantly organized event. Also, this Karlsruhe very big open with 1200 players playing in the same hall with the chess players. I even had this conspiracy theory that this really helped the players play such a fantastic chess right from the beginning, because this atmosphere there, you really want to play beautiful chess, because okay, you see that how much interest is there, and I have been always a little bit skeptical of the only internet audience, because as a chess player you feel like an artist, and if you feel that there are a lot of people also there at the venue looking at what you are doing, this gives you extra motivation and makes you feel you have to perform even better for the public.
And we're now being joined by the tournament winner Levon Aronian and Fabiano Caruana after a pretty long day at the office. Levon, first of all, congratulations on the tournament victory.
Thank you.
Are you happy right now?
No.
Let's get
I
into
think it's
what
understandable.
happened. Very much so. So, where shall we jump in? Somewhere around here?
You know, this f5 was really exciting here.
Yeah, f5
e5 you have to play.
No, I mean, I can also play queen e3, I thought.
But then you're just slightly worse.
Slightly worse after queen e3? Why?
Just takes.
Yeah, and even queen takes I thought was possible.
Really? Bishop. Ah.
Okay, you can
c6.
You can play bishop. No, you can't play bishop f5. So c6, yeah.
Should be
but
slightly
can I play
worse.
rook e1? Isn't there some concrete rook f1, bishop f6, I guess?
Okay, but f5 I rejected because of e5.
Yeah, e5, c5.
Queen d2? This was
Queen
really
d2.
interesting. No, because instead of c5 I also have d5. But then knight d5, f4, bishop h2. It's pretty crazy that it doesn't work.
I mean, I can also play knight e7, yeah? And just start picking off all your...
Oh my god,
Oh,
I blundered
wow.
this. I blundered this. Oh, sorry.
That's beautiful.
Yeah, but I generally thought that shouldn't work. Yeah, because queen d2, de, and queen d8, and he only has one bad bishop. Bishop d8, bishop e5, c4, bishop a2. I mean, he'll play b3 next move, so I can never be better.
Okay, but you're probably completely fine as well.
Yeah, probably.
Also, maybe you can play c4 after queen d2 and then d5.
No, ed. That's the whole problem.
And
Yeah.
And I take
That's
nice. Yeah.
Otherwise, c4 would be just
and so
killing.
bishop g5, f4 is
Yeah, it doesn't work. Otherwise, of course, f5 looks splendid for black.
Yeah.
c4.
No, I was considering playing stuff like queen e3 after.
Why not queen e3?
Yeah,
here
d5
d5.
is
d5
very
is
strong.
coming.
I mean, it's not like completely winning for black. I can play rook d1, d4, queen f3 or something, but I probably don't want to.
Very shaky, yeah.
Yeah, it's shaky. You can
So-
play f4 there too.
Yeah, so I thought bishop f6. I thought e5 white has to play.
No, I mean I can play.
But then you're slightly worse. I thought bishop e6.
Well, okay, queen d3. I thought knight d7 you would play.
No, I was fine to play bishop e6.
You're fine with bishop e6.
Yeah. And then knight d7 next move.
Yeah.
I mean, of course, you're not worse, but I mean,
Yeah, rook
it's
a d1,
pleasant,
knight
pleasant to play with black generally.
Do we do some
Knight
takes on
d7.
e5? Okay. It's similar to the game there.
Yeah. No, I thought e5 is correct. Takes. Takes.
Yeah, I think what you want is correct because bishop f7, bishop f5. I'm
Yeah.
starting to get.
Yeah, sure. So bishop e6. I thought now you have to take on e5.
Okay, taking on e5 is going to be a draw.
Yeah.
I mean, I still thought that I could press with knight e4.
Well, with after 94, I think you're just pawn down. King f7, king f8, and just. I was very happy at this moment.
Yeah, I mean I can play. No, I thought knight c5 was working.
But you're
For some
just.
reason- Yeah.
But you're just pawn down without any
Okay,
compensation.
knight c5, rook d5, knight d3 should be very close to equal.
Why? Knight d7?
Yeah, and then I don't know, rook e4 or something.
Okay, I can even play knight c5.
Yeah, I mean that's going to be a draw.
I'm not so sure.
Or instead of rook e4, I can maybe like king f1. I don't know, some move.
You're. I mean,
But yeah, I should have
thought
done
you're
this.
worse.
Knight e6 was terrible, and I'm completely based off.
But rook a6, And how are you gonna defend
Yeah, rook
this?
a6. No, it's easier to play with black here.
No, I mean, you're just pawn down, I thought. So, yeah, and 96 came as a pleasant surprise.
Yeah, I mean, now after rook c8 I should try rook d1, but then you take on a4 and I'm probably in very bad shape. But I just completely missed c5. This was...
I cannot believe I didn't win this position after c5. It's incredible. Very stupid.
I mean, I considered resigning for a moment, but then I thought I should at least play on a bit, because your knight on b6 is still not totally...
I probably shouldn't have went for this rook d3 business. I mean...
I thought that you could play rook d3 and then rook e4 and rook d8 and trade a pair of rooks.
Probably should have played like rook e6 immediately.
Yeah, rook e6. I mean, once you trade a pair of rooks.
Have to play professionally instead of like an excited puppy.
No, I think this is just losing very easily, because knight will come to d4 and then it's over.
No, actually, about there I started blundering. I mean, I saw rook c7, I saw all of this.
I think instead of rook c7, rook d8 just wins. I can't do anything there, because you trade rook's next move.
Oh yeah.
And I was at least happy that I was getting some tricks after rook c7. I mean,
No, I thought I would just promote. This was my general consensus. But of course, here I also blundered that you can play rook h8 and rook a8 and capture my a5 pawn.
yeah, but I didn't like that, because
I know.
take on f2 and then rook b4 and win c4.
Yeah. And I thought h4 is like a desperate try.
Yeah, it was.
And I thought you realize yourself that I'm just queening and winning on the spot. And it's incredible.
Again, I didn't see rook g8 in advance, but I thought that at least...
So I should have taken, yeah?
Yeah, no, I thought that rook h7 after, instead of a2. And then king f6, I didn't see a move here. Although I didn't have much time. But my rooks aren't really coordinating. And the king either escapes to the queen side or through the center. So I don't know.
Yeah,
I
should
feel
have
like
played
it's just winning. But I don't know, maybe there's some miracle there.
Yeah, and this is a draw, I guess.
Queen e1 wins.
How does queen e1 win? I don't understand. I thought this lost on the spot after rook d8. Must have just blundered something.
Me too.
Rook c8 and king d6 or no?
King d6. Yeah.
Ah, I thought it was made with queen f6, but the queen comes back to e6.
I thought this is just a draw. Rook d8. Rook d7, yeah? Yeah, I must have underestimated something, yeah.
Can I play queen
f8, queen e7, yeah?
Queen f4, king c6, yeah, and you escape. Okay.
Spent 15 minutes, didn't find this. Incredible.
No, there's this weird line, but it looked, at least it's a better
yeah,
version.
king g3, I can...
Then again, there's no direct mate, but I think this was this was what the computer said.
I mean, this is still a very long fight.
I guess the computer gives -3 or whatever. But
Oh, wow.
yeah.
Okay. Maybe I lose my pawns, but...
Maybe f3 or...
Yeah, f3.
It doesn't look completely winning to me.
No, it's possible.
In a human game, definitely not, yeah.
This is what we had without the c pawn.
Yeah.
Maybe the c pawn is really worth 3.
No, fair enough.
Yeah, after queen f5 I suddenly thought I was winning, but I guess it's still a draw.
No, I just completely, I mean, I got berserk here. Because I've calculated all the moves. Then I saw, like, 92 is a perpetual.
Oh, it's good.
Yeah, he has to give a perpetual. I thought. And then I thought, okay, queen a5 is the only winning try. Calculating this queen h3, king c7, rook c8 line. Which is actually also probably very close to a draw. Rook c8, king b6, queen e6, king a7, queen takes f7. Now probably the only move.
Rook b6, yeah, or something?
No.
Rook b6, queen f8, yeah. No, that's
no, the only move is knight a4. It's very close to a draw.
Queen f8.
Yeah, because you're
and
capturing the c5 pawn.
And queen c5. Yeah.
But I thought, okay, as a professional, which I am not today, I should fight till the last bullet. And then I queen g3. I mean, spent 50 minutes and missed queen g3. It's quite remarkable. In fact, I'm extremely lucky that I'm not getting mated.
At some point we thought, yeah, how does black actually survive?
No, I think that it's all. I didn't see anything besides what I played.
Yeah, actually, I thought after g4 you're slightly better, and you'll try with instead of queen f3, you'll play king h3.
King h3 is.
Yeah.
C5 is a draw because knight d5.
Yeah.
I think this is important. Otherwise, I was really counting on c5 here, and then
No, knight d5.
And this is just an immediate draw.
No, I thought g4 was kind of a try.
Yeah.
And then.
Rook b2, king h3. Can't you play? Knight d1. I start to push.
Knight d1, f3. Yeah.
Or f4.
Yeah, I thought some practical chances.
Yeah, maybe king h3 was unpleasant.
Yeah, I mean, during the game I felt unpleasant. I was relieved to see.
No, I was looking at king g2 and then king h3 kind of slipped my attention. What do you play here? Can you play rook c6?
Yeah, I was planning to do something like this. I mean, on general terms, after g4 I have to play b5, which is the correct move.
b5 I thought was really bad after c5.
And, wait, this isn't... rook b2?
I mean, I thought that it's really risky to allow me another pass pawn.
Yeah, but then I have some counterplay. But then I thought, you know, what if draw... I don't manage to make a draw, and I will always remember me not just the other stupid moves, but playing b5, because there is a fortress actually with this b7 pawn. And once you move it, then yeah.
Yeah, b5 looks very risky.
Magnus wanted you to play this.
Yeah, this is logical. g5, knight c5.
I think queen f5 is more accurate than
yeah, queen f5 is important.
Of course, it's the king to be misplaced.
2 minutes closing zone.
All right.
2 minutes. Not 2.5.
2 minutes, so...
Yeah, okay.
This is just a draw.
Yeah.
I thought it was clever, but then king e8 kind of was missed. Yeah. Maybe king h3 was a try.
Yeah, it was a try.
So wise final questions, 5.5 out of 7, cheer up. It's not really a question, right? It's more of a statement.
Okay.
And
Yeah,
Fabiano?
congratulations once again.
Thanks.
Fabiano, how do you feel?
It's a pretty awful game today.
But
I was
you must
hoping.
be
I was
happy,
hoping
no?
to.
Weirdly, that you survived.
No, yeah, I'm extremely fortunate that I didn't lose, 4 hours ago or something. So yeah, it was a lucky break today. So, that's all I can really take away from it. I mean, I'll try next time to not blunder my pieces on move 15 or 20.
Enjoy the closing ceremony. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you for your splendid work during the tournament.
You haven't seen much of it, I won't say. Thank you.
Well, but I hear from sources that I cannot disclose that you guys are doing a wonderful job.
A lot of praise here. Peter
Yes.
has to get a Twitter account. We have to work on that.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
What are we doing? Are we showing the closing ceremony? No. Then we are closing the show up. But before we do, let's have a look at the final standings to see. Because judging by this press conference, it doesn't look like, but one guy actually finished like 1.5 points ahead of the field. And that, of course, is Dr. Levon Aronian with 5.5 out of 7. Then, off the top of my head, Magnus 4.
And Fabiano 4.
Fabiano 4. That's it.
And then 50%. Yeah.
So yeah, then 50% for Huyifan, Arkady Naidic, and Maxime, and 2 out of 7 for Matthias Bluebaum and Georg Meyer. See if we got that right. Yeah, it seems like somehow if there's 4 draws, normally the standings don't change as much as you think. Oh yeah. dominating victory for Levon Aronian, who's still here. Was a bit heartbroken about not winning a piece up.
I feel like today we have seen a very nice game, Magnus Carlsen against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. It was really high class, and kudos for both players because, okay, last round you are not fighting for first place. Clearly you want to do your best, but I felt like this game was really of a very high quality.
I agree. Yeah. No fireworks, but a lot of content there. In general, every round has been a lot of content. And yeah, goes to show that the formula they've been using here in the GRENKE Chess Classic, in my opinion, is working very nicely. You invite four, not only of the best, but also of the most exciting players. Carlsen, Aronian, Caruana, and Vachier-Lagrave. Then the women's world champion, or she's not technically not the world champion, but the strongest female player, Hu Yifan. Arkady Neidich, of course. We have a local hero here in Baden-Baden. Two German players, Georg Meyer, Matthias Bluebaum, produced exciting fights.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it was fantastic right from the beginning.
I wasn't here from the beginning, but I can only repeat what Levon said as well. Heard a lot of praise also for our friend Lawrence Trent, who did the first couple rounds with you, so shout out to him. Thanks to the sponsors, the organizers, as always, many people you don't see during these events, but lots of volunteers that provide food, accommodation, lodging. There's so many things to take care of during such a tournament. So thanks to everybody involved. And of course, mainly, as with all things chess in Baden-Baden, the GRENKE Leasing and Wolfgang GRENKE personally, who have done so much for chess, not just in Baden-Baden, but in Germany, I feel like. And this is just another chapter.
Yes, definitely. It's really fantastic to see this, that there is not only the Bundesliga team, but they take care of the whole German chess society, basically. So it's really fantastic.
Yeah, thanks to those guys. Then, of course, in case you haven't done it yet, become a premium member on chess24.com if you want to support us here at Chess24 so we can keep doing these broadcasts. And thank you so much, Peter Leko, as, yeah, I can only join the ranks of the guys who praise you. So many great explanations and insights from you as a top player. They're really invaluable. So thanks a lot for doing this and hope to have you back again soon.
Thanks.
That brings us to the end of the show. Thanks also to all of you guys for watching, because that's what keeps us from going insane. There are actually people out there watching this, because else it would just be empty talk. That's it from the GRENKE Chess Classic. Apologies to everybody we forgot. See you again soon.
Yes, goodbye.